She got a secret she won't show. I teach her right away. The teacher never do say no. She won't find out until she never if I had my shoes, I wouldn't want to be like you. And if I had time to, I wouldn't want to talk to you. Oh, I don't care what you do. I wouldn't want to be like you. Yeah. If it was happening, I would be a butterfly. And if it was alright, I wouldn't need no alibi. I don't care what you do. I wouldn't want to be like you. I don't care what you do. I wouldn't wanna be like you. I don't care what you do. I wouldn't wanna. I wouldn't want to be like
What's up, everybody? This is Truth Hurts Enterprise back with another video. And yes, even though I unsubbed to this cocksucker because we've already destroyed him, wrecked him, obliterated him, owned him, embodied him, and cuckolded his boyfriend, Warbot made a little video just for me, yours truly. Yes, my friend had to send it to me, so he downloaded it for me, and I was able to retrieve it. Plus, I even gave a perfect chef's kiss. So let me review it, guys. Here we go.
What is going on, everybody? It's your boy Warbot up in the Hizudo.
Now you already know he's a boring piece of shit. But let's continue, ladies and gentlemen. And this is going to be fun.
I gotta make sure I'm on point these days, since I got Clown out there doing a Warbot impersonation now. I didn't know he.
Actually, he sounds and talks better than you do because you're just an annoying piece of shit that sounds like he smokes cartons of cigarettes and fucks up his lungs. So keep going, Big Mouth.
He got with those like fifth rate trolls, because that's what fifth rate trolls do. They make fun of people's voices, especially when the voices is smooth.
Spit it out, Edith.
And dulcet is mine.
No, your voice sucks. It sounds like you've had so many cocks ran through your throat. That's why you're so throated. See what I did there, fag? Keep talking.
I have been approached to do radio shows several times.
What? GAY radio? Gay radio because you're a fag? Just like your boyfriend Cuckold?
No lie. And I actually did a show in college, just playing tunes, but
yeah, college boys days where you're thinking about other men because you're a fag. Now go on.
I could have done talk, but I wanted to do an eclectic hour of just whatever the fuck. And that's basically,
shit.
That's basically what it was, an hour of whatever the fuck,
you and your fruit.
Y'all got a taste of it. I've played quite the eclectic mixture here as well. So much I want to talk about. I'm not going to. I'm refraining from talking about Nunya in this though, because this isn't the time.
You're just mad because Nunya swatted you so many times along with your little boyfriends and your little butch-type girlfriends that want to roll with you. The actual predator group, by the way, correcting you.
Or the place. So we will be talking about that later when I'm alive. How about that? So this Truth Hurts Enterprise, not Enterprise.
Actually, retard, if you actually seen me type in chats and be on panel, I didn't hide my fucking shit. It says Enterprise. I didn't put an S at the end of it. You're so stupid and so retarded to understand. So, yeah, go on, big mouth piece of shit. This is some funny fucking shit.
Prizes. That's how I kept looking for the little fucker and I couldn't find him because I kept putting an S on the end of his fucking neck.
I kept looking for the little fucker. Let me smoke my Peter fucking cigarettes.
Little douchebag try to hide from you.
Hey, don't call me your mom's name. Or is that douche rag? Is that what they call your mother? Are you mad because I could just insult you and you want to call it low grade level? Like little, let's see. What did you say? 10th grade level And then you said I acted like I was a 16-year-old. That right there, you're thinking about kids. 10th grade, 16-year-old. Yeah, only sickos like you and your crew would think that way. They're just insults. Get over it, faggot. Queer. Cry some more. Let's keep going, guys.
Bastard. But that's all. I finally got him. Anyway, he rolls with Shizzle and ABC and all that fucking crew.
Yeah, falsely accused pedos, you guys call him. First of all, it's Gomez, not Chomez, because Gomez is not in trouble with pedophilia like your crew is, and neither is Shizzle. So let's keep it going.
Oh, before I go on, I must tell you that I've been attacked one time already by a wooga bug, so at any time you may hear me freak the fuck out because I might get attacked by another wooga bug. It is possible.
Boring this motherfucker.
Just be on the lookout for that. As we know, here in the Warbot Studios, we do not like wooga bugs.
Yeah, difference is you don't have a studios. You're just a one-man fat slob that has a cult-like following. You think you're Charles Manson, but you look more like a fat version of Marilyn Manson. Disgusting fat slob like you are. Just like Cuckold. You guys are both slobs that need to hit the gym or you'll get smacked around some more. There you go.
No, we fucking don't. So anyway, this Truth Hurts douchebag, I finally found him, and my God, he is everything I said he was, and then some. Jesus Christ. Y'all will be entertained by this swamp.
Oh, trust me, we're the ones being entertained here. You guys are just losers. So critique my shit. Come on, big boy.
Let's hear it. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've done a dramatic reading. I'm going to do a dramatic reading of a couple of his posts. This is the way this guy talks, too.
Because I've already heard.
And he pretty much, hold on.
He sounds like a gay guy just having orgasms over my readings of my posts. Watch.
He pretty much fucking, like, capitalizes every fucking, yeah. No, he capitalized so many words that it's just ridiculous the way he types. But I'm gonna get at my emphasis. So, I'm gonna go dramatic now, and we're gonna read a post from Truth Hurts Enterprise from 16 hours ago. Okay, guys?
Yeah.
This is a re-upload post from the other day. The only truthless, you mean truthless. Learn to spell a word right, moron. Yeah. I'm pretty sure he was just being silly like most people do on the fucking internet. Oh, but you're the ones that get offended by words. We call you faggot and queer and all this other shit, and you get offended. So I can't correct you guys saying that. Truthless. Just your buddy's the one that's truthless, by the way, because he lies as much as you do all the time. Go ahead. Keep talking. So sorry if that offended your tender sensibility,
It did.
Fucking douchebag. But anyway,
I like the douchebag reference because it seems like the only douchebag is him and his crew because they like douche rags. Because that's what they are. They douche rags for gay guys because they're faggots. But go on, little boy.
You were talking about Cole there.
Cuckold. Proceed.
Learn to spell a word right, moron. Things that you have ever said was that you had 6 catches, Gomez and Chisel in 7 and 8, which are total mobs, and that you have destroyed, wrecked, bodied, and owned people, which that is another lie that I am debunking. He's not debunking shit.
Actually, you've been debunked again. I've debunked you guys every time, and this is the second, third, fourth, fifth, 1,000th time. I lost count. I've debunked you every time, so you're debunked again. So you can keep orgasming over my fucking post because it sounds like you're gonna bust a little war nut. War nut, little war nut, little boy. Go ahead.
Trust me. The only laugh that you should be talking to is that, wait, you fat, disgusting flying ball. Because when it comes to victory lad, take victory laps every fucking day. So does that everybody else who has destroyed you, wrecked you, bodied you, and owned you because you have never done these things. And neither has that self-proclaimed name of more. Hey, I'm just telling the truth. You hate the truth, and the truth hurts, motherfuckers. Deal with it. Watch this fucking weird laugh. It's a cringy laugh. You can tell he's not really laughing. Just listen. It's cringy. Sounds like a fucking old toothless man. God, you're a fucking joke, dude. You and your crew. Easy to fucking destroy. Easy to body. Easy to own. Easy to wreck. And easy to obliterate. Yeah, bitch. This motherfucker is serious too, guys. I assure you. I promise you. Honestly, I'm not being serious. This is fun for me. I'm the wrecking ball.
Hold on. We gotta go back. Hoping I go too far.
Destroy. Easy to body. Easy to own. Easy to wreck. And easy to obliterate. Yeah, bitch. This motherfucker is serious too, guys. I assure you. I promise.
This motherfucker is serious too, I promise you.
Honestly, I'm not being serious. This is fun for me. I'm the wrecking ball, motherfucker. You got the cannonball, but you got the wrecking ball right here. And I wreck any motherfucker that gets in my way, just like I wrecked your boyfriend Cole on Shizzle's panel. Even with a fucked up mic, whether he did it or whether he didn't do it, I don't care. I wrecked that motherfucker, destroyed him, bodied him, obliterated him, annihilated him, owned him, just like I did you, Warbot. And I'll continue to do it every fucking day and night. Because you're nothing. And so is your boyfriends and your little butch-dyke girlfriends that want to come.
They know that if they overtalk you, it cuts your mic out. And it seems like a purposeful thing from the scrapyards. Now, I don't know if they meant to do that. If somebody else talks, somebody else's microphone gets cut out. But they know how to work that angle, that's for sure. I'll even turn my microphone down for you guys to overtalk me. Just makes you look stupid.
Comment on your stupid shit. You have nothing, dude. You are the predator protectors. Sorry, you haven't catched. Sorry, caught. See, I make mistakes. I'm only human. But you haven't caught anybody. So let's keep this going. I'm going to debunk all your shit in this whole fucking shitty 12-minute, 35-second video. But mine's going to be a little bit longer because I'm having fun right here. Let's do this. He is serious about all of this, okay? And man, oh, God damn it. I'm so high, and this is so good right now, guys. This is so fuck this, guys. He's high on meth because if you hear him laughing, he has no teeth. And the way fucking his boyfriend Cuckold, he says, I'm toothless. Motherfucker, I have all my teeth because I'm not a drug addict like your boyfriend here. Facts. Just like all the other cocksuckers that you hang out with that are drug addicts, meth heads, crack heads, heroin addicts. That's all you motherfuckers. That ain't us. So keep it rolling, Mal. Looking good. Oh, Truth Hurts Enterprise. Jesus Christ, I ought to fucking pay you for this. This is
Truth Hurts Enterprises has to pay you for this. I was on the radios, damn it, one time.
no. Maybe you should. You know why? Because it would just be easy to wreck you and take your money. Oh, well, guess what? I'm not a shill like you. Keep it going. My God, I needed this right now. This is great. Fuck yeah. I know it's great. Oh, fucking A, yeah, cocksucker. All right, we're going. We're rolling. I always win, and it was most definitely a pleasure. Look at the orgasm, the way he talks. You know he's gay for me. Like he's gay for Gomez, he's gay for Shizzle. All their crew is gay for all of us. We don't swing that way. Us men love women, and the women love the men. We don't swing the fact.
Yeah, you don't see anybody from this side all of a sudden coming out of the closet like Vic the Map.
Way like you guys do. Sorry. Destroying, wrecking you, bodying you, and owning you for more victory laps. Now you see what I mean when I was trying to give you guys a warning on his orgasmic readings because he's being faggots toward you guys and me, and it's disgusting. For me. His original post is here. Let's read it. I don't feel bad, Cuck Cole, because you lost. You failed. There is nothing mighty about a fake pred catcher like you, who has no record of catching any predator on here. Well, see that here again, you're an idiot and you can't tell when somebody's joking.
It doesn't matter if you're not joking or you really joke. It doesn't matter, dude. If you're
it seems like the garbage woman with his stuffed animal that's a service feelings animal. He's pretty convinced they've got some catches, huh? You guys are all peddling around. Like Mass One the other day up on NV Cap's panel. It was pretty funny. He's all, you don't know me. I'm Mass One. I'm famous. Millions of people know me. It's got like 2 people watching.
predator catcher, you need to be serious about shit like that because there's sick motherfuckers out there and you're just sitting there joking about people fucking being chomos and shit. So you're basically showing that you support chomos by being fake predator catchers.
Oh, yeah, Mass One, how can you be famous and you got a book burn all your streams, though? What's up with that?
Lying to your fucking public. You're a lying piece of shit, and so is your fucking crew. You're just stating that you're a lying motherfucker. So, joking or not, when it comes to fucking capturing sickos, that's some serious shit. And you're not taking it serious, so you're defending the pedos.
Definitely there to muddy up the waters again, like Predward and his crew. They can't even get this amount that Nunya apparently or supposedly scammed off of somebody. It's either one day it's 7,000, the next day it's 8. What about that 70K that Predward was getting a year for 4 years? And his taxes they're telling. God, you guys, whatever you're deflecting for there, okay.
Just stating that you're a lying motherfucker.
He is.
So, joking or not, when it comes to fucking capturing sickos, that's some serious shit. And you're not taking it serious, so you're defending the pedos. You're being a sick piece of shit. And so is your buddies. So, Cuckhole and you and your buddies.
Especially the way they got to attack Tommy, it's pretty incredible. It's like they're caught preds. They've already been caught or about to be caught, like Vic. Oh, we got more on Vic, too, by the way.
These are pedo protectors and probably pedophiles. So you're just proving my point, just like you're proving Nunya's point, Clown Force, Gomez Shizzle, and everybody else. You're proving their fucking point, you piece of garbage. Now, let's continue.
Oh, no, wait a minute. That's his counterpart, the Garbage Woman, raging so hard that he's got to do a stream driving home, but you hear people honking at him like he's about to cause accidents. It's pretty serious on that side.
He's joking, but
there's no way the Garbage Woman's got a clean truck or a clean house. He's got to the only way he can get laid is by roofing women at the local dive bar with them apple teenies. Those are his words.
At the same time, he really is catching predators on here because you are a predator. You and Sizzle and your buddy ABC are 100% predators.
Actually, and I really appreciate this video by Truth Hurts. Way to go, Tetro. Here, let's back that up for a second.
Roll with Nunya, don't.
Here, hold
on here because you are a predator. You and Sizzle and your buddy ABC.
You and Sizzle. Holy shit. Well, here's the thing about that is the definition of a pred, broken down a little bit, is somebody that's got to control someone else. I'm not trying to control anybody. Shizzle not trying to control anyone. Another example of a pred would be a Glazin Dean texting my phone telling me to stop after she tried to, gain access to my communications, even through Hangouts. And I'm trying to tell her this Hangout, it's on a short video somewhere on this channel. Not too long ago it was uploaded. But I'm telling her you should, and I think that was right before she had another mental breakdown. And I don't know if she was hospitalized that time, but they definitely, her family, Prove to us you're not crazy and don't go on the internet for 6 months. Yeah, well, she was still trolling around, still lurking, even though she didn't participate. Her husband didn't hearing her yell and scream. But she's such a fucking pred. That's no BS, and that she was able to prove to her husband and family that she didn't have a problem. And then when they cleared her, all right, you're doing good. You can, go back on. Then she goes into turbo mode. Another example of a pred, like the GarbageWoman, summoning myself to LARP court. That was pretty predatory. There's many other examples of people that are trying to be controlling when certain artists, let's just say it that way, they just want to release their work. I mean, yeah, be a super fan and hurl your insults as like Dorkbot or the GarbageWoman that don't have any talent. Them speaking the most gross shit and stupid shit. Well, that's a talent, huh, NTF? Because you obviously failed everywhere else, huh, Duckbot? Failed Radio Bot. They're failed at all of this other stuff, but they were dangled a carrot like, you're going to do great for us. Just stick to the script.
So you're just proving my point, just like you're proving Nunya's point, Clown Force, Gomez, Shizzle, and everybody else. You're proving their fucking point, you piece of garbage. Now, let's continue.
I mean, he's joking,
Hey, Tetro, you better know that on my channel, you come on my channel, it's the GarbageWoman or AmputeeBot.
At the same time, he really is touching predators on here because you are a predator. You and Sizzle and your buddy AB.
You are a predator. You and Sizzle.
See, I'm 100% predator. You roll with none, you don't.
No.
There you go. And you see why you get called predators yourself? Because you falsely accuse us. We'll do it right back to you. Fight fire with fire.
Well, what's interesting is that, and I wasn't going to get any commentary on this, but I got a few minutes. It's interesting how Urban Disciple is like, oh, now Cole and Warbot and Urban are on the same team just because they're wrenched here, wrenches, something like that, when Philemon's the one that's worried about who got the wrenches. They definitely, that whole side has no idea. Oh, got a video that just popped up. Might have to add into the mix here. But anyways, they got Philemon on their side that's all worried about wrenches, right? Who's got the wrench where? Right? And that side, I think, worries about the most who's got wrenches. But what I find interesting, being given a wrench doesn't indicate collusion. No RICO stuff. No conspiracy. Just because you're given a wrench somewhere doesn't mean you're all working together. But Philemon will keep track of that and say people are working together just because you're given a wrench. Might have been even given a wrench to become a target, so Philemon could go around and say, oh, he's wrenched there. What about Philemon being wrenched with Eric Shilkerson that did that suicide LARP for that state actor RSO that, well, didn't make the registry? Being wrenched with the main supporter Flathead of the Rodent doing damage control for him and his whole crew. It's interesting to see. You guys will learn eventually what's happened to Philemon's past crews that he's recruited. And but hey, they'll take anybody they can get on that side.
So you could sit there and call me a pedophile and call Gomez and Shizzle a pedophile and Nunya a pedophile and all these other people pedophiles without any legitimate proof or evidence. So there you go. You fucked yourself. And
I really haven't called these guys straight out like a pad or chomo like they do. I just been calling them out. Hey, morning, Warbot. Let me know if you want a Let me know if you want a link dropped. I'll let you on. Have a little combo. Anyways, yeah, it's interesting. Your guys' tactic is fucking lame, dude. Really, Warbot, you gotta do your research before you start teaming up with people.
Why you get called predators yourself because you falsely accuse us? We'll do it right back to you.
Well, the thing is, I don't have to do anything back to you guys there, AmputeeBot. The thing is, I've already called you out as Preds a long time ago. And you do. You definitely display predatory behavior, all right? And just like you don't know the definition of a Pred, but yeah, I spotted you as a Pred the first time you started leaving comments on my channel. And interestingly enough, they hit one of my spam boxes. I'm not glued to this shit like you guys are. It took me about a month to find your first comments of you being predatory on my channel first. It's seriously about a month after. You don't remember I started leaving you a couple comments back. But anyways, I'm not really reading your jumble in the chat. You're just trying to be controlling like a Pred. We'll be getting into it after Truth Hurts is done here a little bit more, more examples about no, you're the one that seems like a bully or whatever you're trying to put in the chat, especially small 100-pound, 120-pound women. You think you're controlling with your hurty words. You haven't destroyed anybody. I mean, you can fuck with the numbers and shadow ban and be part of the network and it's connected to Silicon Valley and get Spamjula G to call up her contact over at the YT platform, have a couple toggle switches flipped on the channel. Guys can do that. Fuck with the numbers. I don't care. What I find interesting is why are you here typing a novel in my chat when I'm banned over in your chat? Huh? You guys are the ones that have to apply censorship for some reason.
Fight fire with fire.
Oh, yeah.
So you could sit there and call me a pedophile.
Yeah, by the way, again, since you're here there, Shillbot, you should learn, do your research on all these other recruits, like Predward. Okay, all I look at him is a recruit to help destroy momentum of whatever you want to call it, a community or a movement. Still, Warbot, you haven't put in my chat. No, I don't want to come up, or yeah, go ahead and drop, join link or something. Still haven't done that. Still writing novels in my chat.
Call Gomez and Shizzle a pedophile and Nunya a pedophile and all these other people pedophiles without any legitimate proof or evidence. So there you go. You fucked yourself and you just trapped yourself on your own lies. This is how stupid you are. See, this is why it's so easy to destroy you, wreck you, own you, body you, obliterate you across the fucking board. Just like I did Cole. It'd be easy to do it to you. It'd be easier just to take you out. And then your fucking rest of your butt buddy crew, your cult, will fold and buckle down. It would be that easy. You're just a simpleton, dude. You don't understand. Falsely accusing people of pedophilia just goes to show how stupid you are. You're not hurting anybody but yourselves. So continue to expose yourselves and lie some more because we're seeing it in real time. Continue.
What are you a fucking predator, you moron?
Okay.
Jeez, life is fucking.
Let's roll. Coming from a guy who calls other people morons when you act like a moron just like your buddies. So you're just contradicting yourself like a fucking retard. There you go. Loud and clear. So you can falsely accuse people, but when they do it to you, oh no, we're going to fucking raise hell. Yeah, it doesn't work like that. You're going to falsely accuse, we're going to come right back at you. Full force. You can't fuck with us. You can't win against us. Sorry. You fucked with the wrong people and you fucked with me, which was a big mistake on your part, big boy. So when I had to destroy your fucking little butt buddy cuckhole and his lies because he's a loser and he always loses, he's nobody, dude, just like you are. You're fake pred catchers. That's what you are. I've said it to him and I'm saying it to you. You're fake.
Everyone that you have come after, now you capitalize on all of these words.
Yeah.
Failed against Satan, just like you failed again.
Here's what's funny. He's triggered by all this, just like Telly was triggered when I went under the name Hitman. Telly was triggered by the fucking name Hitman. No shit. When I went under Humble Hitman Ace Tetro. He was.
I can actually, and I'm not supposed to really talk anymore. We got to get through this. I might actually put it a little on turbo mode, but I can see how. I can see how a red coat like Telly would be totally scared of a name like Hitman that's on a team that you're trying to, well, shut down. I mean, your words, Telly, right? Breaking out the old school tricks that's just, I mean, easy to see through what you're trying to do. Especially messing with comps from the other side of the pond. Yeah, whoever turned you on to try to take care of me, all right, they're in violation of the Third Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. Digitally, by the way.
Affected by the Hitman name. So Telly's no different than this cocksucker and no different than fucking cuckold. So you're so stupid, just like your whole crew. You're dumb. Now let's continue.
It's to me, and I assure you guys, you did not fail against him. This dude, all he does is fucking hurl 10th grade level insults.
You guys did fail against me. All you motherfuckers and your crew. You failed. You have not succeeded on anything. Your success rate is 0, even below 0. You guys are stupid and you're nobodies. Who the fuck are you? This is why I put little quotations on war and then bot on your little like on that little picture with you and then the words and just laughing at you. Because you haven't been to war with anybody, you dumb fuck. You're a fat tub of goo looking like a fucking Jabba the Hutt wearing Dora the Explorer fucking clothes. This is how stupid you are, bro. I mean, you are irrelevant. Why do you think I didn't really want to respond to you? Because you're fucking irrelevant just like fucking Cole is. You two are losers that always lie about everything and never win.
You'll see if he ever has the balls to come up on mine.
Here's what
okay, wait a minute. The thing is there, AmputeeBot, I've been up on your panel, all right? And you know to talk over so the microphone gets muffled. Shizzle, I think, even went up on your panel, right? I can't remember who else. Probably would have recorded it, but I'm sure there was a couple others. The thing is, you say you got to come up on my panel, you can't return the favor. It's kind of the way things should kind of work. I mean, you still couldn't come into my chat right off the bat, drop a link, Cox, let's do it. No. Or no, I can't panel up, I don't want to, or something like that. That would have been fine. But it ends up writing a total novel in my chat. All right.
Here's what he will say. He says, I won't have the balls, but oh, yeah, I'm not going to be like Gomez and Shizzle and Clown Force or whatever, or Nunya and mute mics or tamper with mics. Oh, he's fine with not tampering the mic. This guy's a lying piece of shit.
So when somebody like on my panel starts to spurg out, if you haven't noticed, I might drop him in the back after letting him go and letting him go and letting him go, and maybe drop him in the back so I can finish a sentence, finish a point, then bring you back up. But that's the excuse. They overtalk, and then when the mic gets muted or you get dropped in the back for a second, then it's like Glaze and Dean. She'll rage quit to say, "Oh, he's censoring, he's censoring." Don't try to censor me by just over talking with your shill script and loop points, all loop-de-loop, same damn points, right? But you don't watch the channel for your plausible deniability. Then when you come up on the panel, you think you can just run through your script in loops, your point by point. You're asking questions, you want answers, but then you go to the next one, and you go to the next one, you go to the next one, and that's predatory behavior. You guys trying to control communications, the flow of information. That's what it looks like for a long time.
Because I've heard him tamper with mics when he had people on his panel. I've heard the shit with him having people on his panel and kicking them off and blocking them and fucking with their mics. So you're a lying piece of garbage. So continue.
Yeah,
I
he's
will
right.
hand him his fucking ass and know that. Anyway, here we go. You're not any low life pro calamity like you.
Hold on. You've never handed anybody their asses. Neither is Cole. Neither is the rest of your crew. You guys take L's every fucking time. You guys are an embarrassment to the truth community, to the predator catching community. You guys are just the lowest of the low of embarrassments. You are nobodies.
That's definitely who the network recruits. If you know your history there, and look what happened to freaking Dinkus. I bet you never really heard that name before, huh, Shillbot?
You suck each other's fucking fake dicks, and you think about gay sex, and you think about children in a bad way. So you guys are the predator defenders and the predators yourselves. Facts, truth, always.
You who lie to the masses because the
Is this the arena you guys are talking about?
only truthful thing about you is everything that you type in chat.
Oh, is that an arena word? Everything, always, forever, nobody, somebody told me and I heard. Is that your stupid arena right there?
Community posts and on panels are live.
Okay, their arena is 12 to 15 community posts dropped within a few hours, couple hours. Amazing. I dropped one yesterday and they go, "You're glued on Thanksgiving." Nope. Just seeing how glued you guys are. Just saying. Just doing a little integrity test.
That didn't make any sense. But anyway.
Yeah, it's...
Actually, it did.
It's not going to make sense from a guy that's like, Rob Blow. I don't know who Rob Blow is. Who's Rob Blow?
Everything you type in the chats, in your community posts, you get on panels, everything you say or even type are lies. There's no truth behind what you say or what you type in the chats. Period. That's what I was meaning. And yes, it does make sense. Because I don't sit there and fucking just type something without it meaning something. So you're stupid. So I love correcting how stupid you really are. Continue.
It's the real truth. You slug-bot and the rest of you fakes will never win. The rest of you fake. You never wrecked anybody.
The rest of you fakes, see, I make mistakes. I can admit it. The rest of you fakes will never win. It's true. You hate that. You hate the fact that I'm telling the truth. See, even sometimes I mess up on my proofreads, but I can still correct myself. So, continue, bitch.
Anyone, never owned anyone, never destroyed anyone, never bodied anyone, and those are called facts.
I like how he throws the... should we call them network words back at him? They got to use anyone, always, forever, somebody, everybody, never, forever. Right? I use them on occasion, but it seems like he's just throwing it right back at him. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
Without YouTube, your newses would fade away with zero credibility. Truth, even on here, you have.
Hey, this morning before I went live, kind of going back through stuff from yesterday. Seems like Warbot, you didn't have anybody for Thanksgiving. Did the family really exile you to that freaking flop house you're staying in near Bam Margera? Huh? I mean, you were bragging about a week ago. Oh, I live next to a professional skater. Right? Oh, well, I know where there's one at. Here, let's look it all up. Why do you know so much about Brent Hagwood, too, and freak out anytime that there's... Oh, he's like all the others that get doxxed. I've been in contact with the family, and they're pissed. It's the wrong dox. You're harassing the wrong family. Well, I'm still, just like the Fellowmon docs, there's still fake doxes that are thrown out there to see who's going to run with it, but at the same time to deflect away from who they really are. So sometimes I'll just false dox somebody just as a joke, just to mess around. Oh my gosh, that's not spiteful intent. That's jokes to me. Not trying to harass a family or anything like that on a false dox. Not like you guys are trying to maybe get what's supposedly my ex-wife and isn't a picture. You guys putting this picture out. That would be people harassing the wrong family. Just saying. But anyways, yeah, you rage quit for your plausible deniability. We only listened for a minute. Yeah, it hurt too much. I know. Log out.
Credibility. Let's clear that up. Well, how about that, Truce? See, without YouTube, your newses would fade away with zero credibility. Truth, even on here, you have no credibility. Let's clear that up. Well, how about that, Truce? See, I don't have to be here. People like Nunya and Tommy Fellows.
Oh, what a good excuse by a pred. He's here because they're here. You know who else said that? Scotty Cuccarati popped up. He was like, I was going to leave the internet, and then you guys brought up Mark Connors, and I worked with him in a dojo, and I'm going to help you expose him. Didn't do shit, just like you guys didn't really do shit about Predwood on your team. That's an egregious case, by the way, that'll get national attention eventually. It's probably the case that'll eventually sink that dirty attorney general. Interesting. Just like that RSO that got ran into a dirty judge, dirty ped protecting judge that got canned. Eventually, it's just not gonna. Preds are stupid. They think they're smart, but they're actually stupid, thinking people don't see what they're doing. You're preds, so you can pull the wool over people's eyes and LARP. Then data, collect your data. Then when you're in the safe place, then start dropping all the twisted bullshit that you can come up with after your data collected, even in someone's own home. A pred is going to say, you let a pred into your home. Why you got to be a pred in the fucking first place and get up into people's homes? It's pretty pathetic, but yeah, easy to what you do is if you ever end up with that, ash can ended up with what's truth, you just kind of put them through once you figure it out, and I figured it out pretty quick, just saying, you just start putting them through boot camp. They're obviously in some detrimental situation to end up on your couch, right? Some Stasi shit, man. Real Stasi shit. But it's beyond Stasi. It's like Turbo, because back in the Stasi days, they didn't have the internet. So the espionage and the data collecting and the Third Amendment violations, little different these days with advanced technology in our communications. Interactive, real-time communications, right? You guys got to censor and shadow ban to be able to control the flow of information. You're pathetic.
They have to be here. You know what?
Well, here's the thing, moron. You don't have to be here, but you're the one stalking people that are actually predator catchers like Tommy, and I believe Nunya could be too. You're the one stalking them. They're not
Actually, Nunya is great bait for Preds, like the GarbageWoman and Warbot.
stalking you. So I enjoy
And Kelly.
correcting your lies because you're a fucking moron
And the Redcoats.
and you're a lying piece of garbage, like your whole crew is. So monkey see, monkey do, because you're the top monkey in your crew, right? You're a fucking idiot. Now keep going, bitch.
No, in their community.
You're wasting my time, but it's still enjoyable watching you fucking fail.
Well, in your community? It's our community.
Poor. Yeah, I'm afraid they're a poor, both of them. I guess we could call them poorzers, since it would be two. We'll call them poorzers together. But they're poor. They have to be here. They rely on the little pittance that they get from YouTube. Tommy.
Okay, let's actually just keep it real there for a second. Warbot, there's a difference between a family man working a couple of jobs that might have a couple mil in the bank and you having a couple of mil in the bank, and all you got to do is sit around in your fake Nike pumps that never seen the street, let alone a basketball court. You got your piss purse that you got to empty out halfway through your show and right before you can go live. Whether or not you've got an amputated leg, okay, I'm just pointing out, in an amputated hand or arm, okay, there's a big difference between being privileged and having to be a working man. I don't think you've really seen much getting your hands dirty work in your life. That's why you got to fuck with people that have to work for a living, or a single mom that's really fucking busy, so you can feel like you're winning at something. And it's real unfortunate, but when you do want to step up to the plate, you're not the first half-wit that they've sent or involent. Why? So Glaze and Dean and Fellamon go around, oh, he's victim shaming, But you ended up on my channel first. And same with Fellamon and OJM. All you are is a new OJM for Fellamon. You should look into what happened to him. In my opinion, I think he ended up in a freaking insane asylum next to Glaze and Dean. I could be wrong, but if you had any deep research sense, you might want to do the research into all the past benchwarmers that have rage quit. But Soros money don't give a fuck. Just put in the next benchwarmer that took a plea deal through a dirty either judge, pet protecting judge, or a dirty attorney general. And NGOs, subcontractors that we've proven. It's kind of unfortunate that you have to prove things like that because you've got such predatory piss bags with their colonoscopy purse. I know, saying it wrong, but it's supposed to be a joke. You can have all the jokes you want, but once it really comes down to you fuckwads because you're losing having to call CPS on a single mom, and that's proven over and over again. Guess what? I'm going to point out your predatory behavior. I've been producing things for a long time. And this is your LARP show, just like Nunya's LARP show, to where I've been the bait for a long time for shit bags like this. So if other people want to make them chew toys too, they can. And that's all you are to me, is it's like the state will replace your squeaker, either with another bench warmer or whatever else you come across that's cannon fodder. It, to me, you guys seem like or look like to me chew toys with unlimited squeaks. And that's why Cole, they found somebody like Cole that carries around a service stuffed animal for his hurt fifis. I mean, I don't know. That's pretty fucking weird, dude.
Doesn't get appearance, of course, because he has.
It almost seems like, you know what? These guys do seem like the RSO rodent, especially Warbot. But the tactic, I think it's in court record, of the RSO rodent leaving Easter baskets around the city of Fort Collins for kids to find so they can sit back a half a block and watch that Easter basket and the kids that go up to it. Are they planning to abduct children? You might want to think about things like that, not try to protect it. Maybe the stuffed animal is to attract children in from the garbage woman that can only get laid by mass amounts of apple teenies to the ladies. His words. You guys, I can tell they tune out when I start talking and they think I'm done. You tune back in real quick. Because it's shockingly absurd, right? Well, I kind of dig that for scripts. I mean, I am a documentarian, and eventually you guys will go into a documentary once there's enough attorney generals and dirty judges that are canned. Just need more, let's say, and chiefs of police and actually, shit, I got enough pattern to start right now improving that point, how to become the oversight to make some things happen. Interestingly enough, Felomon wants nothing to do with that, but he's feeding you guys all the information to keep you barking. Because you think you got something because I gave you something because everything else wasn't working. So I was like, shit, we could do it too. No, we got a triad, not a Fertuzzi. We got a triad with one 5-minute LARP video that was up for 15 minutes. And it was just a triad of dominoes falling. It was great. Anyways, yeah, that's old news, right?
Billion simp that believe his bullshit. Couldn't even protect his own kid. But we'll get into that later if you like, Truthless.
What the fuck are you talking about protecting? Dude, see, gotta go to the kids. He's in my chat, 11th grade. Little while ago, he was talking about in this video, 10th grade. I'm not even reading his predatory language there. Whatever you're trying to peddle there and in my chat, I mean, wow. Anyways, let's keep going in this or else I'm going to be going forever here.
How do you know all this? Are you dabbling into his private life? Are you fucking with his personal life? See, that's called stalking and harassment. If he wanted to, he could bust your fucking ass, and then your ass would be in prison getting fucked in your fat ass by your new boyfriend.
No, actually, truth hurts. They're kind of useless in prison. These chew toys, these special chew toys, are being made the example of what not to do for a long time.
Big Bubba. And by the way, Truthless, the only truthless ones around here are you, Cole, and the rest of your crew. Because you never tell the truth. And that's the truth that hurts.
Because, yeah, we know you would stick
All I can say is Tetro is back, man. Right on.
For Papa, but you can't fucking defend this. I fucking dare you, bitch ass, to try and defend it.
I'm defending it, bitch boy.
But anyway, let's continue.
It's the same thing as like, I hope somebody makes a super fan of channel on me, and you do, and it gets struck down within like an hour of it being built. Well, I built that channel up for a little while, and I'm like, oh, I got the perfect channel to make into a super fan channel and do a few community posts, upload a quick little clip, drop the link in Nunya's chat. Within hours, it's down.
Okay. Truth hurts. Always wins every time you post about me spreading real lie. Dude, it shows in always.
Hey, we definitely gave you little shit bags like, a battle here and there where you think you're gonna win. It just shows more predatory behavior, and you definitely you think winning a little battle in your arena is winning the war, and you're destroying and exposing. And I've heard this game that they help keep going, this exposed and destroyed game, since, I mean, way before 2014. It was mainly interjected, I would say, around 2014. Then 2016, another event hits. Saw their little crew form up. All I had to do was put one comment in the right place, and I had a crew assigned to me. Isn't that amazing? Especially a Canadian and other redcoats all helping each other out.
In fact, you're again, the crybaby sludbot Tito and the rest that go pedo through. Well, no. See, there's nobody in our crew that's a pedophile. I think you're actually.
That's because we've been cleaning them out. And when I say we, it's like we the people. You don't have to be a line. I don't have to work, support. But I can say there's been a lot of people, just like the rodent, that's helped bring a lot to the table.
There is. Angela G is cool with Edward and Daniel, and she's cool with you guys. So you're affiliated with pedophiles. So yeah, you're wrenching Angela G and Nick Cook, and they're both cool with Daniel Dowd, with fucking Edward Stairs, and Rodney Bowman. And yes, he is in trouble being a pedophile. See, this is how stupid you morons are. You care so much about the Rex Fredrickson. Fucking Gomez never even fucking hung out with the cocksucker. But you just want to assume whatever.
Oh, no. What they're doing is they're actually listening to Glazin Dean when she's saying, I have the evidence of Cox going to Colorado and visiting that woman, lived with the R's. But you'll never see the proof. If there was evidence of that, it would have been dropped a long time ago, just like a lot of these other accusations that even Telly tries to come up with, right? Still peddle. I gave Shay $3,000, shit like that, right? It delayed me giving all this money to Shay, delayed a job. No, sorry, dude, but yeah, I mean, for some reason, Rodney needed to leave Atlanta, anyways. Just like when Autatron kind of got in trouble, he needed to get out of San Francisco. Interestingly enough, where he ends up being hired out for a job. Another one. Oh man, we need to get out of here. Anybody got a job? And it's amazing because the thing is, people are so lazy. I mean, I live not too far away from Sedona, Arizona, and we actually call it Slowdona because no one wants to fucking work. So when you actually get someone that's, I'll work, it's kind of nice to be able to hire people out from outside of the area. And it's, I mean, especially in a professional setting. And then all of a sudden it gets turned around into some Brokeback Garage auto body LARP story that you're just supposed to believe the map that got caught. Because the Pred thought he could roll anyone until you walk into a professional setting that you're not used to. Anyways.
He was never cool with Daniel, and he was never cool with fucking Edward. Gomez wasn't. So, you guys are cool with them.
The only time I was cool with Predward is he was waving the white flag, wanting my email address. Will you please call me? I got something for you. I'll go over, this is exact. I'll go over the RSO rodents case. We can open up some files, it looks like, that are there. Oh, interesting. I'm interested in that. Because the only thing is I want Philemon's docs. And you know what?
That's just a cover for Felomon and help confirm a wrong dox. Again, rewind this about 10 minutes. I'll false dox somebody just to clown your ass, but it's not like I'm dropping people's ex-wife's pictures that aren't even their ex-wife and going that low. See, I've always said I can keep it above the belt. Truth Hurts here is keeping it above the belt, keeping it personal, not taking it to the family or calling CPS, you shitbags. Weaponizing the system against people. It is almost close to some Antifa shit, and you watch some of you motherfuckers, you might just get dropped a Third Amendment violation too, and well, you should see what the terms on that are. You end up in JT Colfax's position right now, trying to decide what death penalty to choose.
Angela G and Nick Cook, that's where you fucked up. And maybe one day, just one day, Warbot, one day, you'll get rid of her and get rid of Nick Cook and actually have some decency of thought process in your fucking heads. But no,
No.
You're going to stick to fucking defending predator fucking defenders. That's how stupid you people are. So, let's progress, shall we?
Confusing us to the person you went on panel with, Clown Force, you know, the one that joked about having sex with a 3-year-old.
No proof. Didn't hear no proof. So how am I affiliated with a pedophile if I've never seen any proof on Clown Force? Because I don't know who he is. It's none of my business who he is. But you apparently have proof. Where's the proof, fuckhead? Haven't seen any. Keep running your fucking cum guns. Come on.
In the back door. Yeah, now.
Where's the proof of this, him doing things in the back door with his kid or whatever? Where's the fucking proof? You piece of trash. Exactly. False accusations without proof. Stupid fucker. You are a fucking idiot. Not me, you, and your crew.
Yeah, to your channels about you're looping new crybabies are just boring.
Hey, I'm just telling the truth, buddy. You don't like the truth, it hurts. But my friend had to send me your fucking video, and guess what? I'll just go over your channel one more time and leave you a chef's kiss, like I said in the beginning of my video.
Well, damn, you were subscribed to my channel to begin with? That is great. I don't care about subscriptions, though. So, brother.
Actually, you do care because you think this is a popularity contest. It's not. It's not. I could care less how many people like me or how many people don't like me. I don't give a fuck. You do, however. You like the popularity points. This ain't a popularity game, dude. This is about truth. Something that you and your crew will never speak because you know nothing about truth. You and your friends. So continue to babble on there, toothless piece of shit.
I nuked the channel that had 700 people. I don't give a fuck. I mean, I shouldn't have, but I still did it. I'm an idiot like that. Because I'm stupid.
Well, at least you're admitting that you're stupid for nuking a channel that had supposedly 700 subscribers on your fucking shit, or whoever. At least you're admitting that you actually are stupid, but you are also a lying piece of shit about everything you've said. And I had to continue to debunk you over and over and over again. This is why it's going to be lame when I get on your panel, because it's just going to be an easy win for me, like I did to your buddy Cole. And how he rage quit on Shizzle's panel, and then he rage quit out of the chat because I don't believe the fact that when you have these debates, there should not be any fucking rules. See, when it comes to debate, you can be the way you want to be. There's no fucking rules. So you guys want to make it so, like, oh, so civilized. Dude, you talk, you argue, what the fuck ever. It's the way it is. Deal with it or move the fuck on, bro. Because I can take it and leave it. I don't care. Now continue your bullshit.
I don't give a fuck about Jet. Wait a minute. That's Joe Pesci in Casino. What the fuck am I doing? Ha ha ha. Goodbye, freaks. So that was just one post, guys. I got more for you. Don't worry. Don't worry. This motherfucker.
Oh, hey, guys. He's going to basically try to destroy my community post with his orgasmic dialogue because he wants to think sexual thoughts about me. See, he don't like the fact that we call him a faggot, but he wants to try to be obsessed over me and all of you guys with his orgasmic readings. You're disgusting, dude. You're a disgusting piece of crap. But continue, please.
Has a lot more. Well, this one's not long, but it's pretty good. Crying over insults there, bitch bot. You and your boyfriend, Chuck Cole, fell right into my trap. Hook, line, and sinker.
Yep.
Time to debunk you two. This is what he says. Time to debunk you two with the ED on the end. Because they love Ed, so they put an ED on it. So they're
Like I told you, I did that because I know you motherfuckers are cool with Ed. You have Angela G and Nick Cook wrenched in your chat, you fucking moron. And they admit to being cool with Edward and fucking Daniel. And even Rodney, fucking Victor's bastard. How stupid are you? Seriously. Well, I don't want to answer that because we already know how stupid you are. So falsely accusing other people when you are actually being cool with pedophiles and pedophile defenders. So I had to correct myself because I know for a fact that you guys are pedos and you defend pedos. So go ahead, fuckhead. Keep continue to go.
there you go. Yet again, I destroyed, bodied, owned, wrecked, and humiliated Cook Cole, your boyfriend and future wife here. Well, my wife, she'll like to hear that. Maybe we can rid into polygamy.
So you're admitting to wanting to fuck with Cole and fuck with your fake fucking wife. Polygamy. This is why our country is fucked up. The world is fucked up because of this sexual perversion of polygamous bullshit and non-monogamous crap. This right here, cocksuckers like this that want to sexualize shit in perverted ways. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. He just exposed himself. Again.
Is this fair? It'd be something to try, right? And I did the same shit to you. I knew Cup Cole likes tampering volumes on math, but he still lost. No, we are not known for tampering with volumes on mic. We don't do that. Shizzle does, ABC does, Anunya does, all of those people.
I've already debunked that earlier. You guys tamper with fucking mics. You're lying pieces of shit. Gomez has never tampered with my mic. Shizzle's never tampered with my mic. Nunya has never tampered with my mic because I've been on Nunya's panel once a while back. So you're a lying piece of shit yet again. Debunked yet again. Now keep flapping your gums, dickless bot.
So also interesting that recently NV Cap went on Nunya's, and I don't know if he had to have the mute button pushed on him, but when you're on loop and you can't retort, but you're on the other person's on loop, you got, hold on, dude, let me make my point now. That's healthy debate. But anyways, oh yeah. No, I don't need to. Duckbot. I don't need to. All right. I went on your channel and what'd you do? You eventually booted me or something and just overtalked me the whole time. Couldn't swing back at anything. Well, I mean, I did. I'll just, oh, you want to overtalk? Let's play the overtalking game then. I'll just annoy the fuck out of everybody then. You want to be annoying first, especially come to my channel first. But anyways.
100%.
Uh-huh.
That's why I don't go up on any
100% lies.
100%. I was on the radio once time.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah, because I have my own.
Well, if you went up on my panel, I wouldn't fucking do that shit. I'd laugh at you and destroy you at the same time, like I did Cole. That's all I did. Laugh at him, destroy him, call him cuckoo, cuckoo, and he was getting fucking butthurt. He don't like it. Well, too fucking bad. He's a cuck, like you.
And I control it. And I say I don't fucking fuck with you.
I don't sense it. Dude, that is such an attribute. Seriously, man. You need to get laid. I know it's tough, but there are online dating sites, I'm sure, for invalids and half-wits and shit like that. You'll fit right in with them.
The thing I do is if you're going to try to talk to me, you miserable.
Honestly, I wouldn't fail miserably because I can get much louder than you and obliterate you to the stratosphere like I did your boyfriend Cuckle. He tried that shit and he failed. You will fail as well.
Oh.
So remember, dude, don't fuck with me.
Oh, Duckbot. You know what? I found a cruise that you and Fellamon could go on. No shit. Singles cruise, right? It's more Christian based since Fellamon, your boy there now, is such a great Christian. You'll love it.
Because I will put you down, you fake little war slut. There's nothing war about you. You're just a little fat fucking bitch that gets smacked around like a fucking tetherball. Just like Cuckold gets smacked around like a fucking tetherball, kicked around like a hacky sack. Like I told you, we hit you motherfuckers with heat, it's over. And that's what we do. You guys are fucking torqued, cooked, roasted, gutted, destroyed, wrecked, owned, obliterated, bodied, owned. If I said it twice, double the pleasure. Keep going, bitch. We're almost done.
Other than you, I assure you, and I will fucking scream over top of you.
No, you won't, motherfucker. No, you won't, man. People have tried and they have all failed, buddy. There ain't no way you'll ever talk over me, bitch. Ever. Because I can get real loud, motherfucker. Real loud. I can be calm just like this. See, you don't have the voice range like I do, motherfucker. I guarantee you were a smoker. I've never smoked. My lungs are perfect. So I can talk loud like this. So I can talk over your fat ass. Bring it.
If I have to get my point.
See, that's
Well, guess what? Nobody believes your point.
Tetro. That's what I've been trying to avoid, though. Right? Oh, let's have an over talking contest, and that's. I mean, I get it. That's the game they want to play in their arena. And if I'm not telling people you don't need to go to their arena, but you don't need to go to their arena. All right. Because once you want to bring the smoke, and I end up there and get over talked, and you got your bullshit going, people realize and recognize, and your bench warmers suck. But you try to recruit, your recruiting sucks even worse. Anyways,
because you're bullshit. You're a liar.
Just like your scripts, it's pretty bad too. It's on the same damn loop as 2016. But you're all the noobs you're recruiting through these new movements. I mean, they said it in the Scotty Cuckarati zone. Okay, they were trying to say that they were going to use the pred catchers with their big guy Ed to help expose people, but it's people that have been putting them on blast for a long time. Oh, the pred catchers are going to finally take you down, Cox. That's what I heard. I'm like, okay. Back in 2017, before pred catching really hit online, I said it, first channel, 2017, gonna help expose some dirty motherfuckers and maybe even take down some dirty cops. I mean, just by doing legal things as the oversight. Because it really actually started with in my opinion, the murder of a rancher shot in the back. Yeah, not cool, man.
We're almost done with this, people. This motherfucker's boring.
Now, if your bitch ass has my balls to come facing, I suggest you fucking do it.
If my bitch ass has the balls, guess what, dude? I have kids. Do you? Do you? Probably not. Because you don't have the balls, you little bitch. Booyah.
Right, baby.
Well, actually, you're the crybaby cunt because you're the crybaby that can't understand normal thinking. That's what cunt is defined as. Cunt. Can't understand normal thinking. C-U-N-T. That's what you and your crew can. You can't understand normal thinking. See, I mock you motherfuckers like I did in BCAP a long time ago. When I get loud like that, it's to mock you losers. It's so easy. It's simple. You're triggered like a motherfucker. You think I was triggered when I was getting loud? No. That was just a ploy. And you fell for it. Hook, line, sinker.
You can't fucking beat me in a fucking debate, and
Actually, I can. You're too easy, dude. You really are. You're too easy. I've seen everybody you've ever went against beat you in a debate. Beat you anyway. You and your crew are losers. Cole has been beaten in every fucking thing he's ever done. Gomez and Shizzle bodied that motherfucker, destroyed him, wrecked him, owned him, just like I did. So it was fun watching that. And then I did it too. It was fun. So
yeah, just don't try to look like you're either trying to be like, let's say, cool with me, and then all of a sudden you're wasting my time and trying to waste my energy with chasing some ghosts or bullshit. Yeah, just he's rolling them like he's taking the fat kid bully's lunch money that just is actually a puss bag. He's just bullying people because he thinks he's bigger. Then all of a sudden he gets rolled for his lunch money and he crying to the principal. Comes a hall monitor.
Keep it up. No, I know that you'd be destroyed easily by me, just like Cole was. Because you can't destroy anybody. Neither can Cole. So, keep it up, buddy. You're just fucking showing how stupid you are and pathetic. You're that fucking triggered as fuck, dude. Too easy. Sloorbot.
You're a big mate, just like Tommy.
Actually, you're the one who's bitch and bitch made. See, debunk again. And you're still obsessed over Tommy, just like your boyfriend Methclaws, your other boyfriend. He's another fucking loser that just continues to lose like you guys. And he's obsessed with Tommy. Wow, it's pathetic. But keep going.
You probably let somebody fuck your son too. You
See, there you go. No different than that Blazing Scar or whatever. You guys just like to hit low with the sexual innuendos with the kids, with the younger kids. This is how disgusting and pathetic you are. You're not hurting me with that. Neither did Blazin'. It just woke me up and made me realize that you guys are sick motherfuckers, which is why my kids are not online, because of sick motherfuckers like you and Blazin'. And your whole crew are sick. Cuckhole is a fake pred catcher, and so are the rest of you. You guys defend predators. You are predators. Deal with the fucking reality, because that's the truth. It hurts.
Yeah, I said that. I said that, motherfucker, and I'll own it. I'll own it till the day's time. Yeah.
Just like that $3,000 I gave Shay, right? Oh no, that's the truth. We believe Rodney.
Because Tommy Fellows belong.
Oh wow.
Well, when you talk about somebody's kid in a perverted way,
He just got roll call, huh? That's what he got. They got their targets. Tommy and anybody that would stand up for pred catching with Fellowmon that wants nothing to do with pred catching and taking down like dirty fentanyl dealers and dirty cops and seeing dirty judges get fired. Wants nothing to do with that. No. Mr. Warbot, you're the one that can't click the join link. Here, let me remind. See, that's why I don't go impulsive. Let me hurry. I'm gonna quickly pin that join link right there so I can be like everybody else. Oh, there it is. Hey, join link's pinned, dickless. Huh? Did you lose your balls too? I mean, why don't you join in and let us know how you're doing? Are you down to any limbs left? You're going to end up like Rick Crude. Do your research on what's happening to him right now. Thinking you're representing the dark side.
you're the one that needs to be under a fucking jail, maybe under a fucking grave, because you're a piece of shit just by saying that. When you say that, you just solidified yourself of being a pedophile and a pedo protector. So congratulations, dude. It was so easy to bunk you.
Hey, I already called you like a privileged little punk earlier. Were you rage watching? You can't swing back at anything we throw you, but we can sit here and just keep rolling you and rolling you and rolling you. Because you know what? It's fun to do these shows playing back your bullshit. You guys don't even have the balls to play anything that we roll back on you. Guarantee you probably don't have the balls to play back what Truth Hurts just said here on your stream. Because the pattern shows you don't. You got to book burn your stream anyway. It's like Urban Disciples. Fuck you and your book burning and trying to maintain some bullshit narrative. At least Urban Disciple had the balls to roll up on Shizzle's panel last night, but it was a shit fest. Urban Disciple's is gonna do what he does. Yeah, omit truth. Twist what's there. Become a possum. Got a lot of those possums in the background there, shit bot.
Again and again.
Shit bag bot. Hey, is it time? Is it time for you to go change out your piss purse? Seriously, man, you're taking it way too serious. Or, I mean, Uncle Sam Clinton, thanks for the chew toy. Maggot won't roll up here, won't click my link. You'll mess with my audio.
And again and again. It's fun, dude. We're almost done with this. Let's see, 34 more seconds of this fucking boring loser. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but this motherfucker is a boring piece of garbage.
How about that for a goddamn truth bomb? Truth hurts. You just got body. Whatever.
Honestly, you're the one that got body. And the truth bomb is that you just got debunked by me yet again just now. So, you have basically talked perverted and evil thoughts about my kids. You spread lies and call other people pedo defenders, pedo protectors, whatever, and pedophiles without any proof. But you're actually wrenching Angela G and Nick Cook in your chat that actually defend Daniel Dowd, Roddy Bowman, and Edward Stairs. And yeah, I'm going to say their names because they're doxed anyway. Somebody else doxed them, but I'm saying it because they've already been doxed. So you just admitted to fucking being a sick pedophile. And they're like the rest of your buddies. Thank you. I'm glad I got this recorded.
What the fuck dumb insult you say after that? And blah, blah, fucking bliggity blah. Now grow a pair of fucking balls.
Well, guess what? My insults are going to continue to scathe you because you're hurt really bad and it can show. See, the only thing that really got me is the fact that you have to talk evil about my kids and other people's kids. That right there just shows how low you are. But other than that, dude, I'm cool. You just showed how fucking low and stupid you are. Congratulations. Now the whole world is going to see how sick and disgusting and pedophilic that you and your friends are. They already knew, but this right here is just basically evidence and proof. So thank you for this.
My pad.
Well, actually, you're the bitch and you can't get no good pussy. Because I guarantee you, your wife would fuck around on you because of your fat body. If you're actually married to a woman, I think you're married to a tranny, dude. That's why you call other people tranny. But then again, you and cuckold are the transies. So yeah. Actually, you didn't get nobody, bitch. I got you. But hey, you can continue to spread your lies and your disinformation to somebody else because we all know you're a fucking cocksucking bullshitter who lies. And I'm glad I debunked all this shit because it needs to be debunked. And it is. So, Slutbot, you're a nobody. I just debunked all of your shit. You and your buddies are the ones who get destroyed, wrecked, bodied, obliterated, owned, and all those fucking little code words you want to use. You're the ones losing. Sorry. Everything you say is you guys getting destroyed. So, I loved debunking this. Absolutely wonderful debunking this. So, Slugbot, Cuckhole, and the rest of your Cuck Crew cult, none of you guys will ever win. You guys get destroyed, bodied, wrecked, obliterated, owned, and all those other cool words. That's what you guys are getting. You guys can't stop us. So continue to be losers that protect Preds. Because you love Preds. And I love watching you and your crew cry and beg for us. It's so glorious.
It's pretty serious shit. It's seriously like they're going off. Well, I think somebody else just. I'd much rather have somebody else kind of tell that part of the story.
Actually, about your first comment, you lose again, and you always lose.
Yeah.
To me and all my friends. And you're the one who's truthless with being a fake Pred catcher. And my teeth look better than yours. And Jenna, you're a fucking traitor and a flip-flopper. Just remember that. And look at Private Gomer Pile Butt Monkey Retard on the bottom. Yep, you're all a bunch of losers. You'll never win. Cole, Warbot, all you guys always lose. Destroyed, guys.
And all the sock accounts there that are saying, oh, good job for helping destroy Cox. That's why I had to go in. Yeah, I'm going to just have somebody else tell the rest of the story. Well, part of it anyway. Oh, hey. Oh, hold on, dude. Just mute for a second. I didn't change over the audio.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you got to mute just for a second. Let me change over the audio. I forgot to do that. Oh, man. Get in there, man. What are you doing?
So, how am I dodging you, Warbot, when all you do is you cry over the same people all the time?
Well,
I mean, notice
now
this.
I'm not getting any audio. What the flip?
Hear me now.
Hey, all of a sudden
Hello?
my
Hello?
speaker on my side,
Can you hear me?
they can hear you. It's just all of a sudden my microphone. You guys, I know they got backdoor shit they can start doing, and then they blame it on us that we'll fuck with their microphones, and all of a sudden my shit's getting fucked with. But anyways, go ahead because I can hear you. I can
Okay.
hear you through the
Okay.
back line.
First of all, okay, I want to get one thing straight. First of all, I haven't dodged you, Warbot, and you can call people idiots all you want. I mean, you guys look like the total fucking fools. I mean, you picked the fight with me when I was on Shizzle panel. I mean, you picked the fight, and I'm the wrong motherfucker you want to pick the fight with. So you want to fuck with me first, and it shows. The proof's there. If you actually watch the stream that Shizzle did, respect for something, I think you started it, dude. You picked the fight with the wrong motherfucker. Joke or no joke. I mean, as for Cole, I mean, I obliterated Cole on panel, wrecked him, destroyed him, owned him. I mean, you guys are tranny broccolis. It's funny that I could just flip it right back at you fucking losers because you guys are so invested into actual predator catchers. You guys are not predator catchers. You admitted in that video that Cole was playing around of being a pred catcher. He's not a pred catcher. So those supposed 6 fucking catches he said he did and he wrecked or whatever, that's a lie. He hasn't wrecked anybody or owned anybody or bodied anybody or just see these fucking code words. I throw it back at you to mock you fucking bastards. You take YouTube seriously. I don't. And I've had to sub out of I had to unsubscribe to really good channels. I mean, Warbot, Cole, I'll say that your channels are kind of decent, not really good, but a couple good channels that I thought were good. But hey, I had to go. Sometimes you just got to part ways, man, with people that, whether they agree with you or not, I don't care. But hey, I'm living life. I just took some time away, still taking some time away, but nobody's dodging you, dude. And the only idiots are you and your friends there, Warbot. I mean, no matter how many times you talk your trash, make up lies, and twist things, I mean, you make yourselves look really stupid. Putting yourselves in pred catching community when you're not even pred catchers yourselves, that's an embarrassment to a highest degree. So, no matter what you guys say, it's not registering. You're not getting through because of the fact that you guys don't know shit. So you guys come after this Tommy guy, you come after Nunya, you come after Southwest Jeff, you come after Gomez and Shizzle and a lot of other people, but you have no solid evidence or proof, and neither does your friends. You just like to jerk each other off, and it seems like with Cole's a gamer. I could tell that Cole is a gamer because of the avatar that he rocks, the whole anime thing. Yeah. But hey, Cole, how does it feel knowing that I fucking trolled you so bad and fucked you up so bad that you have to ban my accounts like a little bitch? Hmm? And then you think this account that I have, this EH account, that's not mine. It is a good person that comes in different chats, this person, but that's not me. So you're stupid because I tried to correct you, but you have the alts blocked, my alts. But it's okay. I really don't give a shit. That just goes to show that you and Warbot and the rest of you guys are scared. So why should I come up on Warbot's panel if he's so scared that when I comment on his shit, I mean, why don't you come up on Gomez's panel or Shizzle's? That's what I don't understand. I mean, fucking Shizzle and Gomez came up on your panel and you blocked Gomez off your panel. How clever are you? You're not that clever because the fact that Gomez had a screenshot that you did that with the fucking StreamYard link and everything, dude, with it. So, I mean, you just fucked yourself on that. You have to understand with me, I like to show the proof, and the proof always equals the truth. So, truth squirts, truth sharts. I really don't give a shit you calling me that. It's funny. Back then, if we had beef back in the day, it would have bothered me a bit. But I'm so used to those stupid ass names, it doesn't bother me. It really doesn't, dude. So, I mean, you just keep reaching and you keep failing, just like your friends. Just like Cole kept reaching and he kept failing. So, you could sit there and continue to babble on and make videos, your little dark light special videos, all you want. I mean, I'm not even sub to your channel anymore, but I did give you a like on the ones you did on me, the ones before I unsubbed to your channel, and some of the posts that Cole did about me after I unsubbed to his. So I did give you guys a good like, you know, and I call it the chef's kiss. It's because no matter how many videos you do on me, I'm not going to respond to them because you're liars and you're stupid. So I came from years ago replying to idiots to just being mature enough to just joke about it and just mock you to this point. So no matter what you say or what you do or how you go your business, you're not going to fuck with me. Bottom line. So another lie debunked, Warbot. Just like I kept debunking Cole. By the way, Cole, from what the screenshot I got, let me explain something to you. I never said that you and Warbot deleted my channel. I said you guys struck my channel with multiple people. That's why I don't have it anymore. That's why I have to start over. But I'm going to take my merry old time doing that because I'm going to prove a point. The bottom line is you guys do not have a life outside of YouTube. I was right about that. I was right about Cole not being a true Fred catcher because of the fact that you admitted that he wasn't, that he was kidding around. No, when you are a truther, you tell the truth all the time. And that's something that you and your friends don't do, Warbot. I'm sorry. So let me put some little quotations on that name, War. Who have you been to war with? Explain. Who have you actually been to war with? I'll give you the simple, easy, truthful answer. You've not been at war with anybody. You pick fights with people. If you don't like something, you sit there and you start shit with people. You did it to a lot of other people in different communities, and you're picking fights with me now. Even though I didn't have nothing to say to you, I just seen you in passing and fucking said nothing to you. It don't matter. If you pick a fight with somebody, there's going to be retaliation on my part. I don't randomly pick fights with people. So the more you fail, the more you just fail. So I like the fact that you guys continue to fail. So no matter what you say, how many lies you make up, because you guys never stop lying about everything that comes out of your mouths and everything that you type in the chats, I'm just going to still be number one, the best. So go ahead. Continue your stupidity, lies, your excuses, and you'll be bumped. So if you manage to come up Gomez and Shizzle's panel, both of them, I'll manage to come up on yours. I can guarantee that. And I promise you one thing. You won't overtalk me. That's a promise. You will not overtalk me. And I had fun kind of getting in Cole's ear while he was talking and cuckold. I did it to mock him, dude. If you honestly think I take him seriously, just like Ryan years ago, I think it was a year ago when I was on Ryan's, I mocked everybody on that panel. I mean, I'm cool with Nunya now, and I don't know about the other. I mean, but I mocked everybody on the panel and still won. I still took major wins. As for Lark Busters, dude, I mean, that guy likes to spread his lies around and telly. I mean, they haven't wrecked anybody. They haven't owned anybody. They're a bunch of crybaby losers themselves. I mean, Lark Busters, I'm one of the reasons why you deleted all your content off your fucking channel. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, you know Lark Busters. He used to have content on his channel. You know what happened? I kept fucking leaving comments to that little bitch to fucking face me like a little, and I kept calling him little bitch, just spelling it different ways to kind of let the algorithm go. But you know what Lark Buster did? he backed down like a bitch. But he'll go on other people's panels and talk shit on anybody else. But when I've confronted him in chats and everything, and I saw him on a panel, I was talking shit to him in the chat. I wasn't allowed on that panel because the panel was populated at then 6 people, because apparently the StreamYard, that person that was running the stream, did not pay the full price to where you can have more than 6 people. So I wanted to get up on panel because I wanted to confront Larkbusters. Because he's another lying piece of shit who likes to steal my words, project and deflect. Yeah. So, to the trainee broccolis, Cole and Warbot, you don't intimidate anybody. You need to come with facts and truth instead of just sitting there lying to people around you, because it just seems to me the ones you lie to around you are liars themselves, and it shows. And you're going around attacking actual Fred catchers. That's the boggling, crazy point about that. You're going around fucking with actual Fred catchers. I wonder why you're doing that. Well, maybe because you guys have some things to hide in your little closet, your little skeletons. Oh, yeah. I think it's funny, humorous, hilarious, whatever, that you guys continue to try and fail at what you're doing. The fact that you manipulate people around you and then they manipulate you, I find that funny. And I'm very blazing. I had to own you time and time again. Your obsession with people's little dicks and shit like that. I'm sorry, but I'm hung like a fucking horse, and my wife can vouch for that. So, I mean, it's weird that you talk about my dick size or anybody else's. I mean, you just need to stick to your own shit. Like, I unsubbed off your channel too, because I'm not the type of person that's just going to come out and attack you. That's not me. If I sub your channel, that's it. There is no bullshit. So, unless you have something that you want to say to me and I say it back to you, because I find mending fences and apologizing as long as you do for me too. But you started it with me because you picked a side. And that was on you. You picked a side. So with me, I don't pick sides. I already told you, I'm cool with a lot of people on here. A lot. So I don't pick sides. I may not agree with some people on here, but I still don't pick any sides. And I don't think it's right for people to assume who's a chomo, who's a protector, who's a defender. But if you're going to fucking call me a chomo, I'm going to call you one back. But the fact is, I mean, you call me one, I call you one. It's just retaliation. Words. It's like calling people names, right? Like when you call me trainee Brock and shit like that, I do right back to you. It's fun. I mean, fuck, man. You get offended because of the fact that I say things back to you. So it's okay for you to say whatever you want to anybody you want. But when it's retaliation, you don't expect anybody to retaliate. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, but there's always going to be retaliation with people who believe in retaliation. So no matter how much shit you talk, I'm going to come right back at you and hit you with some heat, with some fucking nuclear volcanic heat. So, can you come up with anything clever than tranny broccoli, because that's lame? And can you come up with something other than calling Gomez Chomez, because that's even lamer? And all these other fucking weak ass fucking insults, because come on, man, I like the insults. I'm not upset about it, but fucking come up with something clever, because what you're doing is showing that you're under the radar playing Chinese checkers. You're not light years ahead of the game, like me and many other people are. You don't know what's really going on. So you assume about people that you don't like. You'll easily call somebody this and that without actual proof of them being this and that. That's the point I'm trying to make. You guys are so high strung on who's a pedophile, who's a defender, who's a protector, who's an actual one, but you are missing the point that, Rex, fucking Edward, and Vic, and Daniel, they all pleaded guilty. Guilty. You know what that means, right? When you plead guilty, you're guilty. You don't plead guilty, you plead innocent. If you're innocent, you plead innocent, not guilty. That's what you do. So, that's just my opinions. Some people may disagree with me. That's fine. I still respect anybody's opinion, but the bottom line is we all have different opinions. That's what makes us human beings. So for people to judge other people's opinions because they don't agree with them, that's stupid. You know, that's why we need to find out things before we sit there and jump to conclusions on who's a pedophile and who isn't. So the point is, when you accuse people of being pedophiles without any proof, then you're slandering a person, just calling them a child molester, a pedophile without any proof. So when you call me or Gomez or anybody else chomos and fucking child molesters, you don't show proof, then that's slander, but we can call you that back. We can call you pedophiles because you guys have some hidden agendas. So I mean, it's simple. Really, I mean, you want to call us names, we'll call you names. It works both ways. Hey, Shay,
Well,
hello. Hey, welcome.
sometimes, hey, real quick, sometimes fighting fire with fire. I was suggested by Adam Kokesh himself to try water first. Anyways, Shay only
Hey,
has a couple of minutes. Oh my gosh, and I'll tell you what happened to me just a few minutes ago. Jump in there, Shay.
all right. Well, I was listening to what Truth Hurts has to say, and it sounds like he really understands what's going on around here. And so, what's not allowed is for people to defend themselves and fight back, the ones who are being targeted. And I'm glad you see that this specific group is targeting predator catchers, decoys, and people who support them. The only ones I've seen them support are people like the rapist Cam Decker, okay? And maybe a couple people that he briefly affiliated with. And all he was looking for was clout and donations, which he got. And so, yeah, I see you have your join link down and Pussbot's in the chat. He doesn't want to come up. He'll have 50,000 excuses, but then at 4 a.m, we'll tell you to face him. So AmputeeBot can stay in the comments, I guess. But
Hey,
yeah.
Hey, I got one for you, Shay. He has 50,000 excuses and the truth ain't one.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a knee slapper. Damn. Oh, well, hey, there's an investigation being done, Truth Hurts. And if you want to donate to that journalistic trip that's about to happen, you could talk to Gomez about that. It's going to be a truth-finding journalistic investigation. You know, I can't say the details on here, you know?
Yeah, I mean, they don't really understand that we're dealing with people who constantly like to slander others without truth. I mean, it's so easy to slander. I mean, I don't mind doing it out of retaliation just to fuck with them because like I said in the very beginning, I mean, when I used to get on certain panels and like get loud and everything, it's just to mock them. I mean, they think they're winning at something and they're not. All I'm doing is showing how stupid they are, and I'm just pointing it out with my constant. Like I would get loud and go cucko, but it's to purposely point out the facts that these people really believe that they're doing any good, and they're not. They're not doing anything productive.
Exactly, Truth Hurts. And the cool thing is that they've met their match where you're anonymous, so they don't know who you personally are, so they can't personally attack you. They can't try to intimidate you by saying they're going to let your wife know what you're doing on the internet when she's not looking, or, you know what I mean, and your neighbors and all that. They can't, you know, so they can't give you the same treatment that they give, like, say, me and Gomez. So it's kind of interesting.
Well, speaking of another person that me, Gomez, JD, and Shizzle own, hey Telly, how you doing, bud? Been a while since I've seen you in the chats, buddy boy. How's Carl, your boyfriend, soon-to-be husband, convict Carl, doing?
You know what? I think actually Shay just set Telly up by saying that, and that's why I stayed quiet. I thought that
Yeah.
she was just sussing somebody out. You can tell he was watching. You can just smell when a fucking red coat pred's listening or watching it. Ugh.
I'm like the rain. I bring the worms out of the ground. Look at this shit. They're all crawling out of the ground. Now they're gonna die in the sunlight. It's gonna be great.
I mean, Telly, you got no credentials to be even trying to critique someone that's an investigative journalist. You don't even know our laws. Red coat.
Yeah, don't you worry
Convict
about
Carl.
summer
Telly,
around here,
there's your
bitch.
future husband, Telly, in the chat. Look, there's Telly's future husband. Hey, Carl, what's up, buddy?
You worry about getting that war off your hand, bro. Worry about that.
Do you see in the chat, Gomez? Carl. Hey, Carl.
Yeah, Convict Carl and Telly better watch out by making a lot of noise in that little basement apartment he's all stuffed into like a piece of veal. Gets too loud with his new boyfriend, he might be evicted.
Well, Warbot, let me explain something to you, buddy. I haven't dodged you at all. I just think you're funny. I mean, like not funny, but like funny as in we're laughing at how ridiculous you are. I mean, you could sit there and peddle push your lies to your cult-like followers. You are like the Charles Manson of your crew. It's amazing, like your own little crew. You know that
Well,
weird laugh you have.
truth
Well,
hurts. Do
real
you
quick,
think?
just let me jump in there for a second, okay? What these guys actually do is when I go live and they're really starting to get rolled, they retreat back to my comments on other videos or posts and start rage posting there. They an hour ago. I mean, we've been live for almost 2 hours. An hour ago, and he's on. What is he? He's on a. Yeah, he's on one of my community posts an hour ago. That's how big of pussified we're dealing with here. It's pretty bad.
Damn, Warbot, are you in Cole and Telly meth typing? Come on. I mean, you guys need to lose some of that gut, man. I mean, fuck, I feel really good. I mean, after Thanksgiving dinner, man, I waited till the dinner settled, then I went to just walk around and jog. It was fun. It really was. So, I mean, you guys need to stay active. Otherwise, the only thing you're going to be fighting is fucking gingivitis and diabetes, all kinds of disastrous things for your body. So, Cole and Warbot, I would request you guys start with an exercise regimen, like start working out, start burning that belly fat off your guts and shit, because, talking too much on the internet, always lounging around with nothing to do, it's just not a winning
Well,
thing
actually,
to do.
Tetra, we've already been working on that. We've got him on the Fat Boy program, running laps during lunch. Other types of programs to help them out with almost like a boot camp. But you got to start with their mouth hole. Exercise that. Let them exercise that. At least Wart Blob is getting some type of exercise by running his mouth or his fingers, trying to fat finger freaking small phone. He's probably got a tablet like, triple size the head. Or I think he works off of right in front of him, like a big screen or something like that. He's working on probably with the speak to spell type thing.
I got a good parody for him. You guys ready? Burn the fat now. Two little brothers, burn the fat now. You two little brothers, right about now. Burn that freaking fat right about now.
Oh, man, it's going to be in the next Lisa Lake video.
Shout out to Lisa Lake. All right. Fucking A, man.
Hey, I know Shay's kind of limited on time. What do you got, Shay? Update us, because you said something about needing donos to get in there, and I'm not against the dono stuff, but the thing is when we got taxpayer dollars going to like the feds and stuff like that to do the investigations, then all of a sudden we got to fund our own because they're just squandering the money or embezzling it or whatever the heck they're doing, right? And all of a sudden you got to. But at least you got a good cause. That's what I'll say.
Yeah.
Give Shay donos. She's got a good cause.
I'm trying to get about 6 people to donate like $50 each, and I'll be good. That's about all I need. If I could get 8 people to do it, that would just give me a little extra for like SD cards and, things like that. But
You know what here's you know me, I'm always about suggestions real quick. And I tried to suggest this to you the other day. You need to go live, correct everything with Turtle Boy, and put your donos link out.
All right. Yeah, I'm
That's
gonna do
I
that.
would
I
forget
just
how it's done. Fuck Turtle Boy.
yeah.
It still looks like, even though he thinks he's on some type of moral high ground, to me it still looks like a shitbag operation.
Yeah, I gotta find the video that I have saved on one of my other phones where he was inquiring about. He was on his live stream, Turtle Boy, and he was inquiring about the size of cats, lady parts, female cats. He was curious about, the size of those. He said that on a
We
live stream.
actually call those, real quick, we call those PU-55 Yankees around here.
Okay, well, yep. So there is footage of him saying that, and also identifying himself as a sex goblin. That's very interesting footage. I wanted to find that and put it with that video. So just when I'm ready,
We've got the clip. Hold on real quick to add to that. Real quick, hold your thought. We've also got the clip of him being decoyed to be texting with a minor. Him rage quitting after a troll joined, I think it was Laura De Laguna's panel, or somebody kind of, I think it was Lauren De Laguna. She let a troll up and he's like, hey, how about that minor you were texting with? He rage quits. I got that clip.
There's also multiple women he cheated on his wife with. He even got caught cheating on a live stream because he shared his screen, and freaking one of the women he was cheating with messaged him, and it came up on his live stream. He had to freaking quickly end it, but of course people record it, people are watching. So you got to really consider your source. This is a 40-something-year-old bully, but all the people that are running to him for help, oh, Uncle Turtle Boy, help us. There's these websites about us. We don't know what to do. She fucking one-upped us. You're running to someone who literally does the same thing that you guys do, except on a grander scale. So you guys are like the little fucking flies, and he's a pile of shit. And you guys all fly around him and say, we want to be like you when we grow up. We want to get 125,000 subs by being a bully. That's pathetic, dude.
Yeah, and then when he went into jail there for not too long, what did he do? Like 60 days or maybe 90 days max. And he comes out, and I'm institutionalized, everybody. I'm telling you, I've got a resume. Fuck, you needed boot camp a long time ago. You're lucky you got 90 days.
What happened to him in jail? He withdrew from drugs because he is a 20-year, like, whatever that medicine is for, like, ADHD addict. Not Ritalin, but
is he bipolar?
No, his ADHD meds. He's been on that shit for like 20 years, like 20, 30 years, a long time, he said. So he's addicted to that shit. So he couldn't have that when he went to jail. I heard this somewhere. So whether it's true or not, you know what I mean? I heard it somewhere.
He definitely does have a different ring to his audio analysis. Tetro, do you know the clip I'm talking about as far as like he got out of jail? He goes live like either the very next morning or something, and he totally like saying, "Oh, I'm institutionalized, everyone. Oh no, donos."
Yep, I've also seen Pill Crusher in his car, in his center console, while driving around. I've seen a video of him doing that. It was several years.
That's why they keep so much pressure on Tommy though, on this shit that, I mean, he's still catching. If he was legitimately as bad as people say, he would not be catching.
Right. It doesn't mean he's a saint. He's made his mistakes in his life, but what he's doing is pretty, commendable and respectable. Doesn't mean that he's a saint and has done everything perfect in his life, nor has everybody else that's catching either. But if their evidence checks out and the cops and the DAs are willing to take that evidence, then great. And at the very least, if these guys get exposed, that's better than nothing. And do you know what is the best thing to do? Is to have those chat logs that they wrote, and you're sure they wrote it, up on a website, because the people I did it to, it's a public death sentence. So even though they didn't all get prosecuted for the chat logs, when people look them up, they can see it. They can't sue me for defamation and slander because they freaking wrote that shit. I'm not wrong. And if they took me to court, they would lose because I'm exposing them. not defaming me.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm sorry to cut you off, but Shay, what's the biggest point I've brought up to you to be able to do back? Is actually have the voice to be able to retort back and clearing yourself on what he put out there. You know what's interesting? Just last night, that video showed up in my algorithm again because they want it in the algorithm.
Right. So I will do that.
So you having the opportunity to be able to speak up for yourself, and you put out, no, this MFer said that I got arrested, and you did. You admit that. That's not a biggie because you beat it all.
Well, I
But
didn't
that's
get
not what they're. That's not what they're exactly right. Well, being detained. You were definitely detained. But anyway.
I didn't get detained. I didn't get handcuffed. I got a summons on a piece of paper to go to court on a certain date. I didn't get arrested and fingerprinted and booked anywhere. None of that shit. I got a piece of paper that said come to court in a couple days. That's what I got. So people
but you beat that. The point is that's all been beaten.
Yes.
But that's where they can't get to.
Right.
On purpose.
Asking my mom if she would want to come on and just talk about like the Summerfest charges, because she has some inside information about, the cop and how someone from her high school like pointed me out to the cop and how that cop had a vendetta against my dad, and the woman who pointed me out had a crush on my dad in high school. My mom and her and him, they all went to high school together, middle school together. It's a small town thing. Okay. So my mom knows, and my mom knows I wasn't drunk. My mom knows my kid was fine. So I was going to have her come up since everybody's so concerned about me at Summerfest 13 years ago.
Hey, I was going to tell you guys. I was going to tell you guys something. Warbot said earlier that I never dodged you, man. The thing is, you sit there and have the nerve to say anybody's dodging you. But did you dodge Gomez and Shizzle and JD? Didn't you dodge them when they asked you to get on their panel and you refused this? I mean, you dodged Gomez, you dodged Shizzle, and you dodged JD. So you can sit there and be hypocritical about your shit, dude. I mean, you kicked Gomez and blocked him off your panel. He showed the proof with the StreamYard link on the community post. So call him a liar because he showed the proof. He told the truth. So you're going to do the same thing to me. I know how you are. You're going to mute my mic. You're going to try to get advantage of talking over me. So I'm light years ahead of this shit, bro. I know how you and some of these other people are. You'll sit there, you'll mute my mic, then you'll lower it down. Then you'll fucking, if I say something out of whack to you and get lippy with you and raise my mic back up, you're going to boot me off your panel and then block me. I know your game, dude. I've seen you do it to people. And, I mean, I think it's funny and you think you're clever and you're not. It's just, we're light years ahead of you. You don't understand. You and your crew are playing Chinese checkers in a world full of chess. So, Basement Gomez, okay. So that way Telly can project.
He's lying. He's not in the basement. He's lying. He's not in the basement. I mean, they just want me to waste my time and my capacity on my device to sit there and take screenshots of these red coat ghosts that are just shitbag liars. You're not in my back room right now. Shut up, red coat coward, and all you Benedict Arnolds that you're recruiting into your little shitbag LARP to fuck with people. You're not the first ones to think that you're going to win with lies. All right, I would have brought you up if you would have been in my back room right now. Dumbass.
A clever tactic. They try to evade with these comments and stuff. It's a clever tactic, but it's a fail tactic because we already know what they're going to do. It's a catch-22, and we already know what they're going to do. So they sit there and project and deflect the LARP Buster thing. LARP Buster likes to take people's words because he's a lying piece of shit too.
I need to jump in there real quick. Tetro, how long have I been running channels to, you might not know this either, but I've been running channels for a long time, allowing people to use their voice if you're not a bot. And you got scumbags in the chat why are you trying to do predatory behavior in my comment section and in my chat and how I run my channel? Yeah, you betcha I let others run my channel, because when somebody's being censored or shadow banned or fucked with, they've got a place to talk here, and I'll always keep channels going. Because I got plenty lined up for you fucks, even though I've already been through 2 handfuls. Fuck you. Fuck you.
And you remember when you showed the proof also that you got porn bombed by somebody in that fucking channel, you lost. See, I mean, it's all this shit. If they can't win and they don't have head advantage, they'll do everything it takes to shut you down.
Well,
So,
you know what's interesting, real quick, Tetro? You know what's interesting about that? Is Tetro, Tonic and Sales, all right? He's the guy that did the oil slick. And, I mean, did you see what happened to him?
The one that Bird met up with in person and kept like tapping him on the cheek and everything when he was skateboarding around him. Is that
Swing it, yeah, and he actually started to have to swing like this little puss bag. He started swinging his skateboard around, kind of giving himself a perimeter. Okay, back up a little bit. Can't even freaking ollie. Can't even do a kickflip. But he's going to the skate parks, but he can't really even skate. He's promoted, oh, I'm a big skater. I'm a big skater.
I really think a lot of these people that are getting into the Pred community are gamers, like people that are into video game movies. So they think that just because they try to succeed in the gaming world or the movie world, they're going to try to succeed in the Pred catching
Well,
world.
just let me correct you real quick. Tonic and Shills was actually in the A1 sauce side that boiled down, just like the Truth Movement and other little skirmishes that start up. Okay, he's been in the Cop Watcher, like trying to clown actual auditors, cop watchers, but also just trying to monetize off of it. We've seen that in the past with other grifts. But yeah, thinking he's big bad, and all of a sudden he's the one, trying to pull people into court, but it backfires. Shillbot, is that why you know not to pull the trigger on certain people, you and Rodney, because it's gonna backfire on you? Or are you just playing in your arena?
Warbot screwed up when he said that Cole wasn't really a Pred catcher, because some people actually believe he was a Pred catcher and he's not. And I even scoped Cole's channel out at the time when I was actually subbed to his channel. See, I unsubbed to both Warbot's channels too. See, the thing is, Warbot, nobody's dodging you. Your problem is that you like picking fights with people, even if you don't like them, or you do. You just like nitpicking at people. Well, I'm the wrong motherfucker you nitpick at, and it comes to cost. The bottom line is, I don't take you seriously, dude. That's why I made that little fucking video retorting your shit, just like with Cole. It's easy to retort you and Cole because you guys are a bunch of losers, man, and you don't tell the truth. Seriously, you don't tell the truth about anything. So I mean, it's easy, man. I mean, it's easy to fly swat a bunch of little flies that like to in your fucking ear. It's easy to kill you. That's the way it is. You can keep coming back and resurrecting yourselves, but the bottom line is you're just relevant. You get to be irrelevant over time. And that's what you guys are.
I don't know if Shay's got to take off. Shay, do you have anything to weigh in on? Because I don't know if you're pressed for time or not.
I'm good. I'm just on a walk right now. So I still have signal and I'm good. I'm listening, and I saw a couple comments. You see Dorkbot, he saw my video with an angel in it, 2 angels, and he shared it, right? So I privated that shit because I don't want him sharing my content, especially my special content. He can eat shit. But he saw it. He knows that there was something there, right? Fucking idiot. And I'm not weird for that. That's the one and only time I ever tried that, and it happened. It was pretty amazing.
Here's the double, triple. Trying to say I'm not banned. No, the last time we went live, I actually tried to type in your chat for when you said something like this. I can go, no, shitbag, red coat. I am banned. in your chat unless he just went and did it. He just probably so he could go, nope, you're a liar. You're not banned. Yeah, because you probably just went and unbanned me because we got you guys on your back heels just pressed.
Oh, and also I'm wondering if the group chat started yet for, probably not yet, probably a couple more days before the family group chat starts about the cards. A couple people's gonna be getting their mail today, bro. A couple people's gonna be asking you what you're doing online. Couple people. Get ready, toots.
Oh, their Warbot. I know you guys just need to try to press us with lies and bullshit. But even you on loop about that 3K, and you got all the other little chihuahuas and, you know, barking poodles that are barking it. You know, you gave Shay 3,000 about Vic. Okay, those are the tall tales you guys like to
kind
tell.
of like the tall tale Warbot that Cole, the actual Fred catcher. You mean that kind of tall tale?
Oh yeah, he's up to what, 10 now? 10 catches. He got one during the weekend. He was trolling a couple of chats like Clovis was back in like year 2012, something like that. Yeah, it's
Dude,
pretty serious, man. They go into these
Cole,
chat rooms and they catch hundreds of preds a day.
We all know that Cole's full of shit, and he's never caught any facts. Sorry.
Shizzle was saying he wants to catch a pred. He wants to bust one. I told him maybe I could help him out with that, but he could get my info from you. Like I could give you that other phone number I have.
Well, the thing is, I don't have his information actually, but the thing is, I mean, I've got an email, but the thing is, he's challenging Urban Disciple because they're claiming they're the ones that are catching weirdos and sickos and preds and for a long time. So when you reel in a serious one to this little group and they run away,
yep,
scatter, boom, scatter, right? And then wait, watch, and weaponize. You just start to see through their true colors. You get to put them back on blast, like, you know, Turtle Boy, so forth. It's not so much giving.
Well, it's like if they caught people and
Turtle
they
Boy on blast. It's just real quick. It's more about having Turtle Boy correct the record and holding him accountable for his words. And that's by you speaking up, not being silenced and censored. Go ahead.
Now I have a guy that would do anything to get that website down. He would pay me whatever he could, but I told him there's no way that it's coming down. There's no way. And our messages are going public. So, you know, and like, and I'm going to try to get that guy up on my panel. I'm going to give him one more shot and I'm going to throw him some kind of bone. I don't know. Maybe I'll tell him I'll redact some of our messages that were on Instagram, but I cannot take and redact the chat log. He has to live with that. And he's like, well, I'm never going to have a friend. Well, no shit. Nobody wants to be your friend. When they look at that, that's the truth. They shouldn't want to be your friend. But, yeah.
Hey, Gomez, will you email Shay my other main channel? I just keep the trolls away from that channel. That's why I do. And I had that just for a little while. You know, I'm talking about the one I streamed that premiere from. Because, I mean, like, I'm going to start putting out some more stuff. I am. Because people need to really wake up and see what's really going on with a lot of these people in different communities. But it all has a lot to connect with the whole government shit that's going on. All the stuff that's going to be coming. And I've had to dabble in a lot of shit. There's a lot of bad shit coming ahead. I'm just keeping you ahead of the game, man, because it's going to get bad. So, I mean, I have some sources, but it's going to get bad with the government shit. But, hey, I'm going to try to give you something to eat, dude, because I'm going to put something up on my community post of take some time away because I have a lot going on. And Warbot, dude, I'm not dodging you, man. It's because I actually sub to your shit because all you're going to do is play these games, man. You did it to Gomez, and Gomez busted you out on it. And you're trying to do it to me. It ain't working. So you can ban and block anybody you want. You ain't gonna fuck with me, dude. Because if you want to really get wrecked and get obliterated, don't worry. Your time might come. The Truth Hurts might actually humble you with his presence. You fuck around, you find out. Much love, buddy. See you later, Gomez. See you later, Shay.
Hey, later, man. Have a good day.
Hey, dude. Have a good day. Oh, shit. I'm walking by my favorite mailbox right now. Oh, shit. Good memories over that. That's a mailbox.
Oh, Shay's dropping code like an MF roll.
Oh, no, I didn't get laid by the mailbox, dumbasses. I sent some Christmas cards in that mailbox. Get your mind out of the gutter. I know it's always in the gutter.
It is. That's where they go to. Yep.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah, the group chat's gonna start soon. Gonna be interesting.
Yeah, give them a little taste of their own medicine. They adds the wig trip and flip effect since you want to be willing participants in your own shit show. That's why I believe some of you are here, but there's also different tendencies that this boot camp that we keep talking about, right? You might want to go through boot camp first before you start talking about being in arenas and having old veterans, internet veterans in your so-called arena. But hey, you guys can have as much fun with it as you want. But yeah, you just can't really. Oh, you know what, Telly? That might be a good idea. Shay, Telly's requesting that his landlord maybe get a Christmas card.
If I knew your information, bro, I would. You want to send it? Go ahead. You don't want to be that?
Yeah, go ahead and just put that address in the chat. We'll send your landlord or your stupid little basement flat there a
Yeah.
Christmas card with your channel on there. Let them know what their tenant's been up to. I mean, have you promoted your channel to your landlord yet? I'm sure you will now,
Well,
right?
I'm going to turn subscribers to Debbie and Walkingham's channel so he can get monetized. So all I'm trying to do is build your sub count, buddy. It's going to be
Yeah,
all
I mean,
the neighbors and the Knack family subscribing to the channel, Brent. And if you're not, Brent, then they'll know that when they see it, and they'll know it's a case of mistaken identity. And Brent will get off his fat fucking ass and try to figure out what's going on here. Why somebody would think that you are him, if that's in fact the case. You'll get Brent investigating. That's what's
yeah.
going to happen. Information is not harassment, bitch. It's information. They need to know.
Well, the thing is willing participants on a video production platform. I mean, they want to do videos too and hang out and try to be cool. So, I mean, what a great Christmas present to let all your family and landlord and so forth know what you've been up to on the internet. I think it's a great idea. You know, build that sub count. They can help keep an eye on you. You know, if you start spazzing out like a Chris Farley and stroke out or something, they can, you know, on your stream, they come down. And, oh my gosh, you know, don't have to call you. They can just kind of keep an eye on you that way. You know, but playing Radio Star, it's like the rodent. Huh? You remember getting that pointed out recently? Done anything to do? Oh, you haven't? No, you showed up here on my channel first on one of my other channels because Predward sent you. He needed a tough guy, tough sounding guy. It's like NTF. Oh, we lost Shay. Anyways. Oh, goodness.
Stop. Get these people up. I'm gonna go to the floor. Never knew how good love could be. I was gonna make a fool of me. Everything you say, yeah. One more kiss could drive me crazy. Stop. Hold just a minute, 'cause I got to catch my breath. Stop. Every time you squeeze, you steal my heart half to death. Lord, I was a captain of my ship. Your love was making me my grip. Everything you say, yeah. One more kiss and I'll be crazy. I never knew how good love could be. I was gonna make a fool of me. Everything you say is yeah. One more thing will drive me crazy. Stop. When you trying to take advantage for me. Stop. When you touch my hand, I felt this I can't breathe. Tell me, baby, what are you made of? What did you do to me? Sure must be made of love. Everything you say is yeah. One more kiss will drive me crazy. Yes,
All right. We got somebody in the back room. That freaking sound. Oh, they just left. I don't know how long they were. They just literally left. Maybe they came on to just see if there was anything in the private chat to scour some emails. Uh-huh. Try again real quick. Whoever that was. I don't know how long they were back there for, but if you can't tell, sometimes I might take some musical breaks. Told people a long time ago you tuned into a drama, music, news, LARP show. Have fun with. Until you got to put MFers on blast that want to try to censor and shadow ban and call you some nasty shit. Then you might change your content and tune a little bit. And it's kind of like this guy here. Man, wait till you hear this.
About life. What's up, guys? Muhammad. You know, one thing I love about life is that it's really
This is the guy that called out Pigsburg the other day. That was funny. Wait, he was getting down and gritty on Pigsburg. Type of idiots that live there. Mass one, and isn't that where you're from, Philemon? Pigsburg? Oh my gosh.
It's really about growing and evolving. When it really gets down, when you really get down to it, you know, you start to accept all the bad things, all the good things, because it's meant to. See, well, there's two sides of it. It either can destroy you or it can turn you into something better. And it's the same way with building a relationship with God, is what I'm learning. Is this about growth? That's why I understand why this program, you know, there could be all different types of reasoning things on why we're dealing with this level of harassment. But when you really sit down and think about it and look at it and have a different perspective on it, you start to realize, TIs, it's like this is why we constantly see the same thing every day. And whether these people are trolling, whether they think it's funny, whether they're getting paid to do it, whether they're forced to do it, whether it's Illuminati, Freemasons, ritualistic people, or just flat out bots. At the end of the day, these people it's like these people are forcing you to be stagnant and stuck, you know. This level of torture, it's so thought out, it's so well done, it's so calculated, you know, even to the point where you try to talk about it, you try to expose it. You know, it's good to help out others, but honestly, you know, that's also another thing they want you to do. Get on here, sounding repetitive, saying the same thing, you know, and it's like, it's understandable because you literally deal with the same thing every day. But when you look at it on the spiritual level, you see how Jesus and almost every other follower in the book dealt with the same type of thing. Excuse me. You know, just being watched and hated. You know, it's crazy how people can hate you with the utmost respect for not doing nothing to nobody. You know, that's now you start to just the little things in life shows you how we're really just in a corrupt world. It's really, sometimes I'm really starting to feel like it is some type of test. to really bring out it's either you're going to want to hurt and harm and cause destruction and confusion, or you're going to want to help and be kind and love. And it's really just a test. That's what I really feel like it, you know.
Philemon, you on loop trying to say others are trying to rewrite history, where you're peddling my LARP videos is some type of truth and you're always recruiting. The truth is, you've been through so many idiots, and this new crew of idiots you found to help you out. I mean, all you're doing is you're not doing anything. I've always grown channels once you guys take one down or try to get one taken down, it's always growing. I thought that's why we were on a video production platform, was to try to get creative, but your game of destroyed and exposed and some other stupids. What's up, Shizzle, man? Good morning, dude. But yeah, super fans in the chat this morning. They're lively. I bet you're at work right now, huh, Philemon? You're at work? They're working right now, promoting the YT platform, even in your name. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, give him a round of applause for being able to show up.
Oh, maybe it's a test to decide where your soul's going to reside. You're going to want to go to another chaotic world when you die and do the same thing, use and abuse and torture, and the same thing be done to you, and it's just a never-ending cycle? Or do you want to be able to live on a realm where there's nothing but peace, happiness, and love, and people being kind?
Oh, yeah, right along the same lines as this guy is talking about. Philemon, the great grand Christian. Why do you always end up with like Luciferians and Satanists and shit like that? They're helping you out, or you're trying to help them out, or you're assigned together or whatever, right? And you always dodge that question for some reason. Why do you always? I mean, do you remember that picture of Vinny? You remember that? Or maybe that's why you guys had to have my last channel, Porn Bomb by your buddy Tonic, right? That picture of Vinny with his crown and all of his Luciferian insignia and a dagger, right? Doing spells, these demon fingernails and shit like that. Yeah, you guys side with some serious sick fucks.
Each other, no judgmental, none of these worldly things. This is why I firmly believe I don't belong here. And I'm also recognizing I do myself have a lot of problems. My biggest enemy is my mind. And sometimes it's hard to swallow. It's hard to defeat your own ego. I appreciate all the comments I get on this channel, good and bad. Because really, y'all help me farther see, the things I need to work on, the things I need to,
Again, this is probably the second time I played this guy on my stream. Here's the thing, is it seems like, and I don't even know who he is. Okay, just picked it up through the algorithm. But the thing is, they're calling it out. The TI, the targeted individual community, was also was infiltrated by perps acting like TIs. Some serious shit. Same with the pred catchers. You got some sick fucks showing up to help out that end up being preds. Perps and preds all trying to lead it up for you in your communities. Peddle your community. Creeps in the times are coming out of time. He's always recruiting for.
Sometimes I need to be able to set an example for everybody. Even if I'm not on here bringing, straight up positivity, you can also still learn from my mistakes. At this point of me speaking about this, this program, it don't even matter at this point whether you watch me for entertainment, whether you want to watch me because, you can agree and, like, come on, I'm the same way, I watch people repetitively on YouTube who I can agree on, who I can relate to, and there's nothing wrong with that. At the end of the day, man, we all got a story to tell, and I see how, I kind of went back on my word a little bit in the past. I said, I don't really do it for money, and it's true, I stand on that. But this same system that's trying so desperately to destroy me, why not? Why not? If there's a way that I can use the system to get ahead in life, why not do that? You know, I'm not talking about y'all. I'm just talking about through YouTube and the way they pay people. And, you know, if I have the ability to grow, why not use that for something good? You know, why not get out of this situation that I'm in? Why should I be able, why should I have to suffer because other people want?
Okay. Female to Philemon. Okay, you're in my chat and you're saying AVC and his creep friends instigate, intimidate, and dude, you showed up on my channel first. All I had to do is go on a panel, and you and your crew show up on my channel, and then you peddle the failures and stuff like that. The problem is, again, just like Warbot, your new recruits, he showed up on my channel first because Predward sent him, just like Pat Con, Nick Cuck, okay? Because I wouldn't go away and shut up. I'm the one that's threatened to be sued because I won't shut up. So is that maybe a win? I think that's a win in fantasy LARPville. Huh? Your boy Urban Disciples, he's just gonna do what he does, and that's what you guys do, is sit there, simp to each other and figure out how to lie and twist and try to keep on the same page, because we busted you out on that. All your different groups peddling different versions of a story. It's bullshit. But the different versions tells me where you guys are all clumped up at, or who's been there influencing. Huh? It's too easy to see through. But hey, you guys want to show up here? I'm trying to actually keep you from getting banned. So try not to get too stupid. All you do is, okay, make vids and posts on a video production platform where there's an upload button and a post button for your community posts. I've been a documentarian for a really long time. First won some of my first awards back in like year 2000 for editing and putting together a sound score, a film score, other things. So when I'm using your boss's precious YT platform and they send in shitbags to say you're making videos and posts and you're freaking rage typing in my chat and got to use the little asterisks to correct your last post because you're too pressed. You've been too pressed. Yeah, I helped you fatten up that couple of mil you got in your savings account for being a professional troll. Good for you. I don't need that dirty pedo loot that you're getting from Silicon Valley. That's why I didn't sell out to either Silicon Valley or Hollywood a long fucking time ago. I'm glad you got awards. You guys aren't glad that I got any awards. I mean, you should be like, holy shit, we got a, fucking old schooler on scene. I'm glad you got awards too. Is that one of those awards, your lifelong goal of taking down and destroying cocks? Those are your words. Are you, I mean, all these years still haven't done anything? I'll go live every once in a while and just let you guys spurg out in the chat and think you're, just to help your fractured egos, your poor fragile egos, just to think you're destroying people and you're not. I mean, it's your own words there, fellow mom, that you're freaking don't want nothing with pred catching or taking down fentanyl dealers. Those are your words, but you're here pressed as fuck. You have 0 awards. Okay, Telly. All right. In your fantasy world, I don't need awards. I'm just telling you the truth on what's there, and then you spurred the fuck out. And then your pred instincts kick in with your freaking primitive shaped skull. Seriously, man, you should go back to the bush. All right, get with some natives. Have some ayahuasca, whatever the freak it is. Expand your mind a little bit. You might meet a woman. Make sure that you can actually, procreate with the natives there. You're not going too primitive because it's an easy takedown for you. Like the GarbageWoman. Your boy, Philemon, what do you think about your boy, the GarbageWoman? The only way he's getting laid is with them Appleteenies. Real strong ones, right? But you're in there, cyber stalking freaks. Oh, now all of a sudden today you're the victim? You're a victim in my chat, but everywhere else you're flexing like Mass One. Oh, wait a minute. You two puss bags are from Pig's Bird. I call it Pig's Bird. Yeah, because of Lisa Lake. Shout outs to Lisa Lake. Whatever you're doing, I hope you're having fun. Oh my gosh, see, I'm wishing well for people. Oh my gosh, she put me on blast before, calling me Anunnaki, and it was pretty funny. I mean, oh my gosh, I can take a few licks from a video. Oh my God, at least somebody used a video for once to blast me instead of just shill words on your shill panel for losers. Fresh recruits for your bench. Wait, make them wait, watch, weaponize. Never, ever. Okay, now I know you're gay and just trying to troll me. Okay, Telly, seriously, go get laid. Philemon, go get laid. It'll help you. You want me to rage in chat so much. That's why I can only go live every once in a while now. I'm in states. I'm traveling. I'm not traveling. States away from my studio to upload videos at the demand. Not the request, the demand of Telly the Redcoat. I must find this video and upload it immediately. Well, I'd much rather get you guys to not believe me sometimes, because, that's the best stuff, because, that's why I've had a successful drama LARP show for many years. It doesn't matter how many people tune in, tune out, or there. It doesn't stop me. Your shadow banning doesn't stop me. Your DDoSing doesn't stop me. Your lies and constant panels and chat rooms doesn't stop me for some reason. I don't know what you're going to do, okay? Vic heading this way on a little pink scooter with training wheels and an extra gas tank on his back. Oh, Lisa Lake, she's been lurking. I was trying to get you out of the weeds. You get off the beach with all them freaking cocktails and get out of retirement mode and make some freaking videos, Lisa Lake. See, that type of predatory behavior that I do not endorse, right? Lisa, if I only requested videos, hey, will you please? Just recently, I'm like, Lisa, please make a video putting me on blast. Pull up anything, right? Well, I gave a suggestion, but, right? I'm not going there. I'm going to take you to court if you ever make a video again on me, Lisa Lake, on a video production platform where we're all willing participants. Man, shut up, dude. You're name dropping just like the Tooth Fairy. It's the only reason why you're around is because Tooth Fairy failed. Bringing up 70-year-old grannies. You're the one that's helping Tooth Fairy in the past, too. It's interesting, though, for all the pred catchers that catch us tuning in. It's interesting, and I've been taking note for a long time. Interesting, once the first round of papers dropped on Predward, how Clovis came into NV Caps was able to be paneled up and platformed in NV Caps. If you want to tell your side of the story, the Tooth Fairy shows up there. Telly's paneling up with Clovis, the mommy, internet mommy of YouTube, right? Internet mommy for Nick Cook. Are you also, Telly, one of the internet sons of Clovis, since you got to be platformed and open mic'd, not talked over? On loop. Oh, drop some names. Hurry, female to Philemon. Drop names. Hurry, drop names. Painful tried to infiltrate us. That's why you're trying to use his name. I called his ass out fucking quick, yo, and he does not like me because I know what they're all up to. You can't even put Mark Connors. You supposedly don't like Scotty Cuckarati, but you can't even put Mark Connors into your loop of fucking what is it? Your morning roll call, like Toofy would do. Go 15 names in 5 minutes. Get paid your $125. Try to get your boys to press shizzle to show his face. That'll be a $125 bounty. It's what Eric Shilkerson was doing. Show your face. Show your face. What? You're kind of pressed about people showing their face. Is there a bounty? Do you get some type of crypto or maybe, it seems like your way you're acting, I bet it's $125 from your shill handler that works for the dirty feds. Huh? Oh, you get him to show his face, it'd be $125. Eric Shilkerson, anybody that's on the hit list, he tries to panel up and show your face, show your face. Telly, you dumbass. There you go. Clovis is a saint. Yeah. Saying that first she would trust Predward to watch her grandbabies. And then when you dig into that, oh my gosh, that's all of a sudden you got Lisa Lake coming back out of retirement. So, Lisa, I'm trying to get you to Pittsburgh. That dude was funny. Anyways, looping back around, the guy that was putting Pittsburgh on blast. Oh, shit. Here we go.
To suffer. I've been on YouTube for 5 years. And whether it was truth, whether it was people responding, or whether God made it possible for my channel to reach other people. At the end of the day, I'm going to be thankful for it. I don't want to continue to live in this environment and what I'm dealing with every day, to the point where I don't even want to talk about it because I already know to the average mind in society, I'm going to sound crazy. I'm going to sound like some narcissistic dickbag, excuse my language, that feels like the world revolves around me. And really, that's just not the case. People are honestly dealing with community-based harassment. People are being slandered. People are being tortured. People are silently, saying my device is hot. That's weird. People are silently suffering. And it's like, it's either the world don't care or they don't want to care, or they, or maybe they're too mind controlled or whatever the case may be. At the end of the day, I'm always going to speak for others. I'm going to continue to talk about this program. One thing I understand, these people try so hard, especially people who consider
a guy in Pittsburgh talking about a program. I've never heard of this guy, up until a few days ago. He's talking about the same type of program that many people have been writing about it, even for, Trevor Aronson. Female to Fellowmon hates Trevor Aronson. Calls him a dirty Jew and everything. All because I'm promoting his work, Trevor Aronson's work, where he goes deep into that program. It's fucked up the way they're using taxpayer dollars for that program. And Trevor Aronson writes for The Intercept, Mother Jones Magazine, I think a couple other bigger rags. But you're supposed to hate him because he's a dirty Jew exposing some real big shit because a female to Fellowmon is saying for you to hate him. Hey, you know what? Quit deflecting with your SpaghettiOs bullshit, okay? If you're able to do your deep research, you probably wouldn't have sided with Predward and Angela. You and Nicola, they're female to Fellowmon. You sided with them, and you're trying to deflect from that. And then all of a sudden, you got Nunny in your mouth, okay? And we put a long time ago, we put the Black Pearl of Texas. We put that together, his taxes, where he was making $70,000 a year for 4 years, right around the time of his raid. Fellowmon, you're I know you've got, we've got plenty of questions for you, Fellowmon. There's no backing on a video production platform where you can give out a wrench and make a community post. Just because I like the videos and she's here blasting you doesn't mean no one backs anyone. But it's interesting where your plausible deniability is going to go just so you can be on loop in my chat room. I wouldn't be able to go on loop in your Telly's chat rooms. Because at the end of it, what your sadistic little mind goes to is let him talk his shit and then time him out at the end of the show to book burn all of his comments, then book burn the whole stream. That's your guys' style. So where you've got a video production platform and the people that are making videos become your target. I know. No, that's the thing. Just like Predword was on panel with a couple of FCC and another shitbag, and they were accosting this religious kid and trying to, make him say that he'll suck D and they'll give him $1 million if he does. That's the same shit. It's really sadistic. This guy and a couple other things we're going to go into is going to show you how sadistic these fucks are. And Philemon, this guy being from Pittsburgh, it's hilarious. I mean, does it strike home yet? Always cyber stalking just like AVC. No, I make videos. I did a digital writ of mandamus after people started calling the cops for making some videos clowning some characters online that want to be big blowhard badasses. And now look at you. Now you're the victim again. When you want to go to every other chat and every other panel and say that, oh, this is fun. We've got you singing, even in songs. You're like, this is great. And then 1 second later, he stalked me, Shizzo. With that Shizzo. Oh. Sound like Warbot. It sounds like you guys wanted to be a bunch of radio stars, like freaking the RSO rodent. Lifetime RSO. Finally confirmed again by a judge in Colorado. No help to you guys because you're not interested in that. But yeah, don't try to. Okay, if I'm such a cyber stalker, I guess, don't stop me from cyber stalking RSOs into compliance checks for the oversight. You can call it whatever, but I mean, quit trying to blow my cover on when I'm working some fucking sick fucks because I said I was going to do it back in 2017. But hey, I'm retiring anyways. I wanted to show a lot of people your guys' capabilities of how far you're willing to take trying to stop pred catching and people that put, shitbags like you on blast with nefarious capabilities. Wow, just like that victim that was killed nefariously connected to the rodent. Your boy, that detective that lost his qualified immunity because he got rolled by a sicko. Anyways. Oh, no, definitely not 60. I don't know why. Oh, but why are you hiding your face, Philemon? That's so funny. That's so hypocritical, and I'm glad I can catch this. He wants, just like Shizzle, okay, they want him to show their faces. He's trying to say he needs Lisa Lake to show her face, but you don't. You don't need to. So you do work for Silicon Valley, in my opinion, the way you act. We know what Silicon Valley employs and who their contacts are that are street scrubbers, like Spamgela G. That'll call back into HQ. We're going to call into HQ and have them flip a couple of toggle switches on their channel, and they'll never get over 4 people watching. Yeah, you know what? I sent that sicko a bag of dog food to troll you fucks. Now look at him. Dude, he threatened to sue me, not you, and you're the one that's always putting out his real name and shit. He's not threatening to sue you. He threatened to sue me, but now he can't. Thanks, Bird. Oh, and you got Spamdry up and hurt his Bird's chat. That's some crazy shit. You guys are trying to shut down the people that are actually trying to make precedent against these sick fucks. But, I'm supposed to be working with him because he said so, because he's covering for that main supporter. Wow, amazing. You guys are just fucking brilliant. But yeah, you're here on loop. Have fun on your loop. And hopefully you retain a little bit of the information that's there, especially one of your homeboys in Pittsburgh. There, fellow Mon. You got a fellow Pittsburghian. You might want to take his advice, Mr. Professional Christian that hangs out with Satanists, spurging out in my chat with a bunch of bullshit. Have fun.
Themselves to be TIs. You know, they try to destroy you with lies. That's why they call you a targeted individual. You think about how many other people that died behind this program, suicide, killed somebody, killed themselves, and you just, and it's designed to have that outcome. And you chose to, no, I'm not going to let y'all destroy me. And at the same time, you're calling it out. You're getting in groups, you're making your own content, your own channel. You're talking about it, you're sharing your experience, and something's telling me that they hate that. Something's telling me millions of people have died by the hands of this program. I feel like gang stalking is so well hidden that it's like you start to think, how long and how many people was targeted without knowing it to have them act out in certain ways. And what's the words I'm trying to look for, God? It's like they've been using this program to like control reality, and I feel like gang stalking is way bigger than what people think. Like there's a reasoning on why, as a TI, especially you start to see how they'll even harass you to a point they want you to recognize. And it's so settled. It's the same repetitive things to where it blends in society like it's normal things that you're experiencing, and I see it within the comments, I don't, and there's no hate, there's no, I respect everyone's opinions, I'm willing to accept, criticism or, different thoughts and how I can look at it differently because I understand it's about perspective. But at the same time, people need to, I think all of us need to have an open mind, whether that be about, someone's experiences or, other people's opinions. Like at the end of the day, you can tell it's just like this program is so detailed. They harass you in a way to where it's so settled. So like, of course it's normal to see people with one headlighters and red, wearing red clothes or, red cars. But when you're seeing 100 a day of the same synchronicity, it's like, there's no such thing as coincidences. Like there's no such thing where I step outside every day and I'm guaranteed to see at least 5 one headlighters. I'm getting to the point where I'm hitting certain corners, certain intersections, like certain pathways. Don't matter if I'm on my schedule going to work or leaving from work 30 minutes early, 30 minutes late, or I'm just walking out and about enjoying my days off. Like I know when I'm going to expect certain synchronicities, and there's not enough coincidences in the world to wake up every day and feel like I'm stuck in some type of Groundhog Day. This is obviously the work of something dark, something very evil, something very spiritual, And I think people, for bringing me on to God, because when you really start to look at the word for yourself and you start to really understand this is why you're seeing what you're seeing. At the end of the day, we at war. We really in some spiritual demonic war, and these people are fighting for souls. Niggas are going above and beyond. You're such a horrible person. You're insignificant. You're weak. Well, why do they got to be in your face every day playing this little Truman Show stuff? Which y'all let, like there's a such thing as serial killers. Think about that. You wake up every day in what it seems to be a controlled environment, and there's people who went on to kill like 20, 30, 40 people. without niggas not knowing? Impossible. Impossible. You know, you're heavily tracked, and like, come on, man. Even when you start to think logical about this program, it doesn't make sense. You got criminals and people doing all types of crime and murders and kidnappings popping up every day. You got all type of things happening every day. People dying every day, and now we live in a generation or an age where it seems as though when something horrific happened to somebody, you know, and another person was responsible for it, it's like these people don't seem to get caught. You know, I'm starting to feel like this program is a lot bigger. The people, the crimes that you do here probably could have been a person, you know, who was targeted. I'm not saying everyone, but I feel like a good majority of crimes you hear, like mass shootings and people spazzing out and killing somebody, and you know, there's a high chance that
Lisa Lake, did he just talk about a mass shooter? Kind of like that bass fisherman that was hanging out with Brett Schillerin. Used to be the simp for Turtle Boy. Brett Schillerin's all hanging out with a mass shooter. Now, he's still going like he's going strong, but camping in some lady's backyard after, well, they were supposed to be boyfriend, girlfriend. Now he don't got no place to go because tried to use her in a court case against Bird. That might have been 8-0 there, Fellamon. You got no fruit besides some LARP videos that I put out for you guys. To have you guys, because you want to be creep catchers and shit like that, right? But you're really not. All you're doing is promoting it, the YT platform in my chat room, like you work for him. Did it sting a long time ago when I called you Susan Wojcicki's lapdog? Because you really didn't have any swing back for that. It just made you go into turbo mode. Now you're going on loop about SpaghettiOs because of Lisa Lake video. Putting you on loop. Just keeping you on your heels. That's sweet. Yeah. Oh, promote. Is that what you're supposed to do? Promote your SpaghettiOs and the YT platform. Don't forget your product placement in your Truman Show, ladies.
People were probably targeted and didn't even recognize it. But they saw how, you know, you got those people like, man, I just got bad luck wherever I go. What if they were dealing with targeting and didn't know it? How many, like, bro, these people probably claim so many souls behind this program. And that's a vile way to attack somebody. Like that's worse than just, I can't even put it into words, bro. Like you're psychologically pushing someone to destruction. And then most of these people, I feel like y'all have some type of justified reasoning, like you're getting a bad person off the street, like y'all are acting out ultimate evil to somebody psychologically. Like, bro, there's something about that. I don't care what's your reasoning, that level, money, materialism, I don't care what's that mindset.
Yeah, you take my words too literal there sometimes. That's why I do it. Yeah, it was one big setup. If a judge didn't want that sicko on the net, the judge would take him off the net. Now look what happened. Judge wanted him there. Judge got canned. That was sicko protecting. And you're here taking my words too literal, but definitely twisting them around the wrong way. But yeah, one big fucking setup, especially to try to drag in people that they could try to control, just like all your other little shill networks that you've helped out with, especially with that same sicko, you totally white knighting for that main supporter of that sicko. You're trying to weaponize all the time. It's amazing how you end up with these fucking weirdos like Eric Shilkerson and white knighting for them when they're doing suicide LARPs and shit like that and other LARPs. Fuck yeah, there's a lot of setups out there, but I thought you're supposed to be this big hoax buster. And you can't even, well, you're part of a big hoax. But you on loop in my chat, call them people hebophiles. When you're with the biggest hebophile, it'll take to the streets like the RSO rodent. Vic the Map. You can't even call out. You want to use that name, that RSO rodent, but you can't call out that he was putting Easter baskets out on the streets so kids would run up to it and grab candy and coloring books and crayons at him so they can, him and his abductor buddy would watch. You can't call it out that depth. You can't call out Jamie Walsh the way she was killed for some reason. You're doing by you think you're putting people on blast, but you can't even put OG-Wan Kenobi on blast with Treachy promoting Dave Tadashini. That's some serious shit right there. They're promoting him. You can't even find that and figure that out. I had to do it. Anyways, we've had this conversation many times there, Felomon. You're still spurging in my chat. And your boy you got some sick fucks on your side you need to look into since you're this great auto hoax and buster. But you're part of the biggest auto hoax and bullshit. I mean, Silicon Valley. Really, did you get to save up a couple mil now after all these years? You got a couple mil on your savings account now? You're taking dirty pedo loot. That's why I never, ever, I'll use some fantasy words, never, ever, forever will ever monetize or put out my donos links. Because I don't want dirty pedo loot coming from Silicon Valley in any which way to try to tie me in to your bullshit soul scalping contracts. You can't call it out, but you're Mr. Famous Christian, like Mass One. He's so famous in Pittsburgh. What's up with you freaking female to Felomons in Pittsburgh?
Y'all are worse than the people that y'all harass, and that's fact. Y'all are way worse than the people y'all harass. And I'm gonna keep talking about it. I'm gonna keep uploading videos, whether I'm entertainment, whether you like the sound of my voice, whether you think you can relate to me, whether you think I'm a joke or I'm a troll or a fake agent. I mean, it don't matter. I'm gonna get up here. I'm gonna speak my, I'm gonna talk about the things I go through. I'm gonna give other people strength. I'm gonna share stories about other people going through the same thing. That's what I feel like I want to start doing too. So many people who's a part of this, like I kind of want to get to a point, like if you don't have a YouTube channel, just start sending me stuff through my email. I make a compilation, like how those people do like TikTok compilations, and they're reacting, those reactors kind of channels. I think I want to kind of do something like that, but with a lot of things, like, of course, gang stalking, but things along the lines of that, like, people, like, I don't know, like, I kind of want to get people's different stories, and whether it's a video, whether it's proof, whether it's odd synchronicities, or, people sharing their story. I kind of want to think I want to do something like that, where I can just bring those videos together and then, share everyone's experiences to the world, so we could really get this information out. It's like yeah, when you think about it, when you talk about this, in a sense, it can keep you stagnant, but at the same time, you can use, like, this is why I say I'm gonna continue making videos, because now I know it's more than just keeping you stagnant and stuck. No, it's about showing the world. It's about showing real people out there who's against evil, who's against corruption. They'll let people know that there's whole communities behind the psychological destruction of random innocent people. Whether you deserve it or not, I don't care what the excuse is. There's people out here silently being killed off, silently being tortured every day without no one even knowing. And that's not fair. That's not right. That's no way to live life, waking up every day. Like I told you, it's got to the point where I can't even go out to eat. Even now, tonsils starting to swell up as I'm talking. It's just like, man, teeth cracking. Really eating shit, teeth just cracking. I'm telling you, bro. I went to Subway, and it's funny, when I cracked my tooth the first time, I went to Subway a couple of times, bro, and every time I dealt with something, my foot. That's why I don't eat at Subway no more. Really, if I do, I just get like an egg sandwich, you know, or like a flatbread. But it's like when I was eating, I noticed how every time my tooth chip is because I ate at Subway and I had the Italian like a Italian bread on any type of sandwich or whatever, and I always noticed how it would chip my tooth a little bit more. And then what's funny is whenever I went to go get my teeth done, they removed it was my bottom right wisdom tooth group, like it was cracked or whatever. And then lo and behold, when I got that one removed, like I literally like 2-3 days went past, then the top right one cracked. I got it. Well, it didn't crack it. I chipped it. And then and next thing you know, here I am now, where damn near I got a whole hole in my tooth back there. I kid you not. There's a hole in my, like, it's like, if there's food caught in here, I can just scrape it out, bro. Like, it's literally a hole. Just imagine how many people are dealing with some type of health ailments because of this program. Like, and this is why I'm gonna speak against it, man. It is what it is. Whether you find entertainment, whether you think I'm wasting my time, no, I'm gonna talk about it. Because what I think it was, like, so many people have been dealing with gang stalking and community-based harassment and dealing with poisoning and tampering, and like, nah. I'm gonna see something, say something, bro. I'm a civilian at the end of the day. And these people who are claiming they're protecting the community and doing the right thing, y'all are terroristic people, man. Y'all are terrorists. Y'all terrorizing people. How dare y'all have this facade of y'all are heroes? If y'all are heroes, if this was a righteous program, then why do we still have the same amount of, what's this? I always refer it to literally, like, show you, bro. It's like, bro, do the research for yourself, man. Like, every year on the year, the same amount of little ones disappearing, females disappearing, like everyone, kidnappings, and you got mass murder. Like, look, y'all really need to do y'all research on what's been happening, bro. They got satellites, images of whole villages being slaughtered, bodies all over the ground, and just like recently, y'all not care. Right? That's why I understand this world suffers from heavy programming. Everybody's just too obsessed with their own lives, And there's nothing wrong with it, man. It is what it is. I just feel like people were here for different reasons. And then, like, I got to a point, even myself, man, I cared so much I stopped caring because the rest of the world just doesn't care. And I'm learning now to actually, go out my way and start caring. And this is since I know I can't do nothing materialism or money wise. I'm just going to bring it to the eyes of the people who actually might be out there, who's wealthy or, has the power to help out communities and people. I'm here to expose that information to the real righteous, whoever's out there, and so we can come together and start fixing problems, I'm pretty sure God is going to come down here and save us, but if we got why are we not saving ourselves when we got all we got to do is come together? We can literally, this system will crumble if we all stop going to work. And that's what, when they start the market of beast, and which is coming very soon, I already know it's like it's written in stone, Most of these people participating in your harassment, people connected to this system, they're gonna take that shit. They can't imagine a world without the way this life is now. Niggas seem to forget about the whole the FEMA camps with all the hundreds or thousands of caskets. Y'all just seem to forget. Y'all just thought that was show and that's it. Nah, man. So many people gonna die because y'all gonna think y'all gonna still live in the same system and not do what the system is telling you to do. Oh, they gonna kill you. They gonna get you up out of here, man. Like this separation, this fall is really gonna separate the weak from the real strong. Those who know how to survive, those who know how to adapt to any situation, you ain't got nothing to worry about. But once those dependent on this system, oh, you fucked. I feel like even the food stamp stuff, I feel like that was just a test. Yeah, people talking about we're gonna rob the stores, and they got y'all acting real animalistic, man. Everything these people do is always a test before something bigger happens. And I see the patterns, man. Like, it's just like, man, bro, heavy programming. And the most sane people, the people who see through the truth, and you too smart for your own good, you're a problem. You're a threat to a system built upon lives and blood and other people's backs and life. Like, I don't want this video to be too long. Try to keep my videos out around 20 minutes again. But still, man, it's time for us to wake up as humanity. People, real people. It's time to stop just living this bot life. And that even goes for myself. I'm not saying I'm better. I'm just because I see it within myself. It's time for us to stand up, bro. It's time for us to really come together, because if we don't, man, it's a wrap. That's why they pushing for single mothers and all. When they start knocking at the door, and then you got knocking at the door talking about you gonna come to this female camp, or you gonna have to give up your child. Where the man at? I can see it, man, and it's just sad. And people talking about you talking about in-world scenarios and martial law, and it's you just, when is it going to happen? Everything's a slow burn, bro. And before you know it, you're going to be so many different rights and stuff is taken away from us. By the time y'all catch on and want to speak up against it, there's probably going to be something pushing a place where if you speak in your own mind, and freedom of speech, you remember that. It's probably going to get so bad before you know it, you're going to go ahead and try to speak against something, you're going to get locked up for it. Like, every time some big event happens, just know they passing bills, and this why all these things happening, man. It's the world's a stage. All these deaths. And I'm telling you, most of these people aren't even dead. These celebrities and politicians, it's just a distraction. Every time they want you to care about something, it's just they blow it out of proportion, and then they secretly signing bills behind the scenes, passing laws without y'all even acknowledging what's going on. But this is Bahama, man. I'm out of here. It's just something to think about. It's time for humanity to wake up. I firmly believe God ain't going to really come down here and save us until we actually save ourselves, and it's going to take us going through destruction for that to even happen. But this Bahama, I'm out of here. For educational critical review and reaction.
A lot of people wrongly insist that if you're nice, you can't be a Satanist. And I just want to emphatically state, niceness has nothing to do with this, folks. You can be a nice person, or put on the air that you're a nice person, and absolutely be a Satanist in your mind and in your deeds. Niceness is not the determining factor regarding whether a person embodies the mindset of Satanism in their lives. So nice people can be de facto Satanists. And as a matter of fact, most people in our society who are perfectly nice to the average human being that comes in contact with them on a daily basis, inside their mentation, in their psychology, and in their behavior, they are de facto Satanists. And they're just wearing a mask of niceness. If you peel away those layers of the onion, if you peel all those masks away, you're going to find a Satanist underneath. And this is most people. This is the average person. Okay? We're not talking about a small minority of people. The active ruling class, higher level Satanists are a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of human beings, far less than 1%. Your everyday average person who someone would consider a perfectly nice human being, deep down in their own psychology and ultimately in the behaviors they enact in the world, are satanic. They're de facto Satanists. Most people falsely believe that just because someone is quote unquote nice to others makes them a truly good person, when in fact that is not the case. A truly good person has to properly understand objective morality and natural law, and willfully choose right behavior over wrong behavior. Most people don't even understand what right behavior is versus wrong behavior. That's why they advocate for so much immoral, wrong behavior in the world. De facto Satanists seem like quote unquote nice people and still completely espouse and embody the satanic mindset regarding what they believe and how they live in the world through their actions, through their deeds. This is a very important distinction to make, a very important concept to understand, and it's a difficult pill for many people to swallow. Yet it is true, nonetheless, whether you are triggered by this or not. This is exactly what is going on in our world. This is exactly what de facto Satanism is and is about. And it has nothing to do with whether you treat other people nicely in your day-to-day interactions with them. It's all about what you believe and ultimately what behaviors you yourself are either conducting or espousing that others conduct. Another defining hallmark characteristic of the mentality of de facto Satanism is only ever thinking about you and yours. It's me thinking all the time, and others are left at the back burner. And people will underestimate how often they do this. They don't really put their mindset in the mentality of thinking about the whole world of human beings at large and how the entire human condition is enslavement. Most human beings only ever think of their own personal life situation from the moment they wake up in the morning until the moment they go to sleep each night. That's all they ever think about is themselves and their own. Again, they may perhaps consider their immediate family, their extended family, their friends, etc. Right?
Look at in the chat. You've got the hardcore Christian giving the thumbs up to the hardcore Satanist.
People who are close to them and help them in their daily situations in life. People may consider them in addition to themselves. And I say may. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't even do that. But very little beyond that, if anything. For anyone who is genuinely attempting to be honest with themselves, and that's the first dictate of awakening. If you're going to truly awaken, you can't lie to yourself. You have to be honest with yourself about the dynamics that you see at work in the world. So if we're going to really be honest with ourselves, okay, that fact cannot be denied. Most people only care about themselves, only are concerned with themselves and their only lives, their own life situation, and very little beyond that. Again, they may consider family and friends, may not even do that. But if we're going to be honest with ourselves, we can't deny that fact. We have to accept that that's a daily fact of everyday life. And that's what defines de facto Satanism. Perhaps nothing better illustrates de facto Satanism. Selfish thinking is the primary defining hallmark of the satanic mindset and ideology. So again, I ask you to be honest with yourselves. How many people think this way? How many people would you honestly estimate are in this me mindset all day, every day, from the minute they wake up till the minute they go to sleep at night? And if you're honest with yourself, you're telling yourself the truth about an important dynamic of the world. How many people are completely self-centered? How many people are just in me mentation? How many people don't really care what's going on in the world? They only care about their own comfort, their own life situation. Be honest about the dynamic, and then you're going to truly understand what our work is to do to truly enlighten and wake other people up. They can't stay in that mentality if the whole world dynamic and the whole world situation is to change for the better. It's not possible. And that's a sobering reality that most people do not want to accept in life. Another hallmark, defining characteristic psychologically of being a de facto Satanist is always wanting immediate sensate gratification. Immediate pleasure in the moment, regardless of what the long-term consequences are, because one has no willpower to change. How many people would you say are like that? Almost everyone. Most human beings have been conditioned to believe that the end goal of human existence, indeed our very purpose for living, the purpose of life, is to accumulate as much sensate pleasure and comfort as possible in life. That describes almost everyone, with a relative few exceptions. They live in a state of conditioned response, desiring only immediate sensate pleasure to such an extent that they lack the basic willpower even to stop engaging in habits that are ultimately leading them into a condition of sickness and disease. They can't bring about internal willpower and strength of will to even act in their own interests. That's how conditioned in an immediate response mechanism they are to pleasure and sensate gratification in the immediate sense. In this sense, the satanic ego that they embody actually acts as a mechanism to degrade and weaken those who subscribe to it, making them easy prey for the dark occult ruling class, to poison, to degrade, to damage their ability to think properly, to have proper health to even wage any counter war against this dark occult ruling class, and not to understand their psychological strategies, because the degradation of the mind will inevitably lead to the degradation. The degradation of the body will inevitably lead to the degradation of the mind and the will. And very few people have even put this dynamic together. Very few people have even put this strategy, this way of going about accomplishing the dark occult agenda together. They can't see it for what it is. And that's because they're stuck in that I want immediate sensate gratification all the time. They cannot even delay gratification. They want it immediately. And again, this is a very important dynamic to consider and to understand, especially in light of how the dark occult interact among themselves and raise their own children, who are going to be the future, groomed to be the future rulers of the world. The inability to delay personal sensate gratification until a later time is one of humanity's primary weaknesses, and that's one of the dark occult's primary strengths. Interestingly, the ability to delay gratification until primary goals have been met is a defining characteristic of dark occultists, and a skill they always strive to teach their own young, who will eventually inherit their worldly power, especially if worldwide consciousness does not improve on a grand scale. Again, another primary aspect of the mentation, the psychology of de facto Satanists, or in other words, just about every human being, is the ego or the self raised to apotheosis, or God-like position in the mind, of seeing the self as God, seeing the ego as the highest force in the universe. And most people don't understand natural law. They don't recognize it. They will not even claim that it exists, let alone do they truly understand how it works upon the aggregate human behavioral choices, and ultimately the behavioral conditions that we then inherit through those choices. And that is how our laws of consequence, are the laws that govern our behavioral consequence, actually works. And that is what natural law is. Most people will just do whatever they have to get ahead in life, even if it means stepping over other people or using them as stepping stones. They care very little as long as they don't receive consequence in the physical world. But the real question is what are they doing to themselves, thinking this way and behaving this way at a soul level? And again, I'm not talking about the minority of people, and I'm not talking about the very tiny minority that are actually in the ruling class. I'm talking about the everyday average Joe and Sally. And you would be disturbed if you are honest with yourself and really look at that dynamic. It would be highly disturbing how many people think like that, and how many people are inculcated into this de facto satanic religion and mindset, if you're being honest with yourself. If you're lying to yourself, you'll tell yourself a drastically different story. But if you look at the dynamic honestly, you'll see it for what it is. Another aspect of their psychology is the ego acts as the arbiter of right and wrong. This is the whole biblical allegory in Genesis in the Old Testament. It's about taking right and wrong into ourselves to make the decision about whether it is right or wrong, instead of recognizing right and wrong as inherent characteristics in nature, because it is about whether the behavior initiates harm to another sentient being or not, and then willfully aligning our behavior with right over wrong. Most people do not understand those characteristics and have not made that judgment, and therefore they're still operating as an arbiter of right and wrong based on whims, based on their comfort levels, based on what they want in the world, what they consider right for them, etc. So most human beings, as we've already talked about, talking about moral relativism, obviously this directly relates with moral relativism, believe that right and wrong are subjective human constructs of the mind. They see no inherent moral contradiction even with man-made laws being completely different in different places or at different times. That's one of the most blatant characteristics of the laws of man, is that it is completely morally relativistic. One thing could be legal in one place, illegal in another place across an imaginary line. There's so few people who accurately understand what the nature of a human being is by nature of reality in the physical world, without anything being given to them. How we come into the world inherently through our nature is a programmable state. And if you don't understand that, the ultimate chess master, slave masters of the world, who are playing a game of chess, and the average moron in this world doesn't even understand what checkers are, let alone how to play checkers, has not sat at the chessboard with the chess masters, and is not even on the same level of being able to even understand how this game is played. Okay? This is how unsophisticated psychologically the average person is. They have such a low-level, unsophisticated psychology that it's child's play for these people to deceive them and manipulate them, because they don't even understand something as basic of what human nature actually is. And this is a proven, it's absolutely, completely proven to be this way. It is not an opinion. It is not subjective. We can willfully change our behavior, willfully mold our behavior, and have positive outcomes, have good results on the other side. If we don't do that, we're low information, ignorant people. We're easily led, we're easily deceived, we're easily manipulated, and we're always putting out garbage result into our lives. And then we want to scream and complain about it as if it isn't us doing it to ourselves. The reality of human nature is that human beings are simply programmable. We are programmable beings. So we are not computers, but we, like computers, are programmable mentally. What we believe eventually becomes our behaviors. So if programmed beliefs can be inserted into the mind like a computer virus, bad output happens on the screen of life. If good coding happens in the mind and we understand accurately what's going on within ourselves and in our environment, then we can put good behavior out into the world, good output. It's the garbage in, garbage out dynamic of computers, often called GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. Okay? Good behavior in, good behavior, good programming in, good information in, good behavior out. That's what we have to understand it as an allegory for, or an analogy of. So we're not computers, but much like computers, if a human being has a bad file system format, which is the conditions during a child's formative years, their formative years. It's like laying the file format onto a hard drive. When we format the drive, we're doing that with our children when they're in a highly programmable state in the first 6.5 to 7 years of life. That's their formative years. Then we might give them a bad operating system. That's our culture that we're at, that's at work in our environment. That's culture, which is the collective belief systems. And bad software. right? If we install badly written software programs into the human mind, then that's erroneous, rigid, and dogmatic belief systems that people just accept as being true. If we put all of that in, what's going to be the output? The output, which is behavior, which is the way of being in the world, onto the screen that we call, the screen is life, our environment, our daily operating environment, is also going to be garbage. If all that garbage programming goes in, do you expect good output onto the screen of life, quote unquote? Or do you expect horrific, tragic outcome, total garbage result? What do you think is going to be the manifested result? It doesn't take a brain surgeon or a genius to figure it out. Once again, if we're honest with ourselves. So if garbage goes in, garbage comes out, and the behavior that we output will be bad and will contribute to deteriorating conditions on a mass scale in our world. Similarly, like a computer, the behavior of a human being will largely depend upon its programming, the quality of information that is input into the being, which will enable it to process and create efficiently, if it's good. So if good information / programming goes in, the good result comes out on the other side. If garbage programming goes into the being, garbage result comes out on the other side. When we take this into the aggregate, that's the consequential results that we get societally, worldwide, and that's what natural law actually is. This isn't difficult to figure out for people who step back from their garbage programmed conditioned response belief systems. This is a very important dynamic to understand, because if people don't change their view of human nature, they stay in the satanic mindset.
This is an area where I think the Christian church fails. They talk about Jesus and God, and good, that's good. But it's not Jesus and God that's causing problems. It's these negative entities. These things are putting negative thoughts into your brain all the time. Every negative thought you can imagine. And these things feed off of that negative stuff. And if you believe that, then you're done. It seems to me like these forces, their agenda is to harvest your negative energy. They want you in a fearful, scared state, and then they feed off that energy. And then two, they get, I guess, a ton of glory in the negative kingdom if they get beautiful souls that have great purpose or great potential for God's kingdom. If they get those souls to take themselves out, it's like hitting the jackpot.
The only place we can save the world begins in our own mind, by ceasing to give attention to negative thoughts and energies in our mind, and forgiving and loving and having compassion. If we want to vanquish the powers of evil that control this planet, the first place to start is to make sure there's no evil happening in your own mind, right?
You look at what's going on in your head, and you're hearing thousands of thoughts a day, but who's listening to those thoughts? That's the real you. Just stay present. All this other stuff is distractions. It keeps you from being who you really are.
Shalom Alachem. Peace be with you, my friends. Welcome back to the Jesus Way podcast. Today we're going to be talking about a very interesting subject that doesn't get a lot of conversation, I think, in the spiritual space in general, which is the subject of evil spirits, or demons, or as we're going to call them today, negative entities. Jesus was obviously famous for being a miracle worker who would cast out demons from people. And there's a lot of misguided notions about what demons exactly are, especially in religion, of course, but even in the larger spiritual world as well. And we want to clear this subject up because as someone who's walking a spiritual path, you are going to encounter the demonic at some point, and probably already have in many ways. And so as part of being well-rounded and not just full of love, but full of wisdom as well, we want to understand and arm ourselves with the knowledge of what are demons or negative entities, what is their modus operandi, what is their agenda, how do they function, and all these kinds of important questions. So today we're going to be diving into the science of demonology, if you prefer to call it that, which is something that we've touched on before on this show, being that the Nazarene Christians had a pretty extensive demonology from the Clementine writings that is very helpful to read to familiarize yourself with some of the things we're going to talk about today. But we wanted to go to a more direct source today, and we're joined by a very amazing guest named Jerry Marzinski, who is a retired licensed psychotherapist with more than 3 decades of direct experience working with the most challenging psychiatric and criminally insane populations in the country. Jerry's career placed him inside of a very volatile state hospital environment and maximum security prisons, where he began to study with a lot of patience and dedication the thought patterns and disturbing voices reported by psychiatric patients. And he's also a co-author of a book about this subject called An Amazing Journey into the Psychotic Mind, which is a book that very much challenges the conventional thinking on mental illness and gets into this topic today of what we're going to be talking about with negative entities. And so I think Jerry's insights into the nature of voices and spiritual oppression offer a very unique perspective for this conversation today. So with all that being said, Jerry, thanks so much for joining us for today's episode, brother.
No, thank you guys for having me. I mean, this is an area where I think the Christian church fails. Is they talk about Jesus and God, and good, that's good, but it's not Jesus and God that's causing the problems. It's these negative entities, and there's a lot of churches that don't want to even mention it. They don't want to even bring it up. Yeah. That's too bad, because they operate in obscurity. They thrive in silence and not knowing. They get away with murder because nobody is aware of them, or how they operate. So, like you said, I've worked on the front lines of mental health my entire career, and I've worked in every kind of mental health institution. I started off in one of the biggest state hospitals on the planet. They had 10,000 patients there when I got there. They had 200 buildings, and it was the size of a small town. They had their own mortuary. They had 30,000 patients buried there. Central State Hospital in Georgia. General Sherman camped his troops on the front lawn of this place, over 100 years ago. So it had a long, long history. And I've worked in private psychiatric hospitals. I've worked in county psychiatric hospitals. I've worked in state psychiatric hospitals. I worked in the psychology department of a large state prison for almost 20 years. Mental health centers, consulting. I've done it all. I'm working with people all over the planet now with a brand new cutting edge energetic psychotherapy that actually works to get at the problems that people are having instead of just dousing down the symptoms with drugs. It's cutting edge stuff. I'm something like that finally showed up. I've been looking for it for decades, and I finally found it.
Wow. I want to hear more about that then, for sure.
Yeah, it's called the MACE energy method. And I can go into that, how it operates. And sometimes it will get rid of these voices. I think right now there's probably about a 30% chance of getting rid of them. But if it doesn't get rid of them, it will get rid of what they feed off of. The negative emotional energy, which is their food. So
for sure.
After graduate school, I was hired at Central State Hospital under vocational rehabilitation in a psychiatric rehabilitation program. So our job was to find the highest functioning patients in the state hospital, get them trained in a skill, and then release them. And our job was to find them and then send them to the psych rehab center. So I was assigned to one of the larger psychiatric units out there. And, when I got there, nothing in education prepared me for this. It was a totally different world. It was like a sea of insanity. There were 200 different buildings there. I remember when I first got there, I was pulling up on my motorcycle. I drove a motorcycle all over the place then, and it stopped at the intersection for the hospital. And off to my right comes this skinny guy, completely naked, running across the intersection. So I knew he'd escaped from one of the psychiatric units. And I'm sitting there watching him. I could have chased him down on the motorcycle, easy. I'm going, well, what are you going to do if you catch him? He's not going to go voluntarily. He's running from this place, There were no cell phones then. So, they had the dial-up phones. So I just went, okay, let him go. And
it's probably better off.
That was my introduction to, my first working days there.
Wow. My goodness. Well, Jerry, I've wanted to have this conversation with you for years because you helped me make sense of a very terrible tragedy in my life a few years ago when my best friend took his own life. And he was an extremely happy, outgoing, loved person. He was truly a light in the world.
Yeah.
And everyone loved him. He was a special person. And we were all so shocked and heartbroken and disturbed. And especially myself, because I saw a change take place in him in the 2 weeks before his death, which was also precipitated by a new amphetamine prescription from a doctor. And I noticed his personality start changing. I noticed his eyes started changing, if that makes sense. It was him, but it wasn't him.
Yeah.
And he also told me he started hearing voices. So after he passed away, I was just totally broken and looking for answers. And that's when I came across your content, that there are entities, and they especially prey on people with various types of addiction, especially amphetamines, and that they can basically pretend to be of their voice. Like people believe that it is their own voice, but it isn't their voice. It's another voice. And this was completely paradigm shattering for me. And you also introduced me to Swedenborg, who believed that we are basically the choosers of who we listen to, that there's angelic voices from heaven and demonic voices from hell constantly interfacing, and we're the ones who give life to those voices. So I'm so honored to have you here because you've been so instrumental in my spiritual development. And the first question I wanted to ask you is, as you started working at these prisons, you were trained to see schizophrenia through a certain paradigm, correct?
It was totally wrong. It was totally broken. It was fostered by Big Pharma and forced upon the universities to teach. So it's like the psychiatrists. They remind me of the Egyptian priests of old. They go, we're psychiatrists, so we hereby proclaim that these voices are hallucinations because we say so. They had no research to back it up. They had nothing to back it up other than their arrogance. And then they started publishing that. It was a lie told by Eli Lilly back in I think it was the 70s when they came out with Prozac. They were looking for some way to explain why that antidepressant drug worked. They didn't know why it worked. They thought it was a serotonin reuptake inhibitor that prevented the cell from absorbing the neurotransmitter and then destroying it. So once those neurotransmitters are used, they're then destroyed. This drug was supposed to prevent the body from destroying those neurotransmitters and setting off the nerves more often. It was a lie. It was a dangerous lie. So Eli Lilly put it out. They knew it was a lie at the time. They didn't care. They published it. And then the Big Pharma ran with it. They started teaching it in the medical schools, even though there was no proof for it. Now it's been disproven, and they're still pushing it. Only they changed their caveat a little bit. I saw one about 3 weeks ago. I was looking at one of their commercials. They go, it is believed that schizophrenia and mental illness is caused by a chemical imbalance of the brain. There's no proof for that whatsoever. Matter of fact, it's been disproved. There is no chemical imbalance in the brain of schizophrenics. They don't even know what the chemical balance of the brain should be. It's a total lie that they pushed on the entire planet. And they're drugging people down at a horrendous rate. They're drugging kids now. I mean, little kids under the age of 5. They're giving them antipsychotic drugs. They're giving them Ritalin. That's the same thing that your friend took.
Evil.
It's evil.
If anything is evil, that's evil.
That's evil. I have the statistics here somewhere, but it's like in the tens of thousands.
They're taking a spiritual problem and medicalizing it and coming up with an expensive cure that doesn't even work. So
no, none of their mental illness drugs work to cure anything. What they're treating is symptoms, and that's what they want. They don't make any money by curing anybody like the Mace Energy method does. They make money by endlessly treating symptoms. So with schizophrenia, these drugs are major tranquilizers. They actually, with long-term use, will actually shrink your brain. So what they found with autopsies of long-term mental patients in state hospitals, when they did an autopsy, they saw their brains were shrunk like walnuts, and you could actually see them. They called it the Thorazine shuffle, where these long-term patients they didn't walk with a normal gait. They actually shuffled. They would just drag their feet behind them because they neurologically couldn't, walk normally anymore. So these drugs are dangerous with long-term use. They're bad with short-term use, but they don't cure anything. Those antidepressants don't cure anything. The antipsychotic drugs, once you stop taking them, the voices come back. Most of the time, they don't ever leave. They just lower them. They just lower the volume of them.
Right.
So then they charge a fortune for them.
Yeah, it's a sick system. So from your experience, when did you personally start realizing or suspecting that these voices were not a mental imbalance or a chemical imbalance, but actually some kind of interdimensional entities or forces at work here?
Well, I was a very anti-authoritarian guy, the way I was raised. I didn't trust authority as far as I could throw them. But what I did trust, I thought college, these guys were gods. And my dad kind of fostered that. Oh yeah, you got to go to college and you have to do it. So I thought they were gods. And then I hit abnormal psychology and I was just fascinated with it. But one thing I noticed, they didn't have any causes listed on. They had a whole list of all these different mental illnesses, with different descriptions and all these different areas. And, it looked like a real scientific work. There wasn't one cause down anywhere. Not one. So I went, that's odd. And then in that same class, we were ordered to read a paper written by a clinical psychologist who said if two schizophrenics with the same delusion ran into each other, so if both of them thought they were Joe Biden, one of them would have to change to some other delusion. And even as an undergraduate, I was going like, why would they have to do that? They're both nuts. Why would, what would it matter to them? It didn't make any sense to me. But one thing I hated about undergraduate and even graduate psychology is you can't get access to a clinical population. You can't go into a mental hospital. You can't go into a prison. You can't go into a mental health center. They won't allow you in there. They say, oh, it's way too dangerous. We can't take the risk. Bullcrap. That entire time in the more than 35 years I've worked on the front lines in different mental hospitals, never, ever did I see a researcher on the front lines, ever. They weren't working with the actual patients. They weren't in the mental health centers. They weren't in the county hospitals. They weren't in this prison. They weren't in the state hospitals. They weren't to be seen anywhere. Never did I see one. And any visitor who came in, so if a congressman or somebody from the Senate wanted to see what the inside of a prison, they were surrounded with, administrative staff. They weren't allowed to talk to the patients. or to the prisoners. And it's the same way. I remember a nursing class. I was sitting there one day, and this was in a private hospital, where they're telling the nurses, "Don't look them in the eye. They're dangerous. Don't look them in the eye." And I'm like, what is this? I'm like shaking my head. It's like, come off it. It's bullcrap. You don't want to be bird dogging them. You don't want to be staring at them like, that'll set them off. That'll set anybody
I see you,
off.
demon.
Yeah. Oh, it's nuts.
Well, Jerry, I grew up as an evangelical pastor's son, and we had a very spirit-filled church. And as you probably know, there does tend to be a lot of demonic manifestation activities in evangelical services. And I just want to offer some thoughts and get your reflections, because I noticed even as a child some patterns. And one of them was that demons would only manifest in our church when we would create these really powerfully charged environments of worship and praise to God, where the whole service would just be in an uproar, just lifting our hands and praising. And that's when demons would manifest. And I don't know if it was strategic on their part or a enforced thing based on the energy in the room. I think probably the latter. But they would make a huge commotion to end the praise and worship ceremony with their distraction. And this is a story I'll never forget. My dad, in one of these services, a elderly woman manifested a demon. And we thought, we had the typical Christian religious view of demons, which is like, oh, they're fallen angels and stuff. And I don't believe that anymore. I think it's more complicated than that, or actually more simple in one sense. But this woman manifested a demon, and the voice coming out of her was much lower and kind of scary, right? And I'm like probably 8 years old and seeing this, and there's other children in the room. So they get the ushers and they get this lady back to the back of the stage, and all the pastors go in the back. And I think our worship minister took over the rest of the service. And I was taken home by my one of our parents' friends at the church, and they kind of sat and watched us for a few hours or whatever. And then my parents came home, and I remember my dad walking in with his Sunday, suit on, his shirt and tie, like soaked in sweat. And he told me later that they had done demonic deliverance for 8 hours with this person. And he said that they had her pinned down to the floor because she was very strong, even though she was a little old woman.
They become supernaturally strong when they get upset. Supernaturally.
Yeah, it's wild. And they had to have 4 men that he said hold her down the entire time, or she could get up, unless it was at least 4 men. And so my dad's ministering to her while she's on the floor, and her face is kind of upside down for my dad. And he's like, preaching the word over her or whatever. And he said he saw this energetic demon face kind of pop out, and then it flipped around to look at him like straight on. So it wasn't upside down anymore. And he was looking at this holographic demon face. It was laughing at him and stuff. And he said they couldn't cast it out. And I think in large part that was because they were approaching it totally wrong, which is like, I rebuke you, with like kind of angry energy.
Yeah, they feed off of that. Yeah,
exactly.
They feed off of that kind of energy. Yes.
Yeah. So the demon would start cussing and like try to stir them up and trigger them and stuff. So anyway, that's some stuff that I grew up seeing even as a little child, and a little bit traumatizing to see that as a kid. But I'd love to hear you just unpack a little bit more of the science of or the metaphysics rather, of what you think is really going on, of like, how are these people getting possessed, if we want to call it that? And what is the goal of these negative entities?
Well, the goal is they feed off of us like we feed off cattle. What's so tricky about them is you don't find psychiatry or psychology or social work or any of these people ever asking where the thoughts come from. They just assume that they belong to you. Now, Swedenborg says something very different. He said they either come from heaven or they come from hell or they come from somewhere in between. But that your mind is basically like a radio receiver, right? You tune into the ones you're listening to. So you got these guys playing with Ouija boards, you got them using meth. They're tuning into a very low level. I've seen a number of people who become possessed using Ouija boards. They ought to outlaw those things. Wow. They shouldn't be child's toys. They're dangerous. There's a number of people that became psychotic. They were talking to this voice on a Ouija board, and then it appeared in their head, and then it's talking to them in their head. They didn't need the Ouija board anymore, and it wouldn't go away. Right. The other way they open up is with amphetamine. The prisoners called amphetamine the devil's drug. I mean, I saw more prisoners go psychotic on methamphetamine than any other drug. Cocaine was right behind, but methamphetamine was number one. Okay. Second way they become possessed is by spirit channeling. They don't know who they're playing with. And these voices, they're consummate liars. You can't believe anything they say. So, when I got to this state hospital, I was told that, I was taught that these things are auditory hallucinations. So what I think, okay, they're hallucinations. They must be like word salad. They must be just like, they don't make any sense. That's not what I saw. So I was telling you about this one guy where I was told if two guys with the same delusion, one of them would have to change. And so since I didn't have access to a clinical population, I had to finish my master's degree before I had access to a clinical population. So they make sure you're good and brainwashed before they let you loose in there, and I didn't trust them worth a darn. I mean, they didn't like answering questions, and the higher you got, the worse it got. You get up to the PhD program, boy, they didn't like to be asked questions at all. They don't like to be challenged. And here I'd already spent 7 years on the front lines, and the real front lines of mental health, in that big psychiatric hospital. And I get into this PhD program, and what they're teaching is like, that's not what I saw. That's not what I experienced. And none of these guys had any kind of frontline clinical experience like that. They might have been, student counselors or something like that, or they went from, BA to master's degree into the PhD program, but they didn't have any real frontline clinical experience. And it's like, man, I remember one day the head of the psychology department, he used to be a preacher. He calls all the second year PhD students together. And he goes, okay, I want to talk to all you guys. And we're going, what's all this about? So we all show up in this auditorium, and he's describing this research paper that he wrote. And he starts describing the statistical part. Now, I'm not a statistical genius, but I had a fair amount by the time I got there. And he was describing the top 5% as if it were the entire population. And I'm like, now, he can't be doing that. Oh, yeah, that's what he was doing. So I raised my hand and I said, hey, Jerry, what's going on here? You're describing the entire population based on a 5% sample that you took from the top of this population. It's not representative of the entire population. And I'll never forget the answer he said. He said, well, if the people reading the research don't know that, that's their problem. And my head just went, boom. I'm like, this is the head of the psychology department who used to be a preacher teaching us how to lie with statistics. And there were only two of us. I mean, I was stunned, and I looked around at the other students. There was only one other guy, a friend of mine, who looked at me and just went, and then we had to change our face so he didn't see us. But the rest of them were going, oh, so that's how it's done, huh? I'm like, oh my God. That was a big letdown. But when I got there, I was telling you about this guy, the research where the two patients who had the same delusion, one of them had to change. So here I'm hearing patients carrying on fully coherent conversations with someone or something that I couldn't see. And I went, well, that's odd. And I went, that must be the voices. But I was thinking the voices are incoherent, because they're supposedly hallucinations. That's what the experts told me. That's what they taught me all through all these years of programming. And I'm like, that's not what I'm seeing, So I crept up behind one guy, and I was kind of trying to listen in on what he was saying. Nobody else was interested in the voices. Nobody had any curiosity about them at all. What they were saying, what they were doing, what they were, nothing. They all believed they were auditory hallucinations, and to just ignore them. The whole hospital, hundreds and hundreds of staff. Not one person was curious about those voices except me. and it wasn't making sense what I was seeing. So I crept up behind this guy, and I'm listening to him, and it was just like listening to somebody talking on the phone. You could hear what they're saying, but you can't hear what was coming in. And what he was saying was he was arguing with these things, and it was a perfectly coherent conversation where he would pause and he would respond, and then he turns around and he catches me. And I go, "Oh, hey, I'm the psych for this unit. My name's Jerry. I haven't seen you before. When did you get here?" And he goes, I got here a week or two ago. And I said, "What's your name?" And he looks at me and he goes, "I'm Jesus Christ." And I think back to that double thing. And I look him in the eye and I go, no, you can't be Jesus Christ because I am. And I go, okay, what's he going to do? Is he going to change his delusion? So I'm waiting for it. I'm like, okay, I'm curious. And he cocks his eyes up and he's thinking and he's thinking and he's thinking. And he looks me back in the eye and he goes, okay, we can both be Jesus Christ. And he strolls off happily down the hall. And I'm going, those liars, they lied to me about that. What else did they lie to me about? So it was kind of like, now I got access to what's really happening with these people.
On the field.
On the field. Later, I found out that 75% they did a massive research on this. I forgot who did it. 75% of what psychologists publish can't be replicated. So,
not surprising.
In consequence, they're lying. Just like that professor was doing. This is how you lie with statistics. It's publish or perish. And the higher you get, you've got to publish. And they don't care what they publish. They publish garbage as long as it gets published. That's all that they care about. So it's like,
right.
How much else can you not trust of what they're saying? And you're looking back at the psychology textbooks, like in back of the abnormal psychology text, it was this guy is quoting this guy, who's quoting this guy, who's quoting this guy, who's quoting this guy, who's quoting this guy. I remember one time scuba diving, I ran across this little colony of fish in a big circle, and they had these little mounds built of pebbles, and just their heads would stick out of the pebbles. So when their neighbor went to steal a pebble from somebody else, they would go and steal their neighbor's pebble and add it to their pile. And while they were away robbing their neighbor, some other fish was robbing their pebble. And I stood there, I was just fascinated for hours. I burned up a whole tank of air watching this colony of little fish stealing from each other. And the only ones that were bringing in any new information were the ones on the outskirts, the ones who would go out into the ocean and find new pebbles and then bring them to their nest, and then they were stolen from. Okay, they reminded me of these people in the back of the abnormal psychology book, where this guy was quoting this guy, who was quoting this guy, who was quoting this guy, who was quoting this guy. And they were all acting as if the original guy was platinum or something. Huh?
And probably none of them had ever even really been with mentally psychotic people to study them before, right?
Who knows? The majority of the professors I had didn't.
Yeah.
So I'm watching these guys, and I'm noticing with the students that I had on my caseload is that anytime they got near succeeding with anything, they would sabotage themselves. They'd stop taking their medicines. They'd go nuts. They'd get in trouble. And if they went off their meds 3 times, then we had to discharge them, because back then medicine was the only thing we had. There was nothing else. And traditional psychotherapy was like shooting a rhino in the butt with a BB rifle, trying to move it off a road. All you're doing is irritating the thing. It didn't work. It just didn't work with schizophrenics, and it didn't work with most of the patients. It made them feel better. They were being listened to, but it wasn't getting at the source of their problem like the MACE energy method does. So, so it wasn't working with schizophrenics at all. You're just wasting your breath trying to counsel a schizophrenic. They were in another world. Yeah. So, I was wondering, like, okay, what are these voices? I noticed that the patients who were listening to their voices the most were the ones that were getting in trouble the most. So I felt like, okay, there's a correlation between them getting in trouble and them listening to the voices or not taking their medications. So I was curious, and I started asking other staff, what are these voices? What are they saying? Nobody knew, nobody cared. The psychiatrist would just say, they're hallucinations. There wasn't the least bit of curiosity, and there were hundreds of staff there. None of them were curious about the voices except me. So I started asking these guys about what their voices were saying, but, they don't call them paranoid schizophrenics for nothing. They're paranoid. You start asking them about the voices, right away the defenses go up. So and it didn't help that my job in part was turning them into the psychiatrist when they started getting crazy. Okay? So I had some mountains that I had to get around to get to what was really happening. So I would learn tidbit by tidbit. It would be one patient would tell me a little bit, another patient would tell me another little bit. It was like gathering pebbles, just like those fish. And it was like, okay, I knew this much about them. And then the next person that was schizophrenic, I'd talk to, I'd say, well, okay, I know this much about the voices. What else can you tell me? So they would see eventually that I was really interested in hearing, understanding what these things were. I wasn't like the other guys who were going, yeah, well, you're just nuts. Just take your medicine and shut up. I wanted to know what it was about. And finally, I collected enough information to where I could go in there and say, okay, I know this much about him. I go, no, I know this, I know this, I know this, I know this, I know this. What else can you tell me? And that was far past the point already that any of the other staff had gotten. So they knew I was different. That, okay, he knows something about these things. And there was one time where I was asking him a question, and the voice came up to the patient, and he said, shut up, don't tell him anything more. He already knows too much. And the patient told me that. And I went, wow. They're conscious.
Wow.
They're conscious. They're aware. And that was weird. So the first pattern I saw was that they were consistently and completely negative.
Mm.
They were derogatory, insulting, abusive, destructive. They lied about everything. And the first thing I thought was like, okay, what keeps them consistently negative? If they were like any other hallucination, they'd be all over the place. And I'd seen a number of hallucinations in the time I was working. They didn't look like this. They were all over the place. They were just random. You can't predict them. You don't know what's coming up next. This was consistently negative. They were always negative. They would say, you're rotten, you're no good, you're ugly, you're worthless, you're stupid. Every negative thing you could think of, they were telling these patients. And they were upsetting them constantly. They were always aggravating. They were always making them mad. And I went, well, that's interesting. Why aren't they, why aren't they not random like hallucinations? Why are they consistently negative? And then the question was, what holds them on such a negative path? How come they're not random? Something's holding them to a non-random pattern. Okay?
Yeah.
So the problem is, if they're running patterns, they can't be hallucinations. That doesn't make any sense. Hallucinations don't run patterns. Something causes something to run patterns. So right away, I started suspecting everything I was taught in graduate school and undergraduate and all the in-service training I'd taken, all that stuff. The next thing I noticed that they were anti-religious. One patient came to me one day and he said, the voices were attacking me bad last night, and I repeated the 23rd Psalm, and they reacted like worms thrown on a hot frying pan. They couldn't stand it. They were screaming and hollering, and they just didn't like it. So I started asking other patients, what happens if you read the Bible? The voices got louder. What happens if you go to church? The voices would get louder. So I started passing out the 23rd Psalm, and I believed in God, I believed in Jesus, but I wasn't no Bible thumper. I wasn't, I just kind of was a little bit raised like that. And So I started passing out the 23rd Psalm to my patients and saying, okay, repeat this when the voices come, and then come back to me next week, and I'll set you an appointment and tell me what happened. Consistently, the voices hated it.
Wow.
So then I started asking them all, what happens when you go to church? So all the patients on my caseload and all the new ones coming in, what happens when you went to church? Turned out if the voices were very weak and they went to church, the voices would shut up when they were in church. They just stayed quiet. If they were of moderate strength, they would get louder and they would try to drown out what the preacher was saying. They'd be in the background. Oh, he's stupid. He's crazy. One of the things they kept saying was Jesus couldn't even save himself. What makes you think he's going to save you? These are the voices saying this, to these patients. So they would if the voices were very strong, they would drive the guy out of the church. He'd get up and he would run out of the church like he was driven out.
We used to see that in our church.
Yeah,
it used to happen.
Yeah, that's them.
Wow, Jerry, did you say that you are familiar with the Law of One material?
Yeah, I've read it several times.
Okay, then you understand the whole polarity situation, right? The Law of One lays out that the negative polarity requires to graduate to the negative polarity. To become a negatively polarized entity, you have to reach a gradient of 95% or greater service to self. Orientation. And that's what sparked in my mind when you said that they were consistently negative.
And then it switches over.
Have to be.
Then it switches over. The polarity changes to positive, which is interesting, isn't it?
Oh yeah, you mean at 6 density?
Yeah, once they get that certain percentage, then they can't go negative anymore. They have to reverse and go positive.
Right, because it's not a true path. It's a path of illusion, as they call it.
Yes, yeah. So they were.
So that makes sense why they show up as consistently negative, because they have to shut off the heart chakra to make that 95%, and so they can't have almost any positivity left in them to sustain that negative polarity, because it is so antithetical to reality. Like, reality is good, God's universe is good and loving, and it's based in oneness, but the negative path is based on the illusion of separateness. So it has to be very much like a private psychosis that, again, when they possess a human, they're trying to suck them into that psychosis with them to become negatively polarized. And so it makes sense that they want to keep triggering them to fear and anger so they can feed off those negative emotions.
Yes, and it's they foster and create that negative emotion. So what's so tricky about them? We're all hear voices in our head all the time. Right? Psychiatry, psychology, social work, don't ever ask about where they come from. You just assume that they're you. Okay. So I did an experiment once. I was wondering, this was several years after I started working at the state hospital, and I had never heard voices to the best of my knowledge. But I was wondering, well, what do they sound like? So one day I prayed, I said, God, let me hear these things. I'd just like to hear what they're like just once. And nothing happened for, 2-3 weeks.
Careful what you wish for, huh?
Well, then one day it did happen. So it was like after work, what I'd do is I'd go swim. I lived on a lake in Georgia, and I'd come back and it was like, okay, you spend 8 hours on the mental hospital and on the wards dealing with these crazy guys. And it's like, oh man.
How do you decompress after that, man?
Decompress, yeah. So I would swim to decompress. And I was already a certified scuba diver by then. I took a year of a semester of skin diving and a semester of scuba diving. So you had to take skin diving before you could take scuba diving at Temple University. So I was already a certified diver. I already had a lot of time underwater. I was comfortable in the water. Took off into the lake and I'm swimming. And I was a good swimmer. And I kind of balanced my air intake with the amount of energy I was going. Then I was cutting through the water for a long period of time. And it was like, it was getting late in the afternoon. And then I got tired and I kind of looked up and I'm going, whoa, I was way far out in the water, in the lake. And I went, well, I'm too far to get back. I'm too tired to get back. So they had what they call the survival float, where you put your arms behind your back and you just float like a dead man. your legs are hanging under the water, your face is in the water, your back's out of the water, and you're not expending any energy. You're just floating. But when you run out of air, you got to put your head up and you got to blow the air out, and then you start sinking immediately. And now you have to refill your lungs before you go under again, so you can pop back up, and then you float for a while until you're out of air again, and then you do it over again. It requires very little energy. You can do it for days if you had to. And the water that day was bath warm. The surface was just smooth as glass, warm water, very pleasant. And so I go into the survival float thing, and then I knew I was far from the shore. I knew I was too tired to get back. And then these thoughts come through my head, and it goes like, "You're too far from the shore to get back. You can't make it now." I already knew that. I already acknowledged that to myself. Then another thought comes up, and it's starting to get dark. If the sun goes down, you're going to get disoriented. You won't be able to find the shore. That was a new one to me. And then the third one is like, "You're going to drown." And I'm like, "What? I'm going to what?" That wasn't my thought. It didn't come from me. I wasn't the least bit worried about it. I'd been in a lot more dangerous situations than in the middle of the lake floating. It was so when I go down, okay, so you let out the air and you'd sink down maybe 2-3 feet, and then you pop back up again. Okay, so when I came up, here's this thought coming in my head. It's like, you were heading for the bottom. You were too far from the shore to make it back safely. You're too tired, and the sun's going down, and you're going to drown. And I'm like, what is this thing? I knew it wasn't me, and it was like, so I said, okay. So the next time I went down, I let air out. So I sunk further, and I was on my way down. I'd have to equalize the pressure in my ears as I went down. And I kept sinking, and I hit what they call the crush depth. So my lungs, the pressure of the water collapsed my lungs, and you sink like a rock at that point because you no longer have buoyancy. So I started heading down pretty quick, and I was kind of surprised by how fast I was sinking. And considering this weirdness that was going on in my head, I went, well, okay, I better go to the surface. And even before I got there, I knew what it was. It was the crush depth. I'd hit it. So I got back up, and here's this thing again. It comes in. Okay, it's getting late. You're too tired to make it to the shore, and you're panicking now, and you're going to drown. And I'm like, what the hell is this thing? So I go down again, and this time I let out more air. I sink, all the way down, and then I feel this cold, just coldness coming up my legs. And I'm like, whoa, and I shot to the surface again. But even before I got there, I knew it was a thermocline. It's a layer of cold water that usually lays above on the floor of the lake. And I knew what it was. I got up to the top, and here it comes again. You're too far from the shore. The sun's going down, and you're panicking, and you're going to drown. And I'm like, what is this thing? So I go down again, let out the air. I sink down. I go through the thermocline. So it was above the bottom of the lake. It was still about maybe 15 feet above the bottom of the lake. So I go through the thermocline and sink through it. And there's warm water under the thermocline, which surprised me. Okay? And then my feet stick in the muck, and I could feel it coming up my leg, but it started me. And that this was so weird. I shot to the surface again, and break the surface, and here it goes again with that same thing. And this time it says, and there's a motorboat coming right at you, and it's going to grind you to pieces because they can't see you. It's dark by now. Okay, so I look over, and I didn't hear a motorboat underwater. You can usually hear sound for miles underwater. I mean, it travels underwater much better than it does in the air. I didn't hear anything. So, I look around, and here's the green light of this motorboat coming in my direction. So I went, well, I don't want to go down now. I better keep an eye on it. And here's this thing saying, they can't see you, which was true. And it's coming right at you, which was true. So here's this truism. It's like, what it was like a psychological yes set. It's like a vacuum cleaner salesman comes to your house and goes, hey, look how good this thing works. Look how they fix up all this dirt. Look how quiet it is. Isn't it quiet? And look what it does here. It does all these things, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Yeah, it does all those things. And you'd like to buy it, right? Yeah, they want you to say yes. I mean, so here's this thing running a yes set on me, trying to drown me, and I'm like, I'm trying to drown myself. That doesn't make any sense. Why would I run a yes set on myself? I'm watching this motorboat, and it's coming at me, and I'm like, okay, if I need to dive under the motorboat, I can do that. I've done it before. Scuba diving, I had to hug the bottom as the boat went over. And if I needed to, I could do it again. I didn't want to, but I could. So I'm watching it, and it comes by maybe 30 feet away, and I watch it pass, and I'm not paying attention to the wake. I'm just looking at it like, wow, that was close, and they didn't see me. And as I'm taking a breath of air in, I take a mouthful of water. I'm taking a breath. I didn't notice the wake, and it just washes over me as I'm taking a breath of air. So I had to spit it out, and I start coughing and spitting up the water I took in. And this thing jumps right in there. It goes, yeah, you're drowning, you're drowning. And I'm like, what the frick is this thing? So, I sink back down again. I go through the thermocline. My feet stick in the mud, and I'm laying on the bottom like I'm dead. And I'm just, my knuckles are floating 6 inches above the water. By now, it's pitch black out. It's dark under the water. There's no light. And I'm a little bit scared because I didn't know what the devil this thing was. And I didn't figure it out till a lot later either. And all it was, it was bath warm water. There was no feeling because my feet were stuck in this soft mud. There was no feeling because the water was warm. There was no sight because it was dark. There was no sound because the motorboat had gone by. And here I am at the bottom of the lake with all my senses turned off. And all that was I was aware that I was aware. And that was like a profound discovery. It's like, that's what's there underneath all these senses, feeding you with garbage, hey, look here, look there, watch this, watch the TV, listen to the news, here's the traffic, all these things that are distracting you. That's who you really are. You are just awareness, and this is a car. This is you travel, this is your spacesuit here. Mm-hmm. So now I knew what they were like, and that thing didn't sound like, hey, I'm the voice, I'm the demon. Sounded just like all the thousands of thoughts that went through my head on a regular day. There was no difference in the tone or the intuition or the intonation. It was the same thing. It sounded just like all my other thoughts. But what these things are is they're energetic. Okay, that's why MACE is an energetic psychotherapy. So these things are energy. They can put these thoughts in your head, and they sound just like the thousands of other thoughts that go through your head on a regular day. They can put thoughts in, hey, you can't do this, or you're not smart enough, or you're stupid. The biggest one that I've seen in my practice is you're worthless. Something happened when you were a kid. Your mom yelled at you, you got beat or something, you decided you were worthless, and they're carrying that around for the rest of their lives until we can get rid of it. It's programmed in there. And these things feed off of that negative stuff, So they can go in there, they can put any rotten thought that you can imagine into your mind. And some of them are so startling that they don't come from you. Okay? Mm-hmm. And so you have to be aware that these things are putting negative thoughts into your brain all the time. So there's thoughts of doubt, there's thoughts of fear, there's thoughts of guilt, there's thoughts of worthlessness. Every negative thought you can imagine, it's coming in from them, but it sounds just like your regular thoughts. There's no, hey, we're the demons, And if you believe that, then you're done.
Yeah. Yeah. Jerry, there's something interesting you're touching on here. We study a lot of the early Nazarene writings, knowing that Jesus came from the Nazarene sect, who's Jesus the Nazarene. And there's a collection of writings called the Clementine writings. Maybe you're aware of them. And there's certain Nazarene texts that some of them go back to the 1st century, like the Ascents of James and the Travels of Peter. But one of the letters in there is called the Epistle of Clement to James. And I want to share my screen and read this because it actually says exactly what you're describing. And this is, again, an almost 2,000-year-old text. but this is supposed to be Clement speaking here. And this is part of their demonology section, where they say, there is therefore a measure of the works of faith, which, if it be perfect, drives all dark forces perfectly from the soul. But if it has any defect, something on the part of the demons still remains in that portion of the soul harboring infidelity. For if it remains in any quarter, when it gets an opportunity, it suggests inharmonious thoughts to one's mind. Not knowing their origin, one might believe their suggestions as if they were the thoughts of their own souls.
That's exactly right. And the Gnostics say the same thing. The Gnostics say the same thing. They call them archons.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
So they hit us all. You know, nobody's exempt from these things. Schizophrenics just get hit a lot more and a lot more consistently than the rest of us. You know, but you got to keep in mind, you know, where thoughts come from. You know, any negative thought that comes into your head comes from the dark side. Your spirit, your brain is like a radio receiver. You know, it doesn't create the thoughts. You know, if you brought a radio back 200 years ago, or you brought it back to the Roman Empire, and here's somebody speaking out of the radio, and they start taking the radio apart to look for who's in there, there's nobody there. You know, it's the same thing with your brain. There's nobody there.
We know the fruits of the Holy Spirit, you know, joy, peace, charity, love. So if a voice is planting hatred or judgment, fear, anxiety, it's, you know, Hasatan, the adversarial forces of the universe. And Jerry, your story is so interesting because the voice tried to get you to essentially kill yourself.
Yeah.
And I've seen this with my best friend who passed away. And I have two other friends who had nearly killed themselves. These are very rational, reasonable, happy people. And it was in positions that they were particularly at risk, where they were either at the top of a high building or they were on the water.
Yeah.
When these voices kicked in. And it's just really, it's, you know, it's kind of scary, but it seems to me like these forces, their agenda is to harvest your negative energy, for one. Yes, they want you in a fearful, scared state, and then they feed off that energy.
That's exactly right.
And then they get, I guess, a ton of glory in the negative kingdom if they get beautiful souls that have great purpose or great potential for God's kingdom. If they get those souls to take themselves out, it's like hitting the jackpot.
Yeah, especially preachers. If they can take down a preacher, you know, and like this guy in the PhD program, he was used to be a preacher. He wasn't anymore. He was teaching us how to lie with statistics. But yeah, they foster and create negative emotion. You know, so what they're doing to us is what we do to cows. I mean, you let the cow out in the field, in the pasture, it eats grass, produces milk, farmer isolates it, and then milks it, and then turns it back out to the pasture. We're not the top of the what do you call it, the feeding link. We're not the top, what do they call it?
The food chain.
The food chain. We're not the top of the food chain. You know, they're feeding on all of us. Every negative thought that comes into your mind that upsets you, every television show you watch that upsets you, murder mystery shows, they're feeding on the people who are watching those things. Horror movies, murder mysteries. You know, like on, what do they have? NBC, they have these investigative murders that people are sitting there. What? They're feeding off of that stuff. You know, war movies, murder mysteries, violence. They feed off all that. And you look what's on television. It's full of it. You know, by the time a kid gets to teenage, he's watched, thousands of murders on TV and saying, hey, this is what you do when you get angry. You get a gun and you go shoot somebody. And then they go try to take away your guns.
Right. So, Jared, do you think that these forces will almost collaborate with souls or human beings that have demonstrated a kind of evil inclination, like the powers that be, the people in big pharma, the military industrial complex, Hollywood? They understand that they can find a person who essentially has an inclination for this polarity, and then they're like, they could do a lot. They could spread a lot of fear. They could start wars. They could do.
We can
all
work
this
together,
stuff.
kind of thing.
Yeah, they're collaborating.
Oh yeah, they're collaborating. Matter of fact, I remember one schizophrenic gal where her voice wasn't mean enough to her. So there's a hierarchy of them on their side. So the boss of that one voice removed him and put a meaner one in there because he wasn't mean.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's a hierarchy. There was one time, I was working with, I think this was somebody in when I was working in one of the psychiatric hospitals. The last 10 years of what I did psychiatric crisis in the emergency rooms. Deciding, okay, well, what do we do with this guy? We let him go. We give him meds. We admit him. They just wanted him out of the ERs because the doctors didn't know what to do with him. They had no idea how to treat mental illness. They didn't know what to understand. And neither did the psychiatrists. They just drug it. They just drug it. But I'd gotten rid of 2 of the voices, and that was all the guy said he had, and they were gone. And then a few minutes later, he said, another voice has come. I said, where did that one come from? He said, that's their boss. And he said their boss was pissed.
Wow.
So, yeah. So what they do is they foster and create negative emotion. That's what they feed off of. That's their food. And so they're starting wars all over the planet. The robberies that the government is doing now. You look at all the robberies and the theft and the fraud that's causing harm to people who need it. So that's what they do. They foster and create negative emotion, and then they feed off of it. And they energetically drain their victims. One thing I noticed was that the schizophrenics who were hearing voices, after the voices left, they didn't have any energy left. Some of them said, hey, I was so drained I couldn't get up to come to the group this morning. Okay? So there was a 1-to-1 correlation between the voices attacking them and their energy level going down to nothing. Okay? So what I did is a study one day, this is a simple 1 to 10, asking these schizophrenics, how much energy did you have before the voices attacked you? And 1 to 10, how much do you have after the voices attacked you? And they had significantly more energy before than after. And we ran an analysis of variance on it, and it was statistically significant. Right? So they're feeding off of all of us. Every negative thought you have, every upset you have, every negative vibration you put out, they're feeding off of it. Right?
Yeah. Wow. I mean, it's such a powerful spiritual lesson, isn't it? That the only way we can really save the world, or the only place we can save the world, begins in our own mind, by ceasing to give attention to negative thoughts and energies in our mind, and forgiving and loving and having compassion, because we're taking more of that negative energy out of the collective consciousness, or at least we're not contributing to adding more of it. And if we want to vanquish the powers of evil that control this planet, the first place to start is to make sure there's no evil happening in your own mind, right? And I think when it comes to this conversation of the demonic and negative entities, that's something that people don't typically think about, because they think it has to start with some kind of opiate drug that opens you up, or a massive trauma.
That's what the friggin' psychiatric mafia got you believing. Oh, everything's drug, right. Everything's physical. They don't know what the cause of mental illness is.
For sure.
They don't even know what the chemical balance of the brain should be. That's one of the first things I noticed when I started working with psychiatrists. I'd go into the psychiatrist's office with my client, and they'd ask them a few questions, 15, 20 minutes, and then they'd start them on a drug. There was no lab test. There was no EKG, EEG. There was no kind of objective test. But they're telling these patients they have a chemical brain imbalance, but there's no baseline. It doesn't exist. And I asked them about that. I said, you're giving these guys drugs for a chemical brain imbalance, and you're just kind of picking them out of whatever the air, whatever you think. and there's no baseline. How do you know what's out of balance or by how much? And they said, oh, the pharmaceutical industry tells us all about that stuff. We just do kind of what they say.
The overlords told us.
The overlords told them. There was no test for a chemical brain imbalance. It did not exist. And here they are putting it out in public. They got the whole world convinced that schizophrenia and mental illness is due to some kind of physical chemical brain imbalance that they're fixing with their toxic, expensive drugs. What they're doing is just turning these guys into zombies. It's like, oh, yeah, I don't feel it anymore. And the voices don't bother me too much either now.
That's not freedom. I mean, it kind of sounds like, Jerry, you're saying something without saying it, which is, if we look at the pharmacy industry itself, or the medical industry here in the West, it functions just like a negative entity functions, right? Feeding off of victims. I mean, they literally create these kind of fake psychiatric standards and medical standards so that they can prescribe drugs ad infinitum, because they're never going to heal the patient. They're just going to keep siphoning their life until they die with all the drugs they're having to pay for. So, I mean, to me, it seems like the pharmacy model today is just a fractal of the demonic itself in that sense.
Well, yeah, especially with psychiatry. So you look at, in 2023, 49,316 Americans killed themselves, and there were 1.5 million suicide attempts. We have more psychiatrists, we got more psychologists, we got more social workers,
more drugs,
and more drugs than any other time on the planet. And look what's happening. The society is getting sicker. They're not getting any better. That's why I like the MACE energy method. That particular, it's a cutting edge psychotherapy. It actually goes after the programming that you picked up somewhere along the line that's telling you that you're worthless. But when you're done, it's gone. It's not there anymore. The suicide rate has increased by 30.3% in the past 20 years.
Yikes.
We're not getting any better. This is
We're going straight downhill according to that.
Yes. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for the ages 10 to 34 and the 11th leading cause of death in the United States. According to the Journal of the American Medical Association, the suicide rate for psychiatrists is 5.9 times that of the general population. So psychiatrists are killing themselves at almost the same rate as schizophrenics are. And these are the people running the freaking system.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
That's so sad.
If you had to give these people a report card, it would be an F-. Nobody's getting any better. They're making $11 billion a year selling antipsychotic drugs worldwide right now. Not million, billion. And they're making 7.4 billion selling antidepressants in the United States alone. $7.4 billion. These drugs aren't curing anything.
No. But why would they change their system if they're making that much money?
They won't. And they won't look at anything I'm saying either. You could say, hey, look at these patterns. I published them. They're on my website. Take a look. You'll see for yourself.
Not interested. We'll keep our money.
Not interested. Yeah. There's no double blind experimental things to prove anything. There's it's nuts.
This is why we always say on this podcast that taking back your health is one of the greatest possible things you could do for the collective. Unplugging from this mental and physical health matrix that so many people are dependent on with the fast food and the pharmaceuticals, and just unplugging and really taking sovereignty and investing in your mental and physical health via nutrition, exercise, and some of these tools we're going to get into for the remainder of the podcast, you can overcome this darkness 100%. And I would really love for us to discuss the good news, because it could be dark and upsetting. This is serious business, but there is good news, because while there are demons, there are also the most beautiful, angelic, and benevolent forces imaginable in the universe. So we always have to remember that. And God is the true power in the universe. And that can never be threatened. What is true and good ultimately can never be threatened, because God has all power.
So Swedenborg says you've got 2 guardian angels, at least 2 guardian angels, and 2 demons assigned to you. So it's just like the cartoons when you were a kid. See the demons and the angels talking to one another. That's what's actually going on, you know. Mm-hmm. And like the Native Americans said, you know, you've got 2 wolves on either side. The one that you feed gets the strongest. So these voices, they run a whole series of patterns. So I'm going to run through them real quick. They get louder after sunset. You know, schizophrenics don't like when the sun goes down. The voices get stronger. They get strongest between 3 and 4 in the morning. They don't want the patient to sleep. They want to wake them up, keep them awake, because they can't resist when they don't have any sleep. It's hard for them to resist the voices. They get louder when ignored. I remember one psychiatrist, I was in the office with my client with him, and he goes, the patient is complaining, well, I'm taking the meds, I can still hear the voices. So he goes, okay, well, I'll increase the drugs. So the patients learn not to complain about their voices to the psychiatrist, because all they do is increase the drugs. And then they turn them into more zombies, and they hate that feeling anyway. The side effects of these drugs are terrible. They're absolutely terrible, you know. So he said, well, we just ignore them. They're hallucinations. So I brought that guy back in a week later, and I said, hey, remember I was in Dr. So-and-so's office with you when he told you to ignore the voices. I asked him, I said, how'd that go for you? He said, it didn't work at all. You know, they got louder. And so I started asking other patients, what happens when you try to ignore the voices? They get louder. You can't ignore them. You know, you have to kind of acknowledge them. You know, you tell them, okay, you're full of crap, I hear you, and then just let them blow through. Okay? Or another thing that the Gnostics say is like, when you hear a voice, a negative thought, you just go, I see you. You know, because they don't like to be seen. They want to operate in silence. They want to operate in secret without you knowing it. You know? Yep. So you look at what's going on in your head, and you're hearing thousands of your voice. The voice that you're used to in your head is thousands of thoughts a day. But who's listening to those thoughts? That's the real you. That's the thing I ran into at the bottom of the lake. Your attention. And it's silent. It's watching. It's listening. That's who you are. It's not all this other garbage. You know, the rest of that is your ego. So the quieter you can get it, to just be in the present. Just stay present, because that's who you are. You're present. You know, all this other stuff is distractions. It keeps you from being who you really are. Right? So the voices, they foster self-destructive behavior. They foster isolation. They want the person to be alone in their room. So a lot of parents I've dealt with over the years, the schizophrenic son or daughter drives them crazy. They're absolutely mad. You know, pushes all their buttons, triggers them, causes turmoil and disruption all the time. And they finally go, get out of here. Go lock yourself in your room. Stay there. And then they sit there and they listen to the voices all day long. That's the worst thing that could happen, because now the voices are taking more and more control. You know, so a lot of these patients realize that those voices aren't who they are. You know, there's a lot of others who don't know what they are. You know, and if you believe what psychiatry says, they're you. So they're giving him the wrong information. They are not you. They are not the patient. And they are not the result of a broken brain and some chemical imbalance. It's a freaking lie. And they've taught that to the entire world. And they're poisoning the world with all these psychiatric drugs that are turning people into zombies. That's demonic in and of itself.
Jerry, the doctors literally want them to believe the same things the demon wants them to believe. This is your voice. You're the problem. You're just crazy.
Yeah, you're crazy. You're stupid. You're out of control. The only thing you can do is take these toxic drugs.
Yeah, keep taking those drugs.
Keep taking those drugs.
I'm sure you know, Jerry, in the 50s, they had the frontal lobotomy procedure for a while.
I met one of those guys at the state hospital.
Wow.
I'll never forget it. Yep. That was done well before my time. They were still giving shock treatments then, these bad, nasty shock treatments. But yeah, I remember my reaction to him. I was carrying on a conversation with him, and after he told me about the lobotomy, and after I walked away, I went, he's just not quite human. That was my thought. He's just not quite human. I couldn't put my finger on it, but he wasn't human anymore. He wasn't like a full functioning human.
Yeah. Well, of course, they outlawed that procedure after a while as being inhumane, but then they just switched to something that's far more profitable than that procedure was, which is, hey, we can basically give people a frontal lobotomy every day in the form of these drugs, which they pay for every day over and over, but it'll look more humane and less cruel. And I think it's only a matter of time that we will look back on the kind of psychiatric drugs we're putting these people on, just like we look back at the frontal lobotomy as this horrible thing. How did people ever sign off on this? It's so inhumane. But it's like we're doing that now, and almost in a worse way, because it's over and over again every day in the form of drugs.
And they're using it for other stuff now, too. The kid's throwing tantrums. Oh, yeah, give him an antipsychotic drug. That'll knock him out,
Like drugs is the answer to everything, huh?
Drug is the answer to everything. Matter of fact, I don't know where I had my clipboard with all that stuff on it. But, they had something called, this DSM of theirs. It's the diagnostic classification manual with all these mental illnesses in it. I think in the 1950s, it had like 75 diagnoses in it. And then 10 years later, it had 165 or something like that. Now it's got almost 300. These characters are making up these mental illnesses. They make them up. And along with the mental illness is a charge category, a charge for, so when you put in a charge to the insurance companies, right there, right in the DSM. Yeah. It's a money-making thing. So, I heard one report that they meet like once every 3 years. 2/3 of the psychologists and psychiatrists involved with making up these diagnoses are in league with Big Pharma. So they sit there and they go, okay, hey, I got a new mental illness. The latest one is caffeine disorder. So if you drink too much coffee, you're disordered.
You need drugs. Okay, cool.
Yeah, drugs. The disorder. What was the other disorder? It was some other fruity thing they came up with. Yeah, sibling relational disorder. So if two kids are fighting with each other, it's a disorder. They just make them up so they can charge money. Whatever drug they think they can come up with to treat this stuff, then they charge a fortune for it. Until just recently when Trump said, you will not charge U.S. citizens any more than you're charging, the highest paying foreign person, over there. But, I'm in Tucson, Arizona, for a patient that I had here, it would cost $800 to $1,000 for them to stay sane for a month. Going for $250 to the psychiatrist to prescribe these medications, and then going to the pharmacy, like $700 for a month's worth. You go across the border to Mexico to one of their pharmacies, they got the same drugs over there for $75 a month. And it's illegal to bring them across the border because the friggin' psychiatrists and mental they paid off Congress to make it illegal to bring those drugs back across the border. They can confiscate them from you, and you can get in trouble for trafficking drugs or something. They got it all tied up. I tell you, They've had cure for cancer now for decades. The pharmaceutical industry will not allow it out. They're making too much money off of people, their drugs and their treatments for that. Matter of fact, just a couple of weeks ago, Trump came out with the medbed things. They've had these medbeds out since the 60s. They're not allowed to give them to the general public. So Trump says, I'd like to give them to the general public. And he put it out, and it was an advertisement on X where he was advertising these medbeds. He said, we're going to medbeds. It's going to be a new medical system. You know, these med beds can grow arms, they can grow, limbs if they can cure all kinds of illnesses. He never said another word about it after he put it out. The pharmaceutical industry shut him up.
They can't have that.
They can't have that. Yeah. They make money off of treating symptoms, not curing anything.
Yep. And they poison us in the first place via the agricultural system. It's all a big loop, just getting people sick, low consciousness, and
and those chemtrails they were spraying in the sky until their USA bullcrap got defunded. They were spraying Tucson almost every day. Yeah. You know, and when Trump got in, they were double premium. Every day the sky was coated with those things. It was barium and aluminum. It's toxic to people, animals, and plants. So these things, I'm going to really quickly go through these things. They foster isolation. They demand the attention of their victims. Okay? They will not be ignored. They maneuver for increased control over their victims. You know, they will take as much control as they can get. And with that control, they have the victim do stupid, crazy things that get them in trouble, that generate more negative emotion, which they feed off of. So these things are parasites, and that's the last thing they want the patient to know. So, you know, if you want to upset a psychiatric patient, tell them, hey, these things are parasites. The voices hate that. They don't want them to know that they're parasites. So if you had a leech on you, you know, you wouldn't just sit there and do nothing about it. You know, somebody told you, hey, that thing's a parasite, you better do something. You know, same thing with psychiatric patients. Once they see that their energy is being stolen by these things, then they see them as an enemy. Psychiatry doesn't have them as an enemy. They have it as a mental illness that with a broken brain that there's nothing you can do anything about. You know, so it's fostering helplessness and hopelessness. It's not giving them any hope. You know, there's no, it's not like, hey, you've got an enemy you can fight against. It's not like that. It's you're helpless, you're hopeless, there's nothing you can do about it. You just have to take our meds, come and see us, pay us a ton of money, and we'll give you these drugs and you'll stay semi-sane for the next month. You know?
Yeah.
And if they don't have insurance,
keep the illusion going.
Keep the illusion going. They don't have insurance, they're out there with their street signs out on the street begging for money or drugs. You know, they closed all the mental hospitals with Proposition 13 in the 70s. You know, so all the psychiatric state hospitals they're all closed now. So where do these guys go? They can't work. They're mentally ill. They don't have any money. They don't have anywhere to live. So they're living in tents on the streets. You know, they're begging for handouts, or they're selling drugs and they're robbing people. So the prison is full of them. You know, there's a huge mentally ill section of the prison now. You know, so they have complete access to the memory. They can insert all kinds of. They can go into your brain because they're energetic. You know, your thoughts are energy. Your feelings are energy. Your spirit is energy. You're an energetic being. Right? These things are energetic also. So they can go into there and they can put these thoughts in your mind as if they're yours. And it just sounds like they're yours. You know, like, oh, you're worthless. You're stupid. This thing happens to you. You're stupid. Or some people are laughing across the street and they'll tell you they're laughing at you. You know, ideas of reference, they call it in psychology. So they don't want the victim to tell anybody about their presence. They want them to keep it silent, keep it to themselves. They tell the patient, if you tell anybody, they're going to know you're crazy and they're going to lock you up.
What I'm about to show you is very disturbing. And I think it needs to be put out there, at least by myself, to people that view my channel. The more I look into this, the more I am convinced. And these are not my words, and I'm bringing it to you as an educational video to inform you of what is going on in Utah. So I'm going to show it to you, and you make your own decision. You may not want to watch this, and that's your prerogative. But it's something that we need to start talking about, because every day that goes by is another day that a child is either being sexually abused or they're put to death. This is real. And as much as the government doesn't want to say it exists, it exists. So here's the video.
I'm Lynn Packer with OUR Video Op-Ed 23. The Utah County investigation into a suspected satanic child sex abuse ring. One of the suspects is New York Madison Avenue advertising executive Gordon Bowen. Two of Bowen's close friends who are not suspects, Utah Senator Mitt Romney and high-ranking Mormon apostle M. Russell Ballard. Even though Russell Ballard and Mitt Romney are not suspected of involvement in or knowledge of any ritualistic child sex cult, if one existed at all, both have known for more than a decade that Bowen was accused of having bizarre sexual fantasies, of being addicted to pornography, and of alleged sexual assaults. Later in this episode, possible reasons why they looked the other way. It remains puzzling why Russell Ballard and the LDS Church continued to engage Bowen in its public image campaigns.
And I really hope that Kenneth Packer is not upset with me for showing this. I'm taking the liberties to show it in an effort to help expose what he's found out.
A recent example of the continuing Bowen-Ballard alliance is a multi-million-dollar movie about Jesus. Ballard and the Mormon Church entrusted Bowen to oversee the project, despite Bowen's weird, even eerie notions about the Savior. The completed film is yet to be released. The project remains clouded in secrecy. A little more detail about the movie near the end of this report. Russell Ballard, who is now second in line to assume the presidency of the LDS Church, is a common denominator between the relatively new child sex abuse investigation in Utah County and the more than 2-year-old investigation in Davis County looking into Operation Underground Railroad. Ballard is close to the subjects of both probes. In a previous episode, I already reported that Russell Ballard not only encouraged Tim Ballard to found OUR, but along with 2 other general authorities.
I've watched the video. I got to put this out here. Russell Ballard made a video. It's on YouTube that he said he never knew Tim Ballard. Who's this in the picture? There's Tim Ballard and there's Russell Ballard. There's also letters of where he's written him and given him commendations and everything else. Okay, but there the 2 are. But yet this apostle denied he knew Tim Ballard. And there they are. Sorry, this is not AI on here.
Authorities of the church also invested in the Tim Ballard venture. This side note, unlike the late Senator Orrin Hatch and current Senator Mike Lee, Mitt Romney has not publicly endorsed OUR. In fact, Tim Ballard has been talked about as a potential candidate to run against Romney in 2 years. If a ritualistic child sex ring was operating in Utah, where was Tim Ballard? Was it going on right under his nose? OUR claims it detects and breaks up child sex trafficking rings. It says it's happening here. Before I proceed, 2 disclaimers. This report is for mature viewers only. It contains adult themes and sexually explicit content. Also, in 2008, I consulted on a child custody dispute involving Gordon Bowen. When the case settled out of court, I was asked to sign a non-disclosure confidentiality agreement. I declined. That's how sealed records from the case help document this report. The Utah County-based child sex abuse investigation made headlines this summer and fall. Some news outlets called it alleged satanic child sex abuse and a ritualistic sex ring. NBC News reported that the Utah County case is based on a false conspiracy theory, saying satanic panic is making a comeback, fueled by QAnon believers and GOP.
Oh, yeah, let's make this into conspiracy theories, which it's not. That's why, and who in NBC made these people say that? That's who we need to go see and then do surveillance on them to find out what's going on in their life. Because again, in the Glenn Pace memorandum, he states this is throughout our government and throughout our legislators in Utah, law enforcement, people who are millionaires and billionaires in Utah, and the church itself.
The influencers went on to say baseless accusations are branding people as Satanist pedophiles at the speed of the internet.
These allegations are wild. They are very unlikely to be true. And unfortunately, what happened was
This is how the people that are involved in this get these people as a talking head to say, oh, it doesn't exist, just like the FBI. It doesn't exist. And yet, why is suicide rate the highest in the country in Utah? Among our children, 10 to 0 ages, and from 17 till 10 years of age. Why? Answer me that question. Why at Syracuse High School do they call it suicide high?
got them in public records requests and spilled them all over the internet. And so it's not just enough that something terrible happened. It's that Satan is somehow involved in it.
Of more than a dozen names in the victim statements, 2 have been reported by mainstream media. David Levitt, the Utah County attorney who called the June 1st press conference, revealing that his name appears in witness statements, and David Hamlin, a therapist whose license had been revoked, who was arrested September 30th. More suspect names have yet to be discovered.
Now, remember the David Hamlin trial, it was totally thrown out thanks to a female judge, I believe in Proval, because she thought that the investigation by the sheriff's department was too harsh. I'm putting it in my own words, but she threw it out. She's probably a pedophile, and that's why there's a certain judge that's over my trial that I accuse him of being a pedophile. And we all know about Anderson up in the 1st District Court is a pedophile facing 7 felony charges. And the corrupt asshole attorney, Ryan Bushell, who had an ex parte with the judge of my trial, and the stupid ass prosecution, Jill Garrett, they had an illegal ex parte trying to get rid of my civil rights. Yet that jackass, Ryan Bushell, is protecting Judge Christensen. Think about that.
Disclosed by major news media. Gordon Bowen is one among many accused of involvement in the alleged child sex trafficking ring. His name is in the witness statements document. That testimony was compiled by the Provo City Police Department years ago, before it dropped the case. The report now guides the revived Utah County Sheriff's Office investigation, which picked up where Provo PD left off. Here's one of multiple statements about Bowen's alleged involvement. Gordon made us undress, and he did a huge variety of things to us, including tortured, raped, sodomized, whipped, chained, and urinated on us, and made us do the same things to ourselves and each.
But remember, this isn't happening, okay? The government wants to cover it up. So everything in this video never happened. Not
each other. It goes on to say, he is or was extremely wealthy and worked or had worked high up for Coca-Cola. He lived in a huge mansion in the avenues of Salt Lake City. Gordon is a very, very powerful and revered man in the church, if he has retained the position he had 14 years ago.
I hear the avenues. I got to tell you something I learned. They say they have huge sex parties in the avenues. That's what I've had people tell me. I don't know. I don't want to know where they're at, but it makes me wonder, really? The average person knows about it, and now it's mentioned here.
He was the Punisher, and we were told he oversaw torture and murder for Master Mahon and the high councils. He would invite us to his mansion in Salt Lake for...
Did you hear that? For the high council of the church.
Parties, and this name was redacted, were always very excited to attend. Sometimes we took the harp and played in the little balcony over one of his main rooms for his guests. Here are a couple of facts about the alleged victim statements. They are largely uncorroborated allegations. The child victims have been drugged with peyote, which can cause hallucinations. Thus, some or all alleged crimes could be imaginary, especially alleged murder and cannibalism. What is factual, Bowen did undergo cult-like exorcisms by David Hamlin, the one who was arrested in September, and Bowen was previously accused of sexual assaults. So, who's Gordon Bowen? Let's start with his resume. He's now Chief International Creative Officer for New York City-based advertising agency McGarry Bowen. He was born in 1950, so he's now 72. He graduated from Salt Lake's Highland High in 1968. His future wife was a classmate. He served an LDS mission in England, attended the University of Utah, but did not graduate. In 1974, he was hired as a copywriter for J. Walter Thompson in Chicago. In 1979, he became a creative director for Bonneville Communications in Salt Lake City. That church-owned entity created the world-renowned Homefront series of family-promoting, award-winning public service announcements. That campaign began a few years before Bowen was hired. After leaving Bonneville Communications and Utah behind, Bowen was hired by the prestigious New York Madison Avenue ad agency, Ogilvy and Mather. Advertising Age published a cover story on Bowen, headlined, Gordon Bowen, a Mormon pilgrim in the Mecca of advertising. The article included a photo of several former Bonneville Communications employees Bowen persuaded to come along. At Ogilvy, Bowen shot to stardom with the American Express account, coining the tagline, "Membership has its privileges."
I do have flight 139 leaving in 20 minutes, but only in first class.
I'll take it. Get a call on my flight. I'll be there. This much.
No, we're just started.
Hush.
The second potted plant from the left.
Coming through when you need it most. Membership has its privileges.
In July 1991, the Salt Lake Tribune reported on Bowen's continued ascension and change of ad agencies. The story said, last week, Mr. Bowen astounded the ad community when he announced he was leaving Ogilvy and the creative direction of its most lucrative account, American Express. He moves to McCann Erickson, one of the world's 3 largest agencies, to capture the plum of all advertising jobs, Chief Creative Officer for Coca-Cola. In the ad world, getting the Coke account was huge. During that same time frame, Bowen worked on President George Bush's failed 1992 re-election campaign. The New York Times reported, The joke on Madison Avenue last week was that President Bush could not nominate anyone to the Supreme Court until Gordon Bowen had made up his mind. During that same election cycle, Bowen assisted in Utah and Richard Eyer's unsuccessful campaign for Utah governor. Eyer losing to Mike Leavitt, brother of ritual sex ring suspect David Leavitt.
Wow.
In 1994, Bowen worked for Mitt Romney on his Massachusetts Senate campaign. Romney lost to incumbent Senator Ted Kennedy. The next year, another job change. He worked for Young and Rubicam as creative director.
So there is your connection to Romney with Bowen.
Between 1995 and 97, his biggest account, AT&T. In 1995, he was appointed to the LDS Church Communications Futures Committee. In 1997, Bowen left Young and Rubicam.
You know, I gotta ask myself, the church appoints him to Communication Futures Committee. Where is the power of discernment with our apostles? Think about that. It's a heavy loaded question, but ask yourself, you're going to tell me the apostles could not discern that this man is an evil human being? And I'm alleging that. Let's continue.
And became creative director for Robert Redford and Sundance. Despite leaving Bonneville Communications, the church's advertising arm, Bowen still advised church leaders. Bowen worked with Russell Ballard and the late Richard Worthland.
Again, here's Russell Ballard, who said he didn't know Tim Ballard. Are you kidding me? There's their connection.
Ronald Reagan strategist and advisor to rebrand the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints logo so that Jesus Christ appeared in a much larger font. Another example of his work, Bowen produced the award-winning AT&T commercial that seemingly tore a page from the LDS Church's Homefront playbook. The ad shows a working mom getting ready to go to an important meeting when one of her kids asks, when does she get to be the client? The mother relents as a Cyndi Lauper hit, Girls Just Want to Have Fun, plays in the background. In the late 1990s, Mitt Romney named Bowen creative director for Salt Lake's 2002 Winter Olympic Games. Bowen conceived the motto, Light the Fire Within.
There is another connection with Romney and Bowen.
Designed the Olympic torch, shaping it like an icicle, and produced the opening ceremonies. Olympic head Mitt Romney would later write, Gordon's talent left us speechless and appreciative. Springboarding off his Olympic Games success, Bowen co-founded his own Madison Avenue ad agency, McGarry Bowen, quickly pulling in big-name clients like Disney, Wall Street Journal, Crayola, Century 21, Staples, Marriott, J.C. Penney.
Isn't it interesting, Marriott? Oh, that's LDS, isn't it? Jeez.
In 2009 and again in 2011, McGarry Bowen was Ad Age's Agency of the Year.
I'm Rob Lowe. And I'm Gordon Bowen. We no longer have the ability in advertising to have a captured audience. They can zap us away in a nanosecond. So,
by the end of 2019, McGarry Bowen operated in 12 offices in 9 countries, with Bowen as his jet-setting ambassador, appearing in television interviews around the world. While Bowen still works out of his New York City headquarters, he also has a home in Salt Lake City, one that gained notoriety in Better Homes and Gardens magazine. The article said, when Gordon Bowen, a global advertising executive with roots in Utah, happened upon the property, it was a far different sight. Gordon is incredibly spontaneous and cinematic, but he was also intent on creating a nurturing home for his 2 children. On display in one room of Bowen's house, this male nude torso sculpture. As is common with many Greek statues, its junk is fully exposed. Which makes a good segue to the next section of this report and Bowen's penis preoccupation. Bowen's erratic behavior includes a penchant for telling penis stories, evil spirit possession paranoia, alleged sexual assaults, and male escort massages. I'll begin this section with one of Gordon Bowen's secretary's recollections. Gordon was a brilliant man, but he also seemed to be tormented by personal demons. He would often sit in his office alone in semi-darkness, jotting down his thoughts on a yellow notepad. Sometimes I would see the cryptic scribblings, things like, "It's not good for a man to be alone. Take advantage of New York opportunities. Repair a relationship with Dad. I have sinned greatly against God." He also seemed to have difficulty managing his finances. He must have been making an enormous amount of money, but bills were never paid on time, and creditors would call often demanding payment and threatening litigation. One day he gave me an envelope bulging with cash and sent me by taxi to a bank to make a credit card payment, which was overdue. In connection with Bowen's divorce and custody dispute, a former FBI agent gathered almost a dozen sworn statements from former Bowen co-workers. Here are some
Now remember, these are sworn statements.
excerpts. He said he had been raped and sodomized by a man who was a friend of his father while his father looked on. I went to Gordon's house for one night.
Gee, doesn't that sound like satanic ritual abuse?
Only, Gordon showed me sheets that had been cut and clothing that had been torn. He told me that evil spirits had done these things. Gordon claimed to be beset with evil spirits nibbling on his body. Gordon would call me and ask me to stop by his house and stay with him because of his fear of evil spirits. Once I went to his house and found him looking exhausted and sitting in a corner on the floor. He told me he had been choked by an unseen evil presence. I recall that Gordon was an endless pattern of deception and deceit. While at Bonneville, Gordon would make a point to talk about how other people had said how Christ-like he was. I observed Gordon had delusions of grandeur. It seemed he felt he had some grand mission to accomplish in the church, but at the same time, it was obvious he wasn't active.
Now remember, these are sworn statements as you're listening to them.
More often than not, he did not go to church on Sundays. Gordon wore his membership in the Mormon Church on his sleeve. His wicked ways have scarred forever the reputation of the church in the New York advertising community. Gordon's homosexual, sadomasochistic activities became an embarrassing, widespread joke in the advertising community. In about 1987, when Bowen lived in a suburb in Westchester County, neighborhood boys had broken into his home and smeared feces on the walls and furniture. A friend said it appeared Gordon had been involved with the youths and that they were none too happy about it. In about 1992, Bowen did not show up to a meeting. Soon thereafter, there were rumors that Bowen was found naked, chained or handcuffed to a bed or radiator, feces smeared on his body. Gordon told me that he had burned his dick while he was ironing. He explained that he was naked while ironing and that the iron hit his penis. Gordon liked to tell various stories involving a penis. He repeatedly told about being in the bathtub and having his penis rise to the surface and about his cat attacking his penis. I heard him tell this several times. At one time, Bowen aspired to be a Hollywood screenwriter. That may have been the motivation behind two of his literary writings titled Dearest Savior and The Holy Dream. In 1992, Bowen began drafting a story, maybe a screenplay, that he titled Dearest Savior. He dedicated it to Barbara Timothy, who he had yet to marry, and to Jesus. Here are two excerpts. Open with a child, long blonde hair, blue eyes. She is in prison. As far as I can see, are thousands of adult men, naked. All have extremely small penises, but they're fixated on them. In fact, all are doing exercises of some kind or another, trying to make them larger. I take the child in my arms. All the naked men are in the fiery furnaces doing their penis exercises. I hold her next to my chest and escape. During a 2008 video deposition, Bowen admitted it was his handwriting, but claimed he could not remember writing it.
Gordon's Dear Savior script for Barbara and Jesus, my only true love. It's in 1992. There it is. Open with a child, long blonde hair, blue eyes. She is in prison. As far as I can see, are thousands of adult men naked. All have extremely small penises, but they are fixated on them. In fact, all are doing exercises of some kind or another to make them larger. Do you remember that, writing that?
I don't.
Is that not your writing?
Yes, it is.
A couple more quotes from Bowen's script.
Could that be that he was taken probably at journaling when these children allow entities and they start getting programmed? Is between the ages of 3 and 5 years old. And is that why he can't recognize the handwriting? Because an entity within him was writing this. This is really involved stuff, and if you're not up on it, you won't understand what I just said. But if you are, you will understand. But take it for the surface that Bowen is probably possessed.
I am holding the child. She is sentenced to death for killing a man. The man who is the largest looks surprisingly like my father, doing penis exercises feverishly. The man she killed was killing children and sexually abusing them. She says she was not sleeping with the man, although some accuse her of it.
This is bizarre.
The second story, Bowen titled The Holy Dream. He was also asked about it during his deposition. It's a story about Jesus riding a horse. There's a scripture in the Old Testament about Jesus riding a white horse, but Bowen's story has him riding a black horse. Here's the storyline. A voice tells a boy child he needs to cross a treacherous ravine to find hidden treasure, gold on the other side. In the ravine below, he sees a river of blood with millions of heads bobbing to the surface, disemboweled, disembodied, but very much alive. The voice says, "You must cross the ravine now. Make the leap of faith. Jesus will carry you. Just come to me, Jesus, right on my back. We will cross the chasm together." The story describes a juicy, naked, engorged Jesus mounting a black horse, wrapping his bare thighs around the hairy mane. It seems that Bowen's story infers at times he's the horse that Jesus mounted. The horse says or thinks, "I'm ready for this eternal rider. Rub me, mount me." Then he writes, and this is copied from the script, "Children run forward. There are hundreds of them, but a few, a chosen few, come forward with outstretched arms and begin to stroke me, touch all my hidden places, the tingling tenderness. I feel overwhelmed with awe. Bowen's phone records obtained during his custody dispute show he frequently hired male escorts in various cities to give him massages. One example, this is a Salt Lake Escorts website with a link to nude photos. Another in Nevada, I blacked out the escort's erection. Bowen denied sex with male prostitutes, but he admitted being fondled by male masseurs. This Q&A is from a video deposition. Did you ever request the services of male prostitutes? I have never had a sexual relationship with another man, prostitute or otherwise, but I did have massage services from males that I hired to do so. And do male massage services that you used also massage the genital area? They can, yes. Did they, in your experience, A couple of times. I didn't like it, so I stopped it.
Did you ever request the services of male prostitutes?
I have never had a sexual relationship with another man, prostitute or otherwise, if that's the question. But I did have massage services from males that I hired, so yes.
And do male massage services that you used also massage the genital area?
They can, yes.
Did they in your experience?
A couple of times I didn't like it, so I stopped it.
Reasons for employees quitting or being fired are often confidential, but former Bowen colleagues believe he was fired from several jobs. From Bonneville Productions, the rumor was he was padding expenses or odd behavior or a lawsuit threat. Ogilvy and Mather. McCann Erickson, rumors of the botched Coca-Cola account or the found tied to a bed incident. Young and Rubicam, rumored expense padding. And from Sundance, expense padding and maybe watching porn and putting it on his expense account. Bowen, however, has been like this cat escaping a burning building. He gets out of what looks like a career-ending screw-up and lands on his feet time and time again. Bowen believed he had a special mission to perform for the Mormon Church. But the conflict is, he's gay, and the LDS Church teaches gay sex is a sin. For religious and business reasons, Bowen created an appearance he's straight. He dated women from time to time to bolster that appearance. He believed God chose Barbara Timothy to be his wife, even before she was widowed with 3 children. In 1995, Bowen, at age 43, married Barbara Timothy after her first husband died. It was his first marriage. Barbara Timothy's husband, Stephen, a veterinarian, died at age 40. Barbara and Steve had 3 sons. Gordon Bowen, even before Steve's death, had targeted Barbara as his wife-to-be and attended Steve's funeral. 3 months after Stephen's death, Bowen wrote Barbara, referring to wording in the LDS temple ceremony, and warned that Satan taught that God was without body parts and passions. Then, skipping ahead, Bowen wrote, God the Father has a penis, and God the Mother has a vagina. During the courtship, Bowen arranged for LDS Apostle M. Russell Ballard to give Barbara a priesthood blessing. Marriage would bring Bowen in line with the LDS position that marriage between man and woman is essential to his eternal plan. At this time, Bowen was consulting with top church leaders, including President Gordon Hinckley, about branding and image matters. Apparently, they didn't like the fact the top advisor was still single, so leaned on Bowen to get married, as reflected in Bowen's letter to President Hinckley, which said, the last time I spoke with you via Elder Ballard, your words were, tell him to get married. Now, Bowen asked President Hinckley to officiate at his upcoming temple marriage to Barbara. The couple was married on September 23, 1995, in the Salt Lake Temple. But it was James Faust, a counselor in the first presidency, who officiated, not church president Gordon Hinckley. Faust, who married Gordon and Barbara, seen here later with the couple's first child, had taken a strong stand against homosexuality. He taught homosexuality is not acquired by birth, it's by choice and is pleasing to the devil. He said the false belief in inborn homosexual orientation denies to repentant souls the opportunity to change. Why didn't President Hinckley marry Gordon and Barbara? At the last minute, Hinckley decided to announce the long-anticipated proclamation to the world about the importance of heterosexual marriage in opposition to gay marriage.
We have felt to warn and forewarn. In furtherance of this, we of the First Presidency and the Council of the 12 Apostles now issue a proclamation to the Church and to the world that marriage between a man and a woman is ordained of God. We further declare that God has commanded that the sacred powers of procreation are to be employed only between man and woman lawfully wedded as husband and wife. We warn that the disintegration of the family will bring upon individuals, communities, and nations the calamities foretold by ancient and modern prophets.
The proclamation underpinned LDS opposition to gay marriage, including the Church's successful 2008 campaign in California supporting Proposition 8, a ban on same-sex marriage. President Hinckley, having made the proclamation to the world earlier in the day, made it to Gordon and Barbara's lavish wedding reception, as did Massachusetts millionaire Mitt Romney, among other celebrity guests. Gordon and Barbara had 2 children. Gordon went through several job changes, firings, major advertising successes, as already noted. He was excommunicated from the LDS Church in January 2003. The reasons were not made public. Barbara was told Russell Ballard knew about it. Gordon's lie about being gay, his extreme erratic behavior, worry about possible pedophilia were among factors that led to divorce. Bowen's journal shows that he thought he could help his church with the so-called gay problem. Among entries, get rebaptized. You need to help the church know how to cure homosexuality. You need to be in touch with President Faust. Send Mel's book to President Faust. Here he's referring to Mormon exorcist Mel Fish. There is much yet to know to exorcise and exercise. You've been targeted by Satan himself. Barbara has been possessed by evil spirits just as you were and are. Barbara is controlled by evil spirits right now, but you gave them to her through intercourse. The female evil spirits that are holding onto your core must go to the light. Plan the attack. This is Pearl Harbor. Pay. You have got to go in blazing on a white stallion. Get prepared for war with Satan. He's trying to destroy you and your family. Barbara is his instrument now. You need to look pure in your eyes to your family and friends and bishop. You need balls. Make certain that you do not eat refined sugar. It feeds your negative energy and a false female in you. It saps you of your masculine strength. Bowen attempted to convert himself from gay to straight during the marriage. He believed his homosexuality was caused by evil spirits or female spirits that inhabited his body. He sought to have those spirits cast out by self-proclaimed exorcists David Hamblin, Melvin Fish, and Kissy Watkins. Hamblin is the one arrested this past September. Fish and Watkins are deceased. Hamblin divorced in 2003. During the trial, he was accused of experimenting with his children using peyote and hypnotism. 2 of 4 daughters testified he sexually...
These 2 daughters, the oldest one, wrote a
between 1991.
150-page document of their abuse. So don't tell me FBI or government or going all the way up to probably the governor's office and the attorney general's office, the speaker of our house in Utah, that satanic ritual abuse doesn't go on. You haven't even done anything about it. You're pieces of human crap. That's my feelings right now, just seeing that.
In 1999, petitioner taught each of his minor children and respondent, that's his wife, about his parts theories and used his minor children as guinea pigs or experiments by conducting psychological therapy with his minor children, including, among other things, the use of hypnosis and giving them priesthood blessings.
Remember, satanic
petitioner gave each of them,
ritual abuse
including,
doesn't
and I
exist.
redacted out the daughter's name, peyote, on at least one occasion. One daughter became violently ill as a result of using peyote, and another became dizzy and hallucinated.
And remember, the
Kissy
judge let him
Watkins
go.
attended BYU and the University
Is
of
she
Utah.
part of a pedophile ring? I'm just
She was a
alleging.
returned Mormon
Makes me wonder.
missionary. She worked with David Hamblin. She engaged in quackery, practicing Christ-centered healing and cranial osteopathy and foot zoning. Dr. Melvin Fish wrote the book, Healing the Inner Self. I interviewed him prior.
Now, here's Cedar City. Do you guys remember the chief of police there? If my mind doesn't fail me, was sexually trafficking kids up and down Utah with a lieutenant from the Washington County Sheriff. Did Dr. Fish participate in that?
Prior to his passing, Gordon told me he was gay and needed help. Fish performed a kinesiology test and found Bowen possessed by 2 or 3 malicious female spirits who made Bowen 90% gay. Fish exorcised the spirits, changing Bowen to 10% gay, which he considered normal. Bowen talked about the exorcism in his journal with God speaking to him. You have rid yourself of 90% of your H parts. However, what remains is strong and female and robs you of power and voice. Trust me, believe, faithful, fill your body with faith. Mel is right. You are not an H man, referring to homosexual. This is Satan's lie. Another entry where God speaks to him. Gordon, my son, believe what happened with Mel and with Kissy. It's true. You did cast out female spirits from your body that are not you. You are not an H-man, period. One of Barbara's sons, by her first marriage, provided an affidavit about David Hamblin. David Hamblin arrived to stay in Gordon's New York apartment, who had been Gordon's therapist years ago. Having had his license revoked, and his specialty now was casting out evil spirits. They sat us down and essentially told us that our mom was off her rocker, that if she did leave Gordon, she would be making a serious mistake, and that God would be very angry with her. Next, Mitt Romney and Gordon Bowen. One website has already named Bowen as an alleged perpetrator in the Utah County case and connected him to Mitt Romney. The headline, high-profile individuals involved in child ritualistic and sexual abuse throughout Utah. It says, Gordon Bowen has the most disturbing allegations against him. He is a high-ranking member of the Church of Satan. Then it says Olympics. Bowen also helped campaign for Mitt Romney when he ran for office. Craig Romney also worked for Bowen at his company, McGarry Bowen. Well, it's not yet established as fact there ever was any Church of Satan, but as reported, Bowen did work for Romney campaigns and on the Olympics. Here are some bullet points. In 1993, Bowen worked on the unsuccessful Mitt Romney for Senate campaign in Massachusetts. In 1999, he helped Romney with the 2002 Winter Games. In 2002, Bowen advised Romney on his successful campaign for Michigan governor. Then in 2007, Bowen advised Romney as he campaigned for president, and Mormon leader Russell Ballard as he traveled the United States defending Mormonism, ostensibly to help the Romney campaign. Bowen was also connected with Mitt Romney's sons. Bowen befriended 4 or 5 sons, Tag, Josh, Ben, and Craig. A family acquaintance says the boys often used Bowen's apartment as a crash pad when visiting the Big Apple. 2 sons, Craig and Ben, lived with Bowen when they interned at his ad agencies. Tag steered a lucrative Reebok contract to Bowen's business, and Bowen helped Josh with a short career stint as a model. In 1996, Bowen arranged an internship at his New York ad agency for Ben Romney, Mitt's second youngest son. He reportedly stayed with Bowen at his apartment. He's now a radiologist, lives in Holiday, Utah with his wife and child. He declined an interview. Bowen introduced Josh to modeling when Bowen was at Sundance. He arranged a catalog shoot in Santa Barbara. Here's one of the shots. A friend said Josh quit modeling after that. The friend said, I think a lot of families in the Mormon culture are kind of wigged out by the whole idea that you can be a model, like every day is gay, that it's an immoral business. He said, I felt like there was some pushback for Josh. Youngest son, Craig, did a 2-month internship at McGarry Bowen before graduating from BYU in 2005. During the internship, he stayed with Bowen at his Chelsea apartment. I interviewed Craig, who told me he knew Bowen as gay, mostly based on his mannerisms. Next in this report, Ballard's and Bowen's secret Jesus movie. It's an example of the continuing alliance between the men. It was a multi-million-dollar project Ballard and the Mormon Church entrusted to Bowen, despite Bowen's odd, even eerie notions about the Savior. Details about the Jesus movie have been kept secret. Neither Ballard nor Bowen will comment. What little is known in about 2019, the LDS Church, likely via Russell Ballard and the Public Affairs Committee, wanted to commission a Hollywood-style feature film about Jesus Christ. Ballard directed the project to his longtime friend and media advisor, Gordon Bowen, rather than to the church's in-house Bonneville Communications. The movie project, ostensibly costing $20 million, was never publicly announced, and details about when and where it was filmed kept secret. As the project began, a member of the church who knew Gordon Bowen wrote Russell Ballard, describing Bowen's unsavory reputation. I had to tell Ballard, this guy is really bad, the writer said. The letter asked, what if it comes to the attention of the national press? This man has so much influence with LDS leaders, and he's a child molester. It would be terrible for the church. The member got a phone response from Ballard's secretary saying, we're keeping an eye on him. The project proceeded under Bowen's direction, and at least a rough cut of the movie was produced. After the film was shot and edited, Bowen apparently previewed it in his Salt Lake home for some Mormon general authorities. One source outside church leadership circles who saw the film said it was a disaster. The footage was said to have been turned over to the church's in-house division for film production, Bonneville Communications, to see if they could salvage it. Apparently not. No Mormon Jesus movie has yet been announced. Bowen, Ballard, and church media relations will not comment. Finally, wrapping up this report, did a satanic child sex abuse ring operate in 4 Utah counties? Were David Levitt, Gordon Bowen, and others named by alleged child sex abuse victims participants in a sex-crazed, devil-worshipping cult, or falsely accused. Looking at
too bizarre, right? I mean, no one would think of that. So that's why people think it doesn't exist. Oh, no, you got to be wrong. Oh, no, people in the church could be.
Don't know where to run to, I don't know where to hide. See my future coming, but I try to keep my pride, 'cause I lost that woman, only woman who was my kind. She made me lose my money, she made me lose my name. After what she done me, I can hardly treat you sane, 'cause I lost that woman, only woman who was my kind.